We are back for the Tennessee Titans here on NFL Head Coach Show 9. After last season, we were really set up to be true contenders here. It just feels like, though, maybe I'm the only person based on the comment section who really just believes in Vince Young to be the person that can take us to the promised land. Kind of feels like the sentiment here is the dynasty starts after you. But why can't the dynasty start with you? Now, I think he's gotten, more efficient, better. This was year one, year two, year three. I mean, the interceptions have gone down, and the completion percentage has gone drastically up. The yards per attempt has gone up. Everything has just been more clean and efficient. But people still just think it's maybe not enough. It's just not enough to help us get over the hump. I have to say, though, after making an AFC championship last year, I at least still believe for now. I think he's got to give us a reason otherwise. Maybe we find an opportunity that's just too good to pass up. Maybe Tom Brady 2.0 over here, Tristan Riley, will be the guy at some point. Maybe we'll seek other help. Maybe we'll go and try to find a dual threat quarterback that are really rare to come by. But we could find somebody. I still think, though, I trust it for now. One thing I definitely, though, we got to trust is Boar Jackson after his incredible rookie season. The only knock here is he got banged up a couple of times, and we needed to ease the touches. I mean, he touched the ball almost 400 times, and we went out into the draft and found somebody who can eat up some touches out of Central State, Ohio? Central State, Ohio. We dug into the depths to find a player in Jeremy Pearson in the third round who I think could eat up some carries for us and do a lot better than what Chris Neal did for us last season, which was very, very poor. Neal averaged, just under 3 yards a carry. So we are firmly moving on from Chris Neal as the backup running back. At wide receiver, we added Ray Hendrickson from the Citadel, again, finding these small school steals, and he'll be the number 3 receiver. Heath Miller still at tight end. We signed Daniel Graham to be a backup tight end, who is one of, if not the best blocking tight end in the league. We also bring in Lorenzo Neal at 40 years old, but he's still getting the job done. Offensive line is the same. It's the same line. It's one of the best lines in the league. We have no reason to change here. Tamba Hali has still been, I think, a worthwhile endeavor for us. We paid him in a contract extension. We move on from Kyle Vanden Bosch, bring in James Harrison on a cheaper deal, and he is the same age, and James Harrison can kind of, give us a little bit more of, maybe big play potential here, as he'll probably light somebody up, force a couple of fumbles for us. We signed B.B. Clayton, a undrafted defensive tackle from the Colts last year. Bring him in this year. Sky-high potential for him to go alongside Jerry Carrier, Freddie Bates at outside linebacker. We bring in D'Amico Ryans to be the middle guy for us. We moved on from Michael Boley. Carlos Dansby decided to walk onto this team for a vet minimum to be a number 2 linebacker. Keith Bullock at 34 years old. We know he's running out of time. At cornerback, Quentin Jammer here with Devin Smith. But we go and spend a surprising top pick on cornerback Luke Locke, who I had no idea if we were going to be able to get a player like him, but a trade popped up that was worthwhile for us. We made it happen. Maybe we made a mistake doing that because he doesn't have as high a potential as the other corners who were lower on the board and would have been cheaper. But I think Luke Locke really fits what I want to do, and we have him on a massive contract. Michael Griffin, who was like an all-pro player last year, and Adrian Wilson, who was spectacular as well. We got a new kicker, a rookie, and we're good. Also, we have another first-round pick due to we traded our own first-round pick to the Seahawks in exchange for a next-year first. So we have 2 first-round picks in this upcoming draft and a Super Bowl caliber roster. So our goals this year, it's, usual stuff, but there's a very, very key thing that we're going to have to pay attention to. Jaguars in week 2, win 3 of our first 4. The Falcons on Monday night. Normal stuff here. Carlos Dansby was a walk-on player for us. I don't have intentions of re-signing him unless he goes crazy, but just look at all the re-signs here. They want us to re-sign Dansby, re-sign Quentin Jammer, re-sign James Harrison, re-sign Keith Bullock, re-sign Vince Young, re-sign Michael Griffin, re-sign our punter, re-sign Dimitri Cannon, re-sign Devin Smith. If you have picked up on the potential issue here, we're not going to have the money to re-sign all these guys. It's not possible. Especially considering the contracts they're going to be asked for. Carlos Dansby's making less than $1 million. He's obviously going to ask for more. Quentin Jammer will probably ask for a similar contract. I don't know if we're going to give it to him. James Harrison's asking for most likely a similar contract. I don't know if we're going to be able to give that to him. Keith Bullock is 34 years old going into an age 35 season. I don't know what he'll look like. At any point, he can maybe start to regress hard and fall off badly. So I don't know if he'll be worth any money by season's end. Vince Young's making about $10 million. Is he going to ask for similar? If he does, that could put us in some financial strains here. Michael Griffin's making less than $2 million after the season that he had last year. Yeah, he's worth way more than less than $2 million, so he'll probably ask for more. Dimitri Cannon's on a cheap contract. He was a nice find for us. On a very strong offensive line, he's maybe our worst offensive lineman, but still a really good one. But he's going to ask for a significant pay raise compared to what he makes. And same thing for Devin Smith. Devin Smith was like a day 3 pick. He's making like $500,000. He's going to be asking for a couple million. We're not going to be able to re-sign all these guys. We're not going to be able to keep all these guys. Somebody, I'm not just talking about the punter either. I'm talking multiple players here are probably not going to be on the team next year.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your draft update. We're all ready to start the college season, and I've got a couple of players on my radar that you need to know about. 2 quarterbacks stand out in this class. Miami's Kevin Huff and West Virginia's Bobby Cole. Huff might be the slightly better of the two, but they're both ready to play in the NFL. Adrian Hopkins, the gigantic defensive tackle out of UCLA, stands to be the first defensive player taken in April if he has a solid senior year. There are a few good linemen in this class, notably Tyler Hart and Benji Cato. Both figure to be first-day picks, but that could change based on the seasons they have. I'll be keeping an eye on these players as the season progresses. Thanks for watching NFL Network.
All right, let's head into the 4th quarter here. This one is very much in our control for now. But the Saints are driving at the 41-yard line, down by 17 points, looking to make it a 2-score game. Saints offense a little bit more fun as they've still got Drew Brees, Reggie Bush out of the backfield with the catch there, Marquise Colston. They've also added Santonio Holmes, which is a really fun one. I mean, imagine just kind of like a supercharged version of what they've had in their speed receivers, you know. Imagine taking Devery Henderson out the lineup and just inserting Santonio Holmes. That sounds like a lot of fun for me, but Drew Brees on a short drop is sacked. A 1-yard loss on the sack, but still getting there that quickly. Always nice to see. That was B.B. Clayton. I like to see B.B. Clayton get a pressure that he is one of the players we're really trying to develop and trying to make use of that value contract we gave him as Brees. Short drop again. Throw it outside, right on Quentin Jammer. Some of the other players that we have added, I thought have been pretty impressive what I've seen. Luke Locke, literally first possession of the game, caught an interception, which was sick. Our new punter pinned the Saints down with the 1 at some point. Our kickers made 2 field goals, 2 for 2. So, you know, some of these other players that I've added, so far so good. B.B. Clayton, another one you just seen got a sack, a tackle for loss there on Reggie Bush. But so far, so good. D'Amico Ryan's tackle for loss, another new player added. So everybody's getting involved right now. And I've loved what I have seen from this team on both sides of the ball as Brees throw one up Luke Locke's way and jumping grab. Saints, though, at the 5-yard line as they'll go 1st and goal. Brees, they can't pick up everybody. It's a sack again. You see poor Reggie Bush trying to block, and there's like 3 people running at him. He can't do all of that. Freddie Bates with the sack. That's a setup for your running back to try to block all those guys. All right, well, 2nd and goal from the 8. They go Reggie Bush's way. On the run, Reggie is in. Touchdown, Saints. So I think the carry distribution's been a little bit better today for Bohr Jackson, not having to handle 25 carries. He hasn't even hit 20 carries yet today. And Bohr Jackson on that one will get us 6 yards. Also, I am trying to gradually still expand the playbook, expand what we can and cannot do. This is going to be another one of those little test moments for us. Is a toss viable for this team? Still no. I just think maybe tosses just aren't meant to work, but maybe I've just had a poor sample size. 3rd down and 6, and we'll ask Vince Young to throw it. You know who we're probably looking. Oh my goodness. What? Is that Ray Hendrickson in the slot? Why is he so massive? Okay, they're gonna go his way. Dude, look at him. He is ginormous. Oh my goodness. Wait, how is he? I thought he was like 200 and something pounds. Like, well, he looks like he's 300. He's 205? Bro, that is the most dense. Wait, would that be dense? What is he? Why is he so massive at 205? That is incredible. All right, well, we'll go to the ground. Bohr Jackson, he's going to go to the outside here. Jackson is got about 5 on the play. We'll give him 4. I can't get over Ray Hendrickson, man. Like, that dude is crazy. Like, he better be a tank when he catches the ball and gets into open field there, as we'll go with 4.5 minutes to play. We've already taken 2 minutes off the clock, and it looks like we're going to be taking a little bit more as counter run. Bohr, I would have liked you to just kind of take the safe yards there instead of trying to hit a home run, but we'll take a yard. Into the game checks Pearson as he chose number 42. We might need to change that. I don't know how I feel about him rocking number 42. We'll let it ride, though. 3rd down and 5. Young to the air. And Young with receiving options. He's got one in the flats. That's Camion Walker. And Walker runs out of bounds. It felt like he could have been off to the races after making that defender go to the dirt. All right, let's see what Pearson's got on the ground. I think we're really interested to see if we have a viable backup running back and not Chris Neal and his 2-yard carries. As we'll go on the ground with Pearson. Oh, it's 1 yard. I feel like he maybe could have just stayed more north and south, but it's all right. This is going to be a really, big thing for us, though, or a part of our identity. I mean, we're really just eating up the clock here without even really trying all that hard, and Bohr Jackson might have had a big run if that dude didn't just split the double team. What a heck of a play from the Saints. Who was that, man? That is crazy. I just wanted to wait and see who it was. It was Cedric Ellis who just split a double team. Impressive stuff from him to completely disrupt that run. 3rd down now. Can we get another 3rd down conversion? As Young sacked, and it'll go down for no gain. Unfortunately, the punt wasn't all that good, but also the play didn't even go down as a sack because Young fell forward. It counted as a 0-yard run, so helps the stats out a little bit, as that's an incomplete pass jarred out of the hands of the receiver. Saints, though, no sense of urgency here. They scored last drive, and, we did take a decent amount of time as we send in the pressure. Reggie Bush out in the flats, and Bush nowhere to go. After scoring last possession, you go and you find yourself some points here. You got a little bit of a chance, but 3rd down and 10 is hit, and they're going to go play action. They get some time one-on-one, broken up, and that's impressive to make sure Marquise Colston can't come down with a contested grab. 4th and 10 in your game, kind of on the line, but they're going to say we're punting the ball. Interesting. I can't really justify this one, but we'll take it. Go on the ground, though. 2.5 to play. Saints are going to burn those timeouts. Got the 2-minute warning as Jackson up the middle. And a nice job to slip through and get 6 on the play. We have the 2-minute warning, and Pearson checks in. I'm going to see if we can maybe give him some of these crucial carries and see what he is able to do in these situations. Still that early part of the season feeling out process. Can we, rely on some of these new faces? As Pearson on the carry. All right, we'll take 3-2. They give him 2. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Saints burn their first time out. Maybe I should be letting Bohr Jackson, do the job here, but again, seeing what we have is important as well. Pearson on the carry. That's nice blocking. Broken tackle, and Pearson gets the first down. Like clock winding down, we'll let Young keep it on the ground, and Vince Young, look at Vince Young run for a little first. I was just expecting him to take it for a couple of yards there, but Vince Young ices the game completely. We don't even need to bother punting them the ball. We can just kneel it out. Game over here, 27-17. We didn't need to do a crazy amount on offense in the fourth quarter here. We just kind of had to hold the line, hold the lead, be all right. And Vince Young ends with a pretty all right game, 14-22, 211, no touchdowns, no picks. That was because the touchdowns are scored by Bohr Jackson, a hat trick to start the season. Rushing as a whole wasn't great yards per carry wise from the whole team, but was enough to get it done. Cammy and Walker 100 yards on the game. Ray Hendrickson also 58 yards at his debut. And then on defense, sack from Clayton, Dansby, Bates, Harrison, Holly, all with a sack. Interceptions, Adrian Wilson and Luke Locke had picks. And in the kicking game, 2 for 2 on field goals. So nothing to really complain about here all that much. So we hit the fourth quarter here. Jacksonville is giving us a little bit of a fight. 21-10 your score, but this is one that was really close until last possession where, Vince Young actually had been struggling a little bit, but he found the end zone last possession. Jaguars now with the ball driving. They're in the red zone right now as they get a first here. James Harrison, Jerry Carrier, tired, but this has been a monster of a Bohr Jackson game. I guess I should show you now just for reference here. Bohr Jackson has ripped off a 57-yard touchdown run. He has a fumble in the game, but he's ripped off a 57-yard touchdown. He also has a 22-yard touchdown run, so he has been on one today. And over 120 yards in just 12 carries, so it's been a big Bohr Jackson game as a swat at the line. Garrard incomplete from the 16. Jaguars very much in position to make this a one-score game. And a field goal very much in their hands, but can they find the end zone here? MJD still the running back, David Garrard still at quarterback. They still have a carousel of wide receivers that they can't seem to figure out. A sack. Garrard ran right into a defender on the ground. Probably the easiest sack Jerry Carrier's ever going to have in his career. He didn't even do anything to get it. We'll spread the field though, 3rd and 14. Heavy rain here, so a field goal ain't gonna be easy no matter the distance. Garrard, throw in, up for Lockett, it's gonna be caught! Luke Locke tested, and he failed. Goal to go from the 1. You get into your heavy package here. Goal line, and hand off, MJD! Down for a loss of 3. And he's hurt. I think he's down as well. D'Amico Ryans. I can already tell this D'Amico Ryan signing is, he's fitting right in for what I like in my linebackers. That's why I prioritize them so much as another stop in the backfield loss again. But, D'Amico was not a big need for us, but he was someone that I just felt like fit so well. As Leon Washington in the game at running back, Tamba Hali with the stop. I mean, look at this front 7. Tamba Hali, James Harrison, Freddie Bates, and Keith Bullock, D'Amico Ryans, with 2 young D tackles throwing to the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars. All that D-line doesn't help really much if you're allowing a passing touchdown. Jags will probably be going for 2 now to make it, a 1 field goal game. So David Garrard down his running back, but still getting the job done here. As he will throw. 2-point conversion, swatted at the line. And we'll have a 5-point lead. So I did add more run plays to the playbook. I wanted to get some diversity in here. I've been trying to wait until we've learned them to start busting them out. But I think I'm a little antsy to try to get some variety in here as a loss of 2, Jackson down. I know maybe a little ill-advised, but we're going to try to bust out one of our new run plays. I mean, this isn't anything crazy, just a counter run, but it's pretty heavy left side favoring as Jackson, you've seen everything kind of set up down the field. If he was able to, not have someone track him down from behind, we might have had something big there. Unfortunately, though, we're on the verge of a 3 and out, 3rd down and 10. It's been a lot of us relying on Vince Young on 3rd down early on in this season, as we're so run dependent. When those runs don't work out, you gotta rely on your quarterback, and no! Vince Young delivers right to Heath Miller, and what should be the sure-handed Heath Miller can't hang on. I'm just gonna hope that it was just the rain playing a factor there. Let's see if the defense can come out with a stop this time around. Give our offense the ball back with 6 minutes to play, as Leon Washington, still a running back, and they'll have 5 yards. Feels like MJD gets hurt every single time, and they don't also have Fred Taylor anymore, as that's, oh my goodness. That seems a little unnecessary. Is that Tom? Yeah, Tom Bahali. What the heck, man? You don't need to bulldoze the right tackle before the play. If anyone, I thought maybe James Harrison would try to do something like that, but they'll go goal line package. Be 2nd in inches now after the free 5 yards, and they will just try to run it here, but the toss is where they go, and it's not gonna work. I think that was James Harrison in there. Yeah, James Harrison, tackle for loss. We like to see James Harrison making a play. Luke Locke was also out there. I would hope he would have made that tackle, but we'll not have to worry about that possibility. 3rd down and 2. Garrard will send the extra man. Line does a nice job holding up for Jacksonville along the sidelines. They can't get a second foot in. 4th down. Once again, trying one of these new run plays. You got to just kind of, brute force it a little bit if you're going to learn. But, I mean, we got to learn at some point. And a loss of 3. So, yeah, we'll kind of put that in the back pocket for now. We'll tuck those plays away until we have a little bit more of an idea of running them. They're very hit or miss at this point, to no surprise. 2nd and 13, we'll rely on what we know a little bit more. Ray Hendrickson in motion. It's going to be an odd motion for what this route is. We have an injury as well, as Young throws it for Hendrickson, who's got the grab. All right, that works out. That was odd, considering that route was supposed to be very different. Devin Smith, just a little bruise, he'll be all right. How about we run the ball with a play we're a little bit more familiar with here? As straight up under center, Bohr, carry, cuts back the other way, and Bohr Jackson, that's gonna be a run through the defender for a 1st down. Love what Bohr is able to do. The clock is at about 3.5 minutes to play. We're in field goal range. We'd keep it a 1-score game, though, as we'll go to the air. Young, he's going to immediately bail and scramble. Vince Young got the 1st down and a gain of 10. That was nice. Everyone was flowing left. He went right, and there was a lot of space there. I was worried that he maybe did it a little too quickly. But we can really get into some clock-chewing offense if we want to here. I don't think we're going to run the timeout, though, if I had to guess. We move a man in motion. Cammy and Walker to the left. We go counter right. And Cammy and Walker motion frees up some space there. Fullback also did a nice job. I believe it's Lorenzo Neal back in the lineup. So, you get that type of run. Lorenzo Neal, you're running right behind him. He's blocked for LaDainian Tomlinson on historic seasons. You have Daniel Graham, the best blocking tight end. I mean, it's just hard, but also John Onken and Logan Mankins leading the way. Like, you just don't got much of a chance. But for now, Pearson will check into the game, as we have to run one more before the 2-minute warning. And Pearson, up the middle, Pearson! Look at him, sliding through and a touchdown. That's a nice job. The Jaguars, 5 minutes to play, had punted us the ball. We go down the field in 3 minutes, score a touchdown. Put this one maybe a little too far out of reach for him, as off his back foot, and should have been picked. Off our hands. Michael Griffin, I believe, got the jump on that one, though. Can't say enough good things about Michael Griffin. He just plays so well for us. As they'll go in motion here, we're going to have a linebacker on him. Like, what are we doing here? As it's going to be a throw for Garrard. And Garrard short, completion, nowhere near the first down. 2-minute warning is hit, and the Jaguars, they're going to have any chance in this one, they got to convert here. 4th and 6 at their own 24-yard line. MJD not returning to this one. They'll drop back and throw. Garrard, blitz picked up. Garrard, got a man. And out of the backfield, it's Leon Washington. Guess who? Michael Griffin tackle for loss. 3rd and 17. Garrard really starting to feel the pressure now, and Leon Washington can only do so much out of the backfield. As Garrard gonna scramble, he's got a lot of space. David Garrard! Oh my goodness, David Garrard just slipped a tackle and got a big 20-plus yard run on our team. They spiked it with 21 seconds to play, and now they'll have it from the 28-yard line. I mean, I guess we're just playing this one for, you know, points per game allowed reasons here, as it's going to be a throw short right on Luke Locke, who's there to make the tackle. It's a gain of 5, and they'll burn their final timeout with 17 seconds to play. So 3rd down and 5 from our 23-yard line, as Garrard swatted at the line again. 4th and 5. Just keep getting her linebackers in there, and they are breaking up everything. 4th down and 5, 15 seconds to play. Could be your last play of the game, as they'll go motion. And into the slot he goes, left side. Throwing, Garrard. End zone, incomplete. And that'll wrap things up. So Vince Young in this one, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Not by any means a strong game, just 132 yards, but the yards are really eaten up by Bohr Jackson. 17 carries, 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. Pearson also goes for 38 and a nice touchdown run. His yards per carry is low right now because he's still trying to kind of get into the flow of things, learn the playbook, learn everything. Camion Walker had the touchdown grab. Hendrickson had that nice play. Surrency, 1 catch, 33 yards defensively. How about James Harrison? 3 sacks. Jerry Carrier, Keith Bullock, Freddie Bates, all with the sack. Bullock had a pick as well. So, defense doing a phenomenal job. Alright guys, I seen something at the bottom of the screen. I was just really interested. It wasn't actually the Chris Johnson thing, but here's Chris Johnson, who immediately, you know, with the Raiders has now also suffered a season-ending injury, but I want you to just take a look at this. You know, 5 to 6 months, you see all these injuries from here up are significant injuries, right? Torn ACL, torn ACL, torn ACL, torn ACL, and then, torn everything, ACL, MCL, PCL. Brother, what? Albert Ainsworth is out for the year. 5 to 8 months with a bruised hip. But if that ain't the most Albert Ainsworth thing I've ever seen. Now, you know, a bruised hip, it hurts. Hey, a bruised hip hurts. You're going to be out 8 months, potentially? Am I misreading something here? Because look at all these other injuries. Torn PCL, ACL, MCL. And then it's just Albert Ainsworth taking his money and saying, you know, I don't want to play this season. My hip is bruised. I'm not trying to downplay the severity of a bruised hip. I would imagine it hurts quite a lot. But I just think it's funny that Albert Ainsworth is, you know, he gets a bruise on his hip and, you know, his injury length is just comparable to everybody else who has just torn ACLs and, you know, severe injuries like that. All right, it's a very similar situation here. 23-13. It seems like so far the first couple of games in the season, we hold a pretty comfortable lead, like, you know, a tentative lead where it's like, okay, we're fine for now, and it's, you know, down to the other team trying to come back into it with the first play of the 4th quarter. It's a pick. Michael Griffin hangs on to one this week. No rain making it happen, you know, and taking it away, an interception this time around. We've been in control of our game so far, but we've not been able to pull away and win by, you know, a landslide margin. But maybe in the 4th quarter, it's our chance to do it here. Counter run, Bohr Jackson. You know, not a crazy day for Bohr, but, you know, we are trying to limit his usage a little bit so we can have those fresh legs for the key situations. You know, we do feel like having an effective you know, 17 to 20 carries is better than having a um, just grinded out 25 a game. So, you know, we're kind of letting him ride things out as, you know, taking a possession here and there off is what I've been doing. You know, sometimes they'll just kind of send Pearson out there and he'll run a whole drive and we'll be fine on offense. And then, you know, Boer's back in. Vince Young scrambled there. We'll have a 3rd down and 3. But Boer will, you know, have the majority of the snaps here in the 4th quarter as long as there's still a chance that the Steelers could pull it off as play action. What in the... What? Okay, that's gonna be... I think I know what happened there. I think that was intended for... Yeah. Okay, that was intended for Boer off the play action, but Boer got tackled. So they call pass interference. You know what? We'll call it a heads-up play from Vince Young to draw pass interference. Boer, though, after taking a hit, we'll send him off the field, let Pearson check in, take a carry here, 7 minutes to play. As Pearson, no blocking on that one. That's a free rusher right through. Loss of 3. I think a little bit of an unfortunate thing for maybe someone like Pearson is we've been also giving him kind of those experimental carries with like kind of testing what plays maybe are worth giving another shot, what plays are not. So, you know, the plays that look really ugly typically go to Pearson as that ball low, reeled in. We're kind of right on the fringe of field goal range. Our kicker, I don't think has... You know, actually, let me check. I don't remember. What does our kicker have for power? Does he got a boot on him? Because, you know, our previous kicker couldn't hit... Oh, he does. All right. Well, our previous kicker couldn't hit from... like 54. I think we can hit from 54. From here it's 53. Doesn't mean I plan on just settling for a field goal, running it here, but I want to throw. I want to get this 1st down. I want to keep it moving. Young in the shotgun, Boer next to him, Boer into block. They send that slot player down. Yeah, he is blitzing, and Young is going to get it up to Cammy and Walker! Walker 1st down! That defender just fell right over. 2nd down and 10 right now situation as Pearson checks in. We'll go under center, and it will be play action. And Young, off his back foot, got an open man, and Hendrickson hangs onto the ball, takes a shot, but hangs on crucially. Nice job. 3rd down and 2 in a short yard situation here. You know where we're going to want to go. It's going to be the ground game. Boer Jackson is going to find the 1st down inside the 10. Into the 8 for a gain of 6. 1st down and goal, and we have been controlling this 4th quarter, trying to put the Steelers away and make it a 3-score game. Heath Miller, the former Steeler, in motion. As Young, he'll just take off. Vince Young, touchdown! No hesitation. He found what he liked, and he took it for the score. 3rd down and 6 for Roethlisberger. He'll throw. We'll send the linebackers. He goes off his back foot. Caught! Nice job. That was a really good throw. Doesn't hurt to take away some of the Steelers' more useful players as we'll send the DBs on a blitz this time. That's caught. A split shotgun this time. Parker and the fullback next to him. Roethlisberger throws. And that's for Hines Ward. Quentin Jammer there to bring him down. No catch. 2nd and 10. They got 4 receivers out there. Roethlisberger with the free rusher. Gets it out, and it's caught. Breaking a tackle, and in the red zone. Through here, I don't really notice anybody else too important in this receiving core. They don't got a tight end either, it feels like, as throwing for a receiver. Caught 1st down. No, not quite 3rd and 1. Yeah, I mean, that's their number 2 receiver right there. Limas Swede. It's, not a star-studded receiving core as Roethlisberger. End zone potential there as Hines Ward 2 yards shy, but he does make the catch. That ball kind of floated a little bit. If it was right on the line, led him out in front, maybe that would have been a touchdown. Instead, he got 1st and goal at the 2-yard line. 2-minute warning approaching. Willie Parker on the ground, and Willie Parker finds the end zone. And the Steelers make it a 2-score game. All right, well, onside kick. Steelers got to have it. And kick is picked up. That's right, Hendrickson. And, man, getting to zoom in. Bro, Hendrickson is so big. What kind of 200-pounder are you? I'm sorry, I'm just marveling at, the thickest cruiserweight I've ever seen in my life. He's literally 205. Like, what are we doing here? As they'll go handoff for Jackson. Makes a man miss. Jackson not able to make a second. The 2nd and 11. Jackson in the backfield. 2-minute warning hit. And that run, oh my goodness, it did not work. Loss of 1. Still a young throw here, 3rd down and 12. If we can get the first down here, game would be basically over as we have Pearson and Jackson in the backfield. Throwing Pearson into block. And throwing Dave Meadow incomplete. Wanted Hendrickson. And from here would be about 58 yards. I don't doubt that he maybe would have the leg. I just don't think it's a good idea to try that and give the Steelers any hope of trying to make a comeback here. Give them a short field, let them score. They still have 2 timeouts. I don't want to risk it. Maybe if we were up by a little bit more, I would test it just to see the kicker's range here, see what he can and can't do. Take him at the 20-yard line, make him drive the length of the field. 20-30 your score as Roethlisberger spreading the field once again. They'll go to the air. And hit as he's thrown. Limas Sweed with the grab. And it'll be 9. They'll hurry it back to the line. They're in full hurry-up mode. It is nice, though. Like, so far in this game, not just this game, but the first 3 games, not a lot of high-leverage, stressful situations, which, good and bad. You want to be battle-tested, but you don't want to wear yourselves too thin. You want to be able to rest your players, or keep some of your biggest and best plays, keep your tricks up your sleeve, not have to empty the clip here just to win regular season games. So that's nice, but I would imagine once we start playing some of these top contenders, as Jammer should have had a pick there. We play the Patriots, we play obviously the Colts twice, and we'll want some revenge on them. The Browns are really good, and the Buccaneers, they're really good. So once we start playing these top contenders, we'll see how things unfold here. Steelers, they're a solid team, but by no means as scary. They were a fringe playoff team, but again, they have lost some of their key players. They're 1-1 this season. Looks like it's going to be 1-2 this year, at least to start, and we could be moving to 3-0. Luke Locke kind of pressing down there. He's going to blitz, or blitzing Luke Locke, and they'll throw to the outside. And yeah, they'll just test right to where the cornerback could have been. So Schwartz amping up the aggressiveness, making sure that we're fine giving up completions. Just make sure that clock keeps on moving. Roethlisberger outside, caught Hines Ward, and Jammer slows him down. And Adrian Wilson finishes off the tackle. Steelers still have 2 timeouts. It doesn't really matter at this point when and if they use them. An onside kick's going to be what they need regardless. 2nd and 1. Throw it up. And Luke Locke, I think, got beat there. Luke Locke's been a curious case so far, as instantly I have noticed he's aggressive. He gets beat a couple of times so far, but he does also have 2 picks on the season. He got an interception in this game as Roethlisberger running. Oh my goodness, Ben Roethlisberger just ran it for 17 yards and a touchdown. Broke the tackle and everything. And if it wasn't for the fact that there's only 26 seconds to play and they only have 1 timeout, I would be a little bit more worried, but as long as we fall on an onside kick, we'll be fine. There's no nonsense here. Pick it up, end this game, move to 3-0, and we got it. Nice job. Heath Miller, former Steeler, ices it. We'll win it in a 1-score game. All right, game over. 30-27. Vince Young plays a fine game. 1 touchdown, no picks. For Jackson, 20 carries, 82 yards and a touchdown. Vince Young had a rushing touchdown. Pearson, still a work in progress there. I'm not worried yet. You just got to learn things, got to learn the blocking schemes and, get into the flow of things. James Harrison had a sack. Locke and Griffin with the pick, but Luke Locke's been really odd, man. Oh my goodness, man. He had an interception, but he was also targeted 10 times and allowed 112 yards, so... yeah, growing pains of a young corner, I guess. You know what? Sometimes you get a bit of a surprise here. I was going into this game fully expecting to steamroll and walk all over the 0-3 Texans, who have been really, really bad. Even like 0-3 is one thing, but like they've been a bad, not close games 0-3. But here they are, 17-22 is the score. And they are putting up a much better fight than I would have thought. Now, this is a team that has been questionable with some of its handling of the running back position over the years, and A.J. Bishop, a former first-round pick, being put in the doghouse. But this team did go and spend another first-round pick on a running back, and it's just so funny. Unfortunate, but also funny. Yeah, poor A.J. Bishop's just never going to get a chance. He's out here on the bench. They got Joker Jones, who was a top pick, like I think top 5. And yeah, he's their starting running back now. A.J. Bishop, first round pick, had to walk in and sit on the bench behind ancient relics at running back, never got to play. And then they immediately draft another player and insta-start him. Like, that's so depressing. Look at 2nd and 10, though. Vince Young. They'll go Boar Jackson. We know how to treat our running backs well, as that's a flag on Houston. Considering how late in the play that was, it might be a face mask. And yes, it is. Face mask, so we'll take the ball in a good field position here into Texan territory. The thing that's been interesting about this game, and probably maybe why it's close, our run game's been bad. No matter who it's been, Boar or Pearson, we've not been able to run the ball. Vince Young has had an awesome game, though, and that's a very late fumble. I don't think that is a fumble. They'll rule it there on the field, but obviously we're going to quickly throw out the challenge flag. I'm pretty sure he was down. Heath Miller, though, you're just trying to scare us, aren't you? Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, that's just not a fumble. We'll take that back. Yeah, but like I said, the run game has been really poor. Both Boar and Pearson averaging less than 3 yards a carry right now, but Vince Young has been on one today, and we'll go move Cammy and Walker in motion. They'll follow. That's going to leave one less one-on-one on that right side, because we are going counter right. And they just sell out for the run, so you know, it's going to be games like this where teams just say, you know what, we're going to make sure you can't run the ball. We're going to sell out, and you're going to have to beat us throwing. Vince Young's going to have to beat us. Right now, he's doing a fine job. I think that's kind of the worry for some of you guys. Well, what happens when the run game gets shut down? Is Vince Young really capable of being the reason why we win, being the one who goes out there and gets the job done, beats the other team? Well, he's done it so far. Heath Miller can't hang on to that ball. And it was a hard hit, but also Heath Miller ran the wrong route on that play. I don't think he was not supposed to run that, by the way. He was supposed to run a flat route. So Heath Miller, a little disappointed there, runs the wrong route and then drops the ball. A little more forgiving about the drop. Not so much about just straight up running the wrong route, though, as Young. Well, you got Young. You had a couple of people open in the middle. I was going to say you had Miller wide open. You also go down Hendrickson a little further. So it'd be crucial to get into the end zone here to make it a 2-score game. Field goal still keeps it an 8-point matchup here, as Young will scramble, and Vince Young with space. Young inside the 5, 2nd and inches at the 4. If it's a Vince Young game, let it be a Vince Young game. Pearson checks in. But not going to matter here. We'll go Vince on the carry. He'll have the first down. Will be set up. Goal to go at the 3. But I think finally we'll let Boar at least have one try here at the 3-yard line to run it. Even if the run game's not been working too well, we'll still give him a chance as Jackson, no gain. Yeah, I mean, the Texans are really just selling out to stop Boar. When that happens here, we got to go 2nd and 3. 2nd and goal from the 3. I'm a little worried about a potential quick sack here. Young is going to have a short drop with a stacked D-line. That's not usually a good recipe, but can he manage? As, no, well, you know what, I'll say that's on me. That one's just kind of on me for calling that. You know, one thing you kind of learn to manage here, those short yard situations, you don't ever really want to call under center passes, or at least quick drop passes. You got to throw in a rollout, throw in something there. 3rd down and goal will be in the shotgun this time. Young, he'll try to just take off, breaks out of 1, stiff arms up, Vince Young! All by himself, sheds a snack, stiff arms a defender, and wills his way into the end zone. How about that? It is those types of plays from Vince Young that just make me really believe more than some, because I don't know if any other quarterback is going to be able to do that for us. I don't think we're going to be able to find guys like that. It's why I rate Young higher than a lot of people. I like that type of creativity, that type of playmaking, as Schaub now, finally touches the ball here. 4.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and it's a 12-point game. I will give the Texans credit, though. They're 0-3. They're playing really bad. They have a lot of young, new players on this team to go alongside their aging Matt Schaub, who isn't playing well anymore, to go alongside Andre Johnson, who is continuing to get older. They are a team in a very weird spot, who was bad last year, bad this year. And, they gave us a little bit of a challenge here, made us go on that drive to go and maybe wrap up this game, but they got a screen to Joker Jones, and Joker Jones loses. We're going to punt it here with 4 minutes to go. So, the Texans well on their way to 0-4, and we will return this punt. Devin Smith is going to have a lot of room. Devin Smith past the 40. I will say, though, this game probably not the best barometer to test some of the new stuff, because of how much the Texans are just committed to stopping the ground game, so maybe it's not a fair result here. 3rd down and 9, though. Young, we will throw, and Young staying in the pocket. He's eventually going to run, and Vince is not going to be able to get too far. 4th and 5. For the Texans, 3 minutes to play, and all their timeouts, so reasonably you score within the next minute. As that's going to be a penalty. Okay, that's a weak call. That's a weak call. It was a curl route. All right, that's going to be on Luke Locke. I don't put that against him, though. That's a weak call. But, Texans, reasonably, you score a touchdown here in a minute. You got all your timeouts. It's not done. But scoring on this defense when they get the tee off has proved to be not the easiest of tasks, especially when we're playing the type of football to where we're almost fine letting you score as long as it takes you a lot of time, takes up those timeouts. We're not necessarily playing specifically for statistics here. It would be nice to have the number one defense. It'd be nice to allow the least amount of points, but hey, I don't care if we win by 10, 20, 30, win by 1. We'll take it all the same. As Schaub, that ball could have been, maybe should have been picked by Michael Griffin, but once again, Michael Griffin breaking on the ball. Was one of the highest deflection players last year, I'm pretty sure. And, had a decent amount of picks, was able to just do so much. He's got a pick in the Steeler game, and we've already noticed his presence felt here in the passing game. Every time they go to that left side, now they go right, and this one's picked off, and the defense gets an interception. Who was that? He ran that route basically like he was the receiver. Adrian Wilson. Both safeties coming up with big plays. 2-minute warning hits. 2nd down and 5. Texans going to start burning those timeouts. As long as it's not an incomplete pass here. As we'll have Heath Miller open. 1st down. There's timeout number 1. 3rd down and 4. Clock ticking. Under a minute and a half to play. And we'll just snap it here, I guess. Why not? Young will throw. Picked off. All right, that's obviously not good. Young will have his blunders, but, with a minute to go, 1 timeout, up by 2 scores, I'm not sweating it. Interception's never a good thing, obviously, but situationally more important is when you throw those picks. If you're throwing them up by 2 scores with a minute to go, it doesn't really hurt us. If you're throwing them, like he did in the conference championship in overtime, maybe a little bit more. Not all interceptions count the same, I'd say. But it doesn't bother me. Also the difference between, what would it be, 32-17 versus 29-17, still 2 touchdowns. Still very unlikely that the Texans are going to come back, so it is what it is. 48 seconds, though, as Matt Schaub will have Harrison off the edge, and that ball in the flats knocked out Michael Griffin. Do I need to say more about Michael Griffin? Because Just incredible, man. Schaub to throw once more. Schaub in the flats. This time an uncontested grab, but a big hit still. And it'll be 4th down, 30 seconds to play. And the Texans gonna rush it back to the line. Snap it here. And Schaub, flats, caught, first down. Not a whole lot of time though. You can keep dinking and dunking your way down the field. It ain't gonna do much for you. They can keep dinking and dunking their way down the field. There's 20 seconds, no timeouts. And the Texans probably just gonna launch one up here. And they will. Up, and Michael Griffin stops it. So with just 17 seconds to play, probably gonna once again go like Hail Mary. They'll throw Michael Griffin's way again. Incomplete. I didn't know we were playing the Michael Griffin stat pad game where we're just trying to give him more and more deflections because he keeps on testing them and keeps on failing. I mean, he got Andre Johnson out there. There's the grab. We blitzed Luke Locke and Michael Griffin tracks him down before he can get the touchdown, and that will likely do it. They will not get a playoff? No play. That'll do it. Texans 0-4. Titans 4-0. So Vince Young, pretty nice game. Completed about 70% of his passes, 271, a touchdown in the air, on the ground. Had that meaningless pick, but, you know, the run game was pretty poor. Both running backs, you know, under 3 yards a carry. They really sold out to stop the run, wanted us to win in the air. Well, Cammy and Walker, 10 grabs for 100 yards. Hendrickson, 100 yards and a touchdown. You know, his first big game in his career. Luke Locke, 2 interceptions, and he was pretty fine in coverage. 32 yards allowed on 5 targets, but, you know, 2 interceptions will take it. Locke has been really odd because he's had his struggles, but he's forcing turnovers, so he also hasn't allowed a touchdown this year. So again, you know, yards are one thing, but hasn't allowed anybody to score on him, and, you know, got a couple interceptions. Oh boy. Something just popped up. Unexpected injury game changer. We've had this happen, I think, all the way back in season 1. It took David Stewart out for a little bit. So what happened here? Devin Smith has a severe case of the flu after getting this year's flu shot off the field. Bro, what happened? What kind of... What do you mean? He got the flu, his shot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have one of my players. Oh, Devin Smith's gonna be anti-vax now. Come on. 6 weeks! Oh my goodness! Oh, Devin Smith, he's gonna be an anti-vaxxer. Oh, he's never getting another shot again. Brother, what? 6 weeks with the flu. Well, that's no fun. Alright, well, we're down our starting corner. Who's filling in? So Jammerlock, Sammy Giddens, and we also have somebody else. We have our 5th corner. Undrafted rookie Quentin Bundy's also on the team. So we're down 20-16 in the 4th quarter here, and if you want to know why, our special teams has been on one. A 44-yard kick return that set up a drive, and Chris McAllister also ran back an 83-yard punt return touchdown. On top of that, we've missed a field goal. It's been a rough day from the special teams. Not going to say that's like the only reason why we're losing. We haven't had a good game top to bottom, but yeah, we're losing right now on the road against the Ravens. So it's up to us to try to undo that here as we're, you know, maybe on the ropes for our first loss of the season. Let's see if we can come out here, make a lead in this one. First play of the quarter. Hendrickson got open down the field and Vince Young finds him. First down and a big gain. So at the Baltimore 40-yard line, Pearson in the game to take the carry here. They got a stacked D-line, though. Not going to be favorable for us. At least he got back to the line of scrimmage. That's all I could really ask for. 2nd down and 10. Young, 2 tight ends out there on the package as we'll throw. And Young is going to try to scramble. Can't get away, though. Coverage was good. Pressure was also good. 3rd and 11. A little far out for field goal range in the rain. I'd like to get a little bit closer if we're going to try one. As Young on 3rd down and long. Down the middle, Hendrickson! And a 1st down. He's hungry, I guess. I don't know. He's eating a lot. Poor Jackson! Oh, he fumbled the ball! And Baltimore picks it up! Poor Jackson, his 2nd fumble of the season. Don't love to see that. I won't outright call it a fumbling issue, but I can't be doing that. 2 fumbles in the first 5 games. As Joe Flacco to the air. Flacco sheds a sack, but not a second one. He goes down. The Ravens trying to prove that maybe they're contenders in the AFC this year after a number of down years. You know, maybe letting Joe Flacco ride things out, and this aging defense with, you know, Ed Reed still here is still viable. Back foot throw, and tipped it, intercepted, and caught it, takes it back, touchdown. He tipped the ball off his back, turned around, picked it up, and Quentin Jammer goes to the end zone. So we really, you know, if there was a time and a place for a defensive touchdown, that might have been it for us to try to preserve this undefeated record and undefeated start to the season. Flacco hands off and up the middle, big hit. Ray Rice getting popped right there as it'll be 2nd down and 6. Flacco short drop. Flacco incomplete. 3rd down and 6. So after the interception, not able to move the ball much, and you set up in a 3rd down situation. 2 tight ends as they have Flacco, Ray Rice behind him, and he'll drop and throw. And Flacco, testing jammer, got it for the 1st. It's Troy Tatum, you know, one of the players. I think Troy Tatum might have been a draft story or was like a highly regarded draft prospect, but that play results in a sack. Couldn't even get the fake off. Tamba Ali with one of his signature explosive plays that'll sometimes deliver for us, where, you know, Holly, little boomer bust at times, but when it's a boom, it's a pretty play. Screen set up, a nice open field tackle. Regardless, still one of our big-time secondary members coming up with a stop on the screen. 3rd and 17, and Flacco. Man coverage, outside, picked off, and picked again. And not taken into the end zone this time. But we'll be set up in Raven territory. The interception, Adrian Wilson. He asked the defense to step up where the special teams is lacking. Maybe the offense not having their strongest day. Well, the defense steps up in a big way. As Young immediately bails and runs. I don't hate that, man. Blitz across the board. You know, that's pretty good job to get 7 yards on that play. Go 2nd down and 3. Board Jackson in the backfield, trying to make up maybe for that fumble, as he will get a 1st down. Bringing out the 2nd tight end once more. Daniel Graham checks in. We'll go counter. Left side. And Jackson, I would have liked him to go outside like that a little bit more. That's a odd way to get 12 yards, but I feel like if he just stayed fully left side, he could have had something even bigger there. But we'll take 12 yards. Interceptions might have been the Ravens' undoing here if they can't hold us to a field goal. 3.5 to go from the 13. Play action. And they send the blitz! They sent the corner! You left Cammy and Walker wide open, and that's a touchdown to take a 10-point lead. No big return from Baltimore, and I mean, they really had their chance. I mean, it feels like to beat a team like us, you need some of those extra things to go your way. A punt return touchdown, or, you know, missed field goals, or, you know, a defensive touchdown swinging in your favor. But you got the special teams touchdown, and as soon as you hit the 4th quarter, you started letting things swing the other way, and now you find yourselves like many teams up until this point in the season, down by multiple scores in the fourth quarter. Gave us a nice scare, but we're looking to close the deal here as Flacco throwing, and that ball caught. I mean, you know, he threw that right where the defender couldn't level him. That's actually a really good job from Flacco. Also a nice adjustment on the ball from the receiver. 2nd and inches. Ravens from the 40. As Flacco throws middle, broken up by Michael Griffin. You know, I couldn't go a game without saying Michael Griffin's name. He makes a play there, 3rd down and inches. 2 guys over that slot receiver. I'd imagine one might be blitzing here. As with 2 running backs behind them, there we go, send the corner, and Flacco throws it outside. Nice grab, 1st down. That was a good job. That was pretty solid coverage. The 2nd down and 10, Flacco is gonna have it short. Caught, turns it upfield, got space. Oh, he's gonna take it all the way. Touchdown, Ravens. Don't count out Baltimore yet. It is a 1-score game, and we're still not even at the 2-minute warning yet. All right, we turn to the rushing attack to see if we can put this one away, as the Ravens have 4 clock stoppages in their favor. Bohr tackle in the backfield, and a loss of 5. All right, 2nd down and 15. We hit the 2-minute warning as motion Graham out into the fullback slot. And with Bohr in the backfield, we go counter left. Bohr tries to cut it all the way back right. And nothing. I don't know if I should be concerned about some of the rushing struggles. Not even like it's completely Bohr's fault, but I'd have to say it's probably just down to teams selling out a little bit more. As Young, 3rd down, trying to see if he can switch the game around in our favor. It's completion. Touchdown! 70 yards! And when you needed a play to try to ice the game, there we go. Vince Young delivers to not only Ray Hendrickson, who may or may not have gotten the 1st down, but he breaks the tackle, goes all the way to the end zone, and I think we could be marching to 5-0. On a road to 5-0. Not easy, but we are looking good now as the Ravens will get a 1st down. Hurry it back to the line. We jump to 3rd down and 10. Baltimore 30-yard line. Still all their timeouts for now. It's only a matter of time, though, before they'll be forced to use them. And unless you get a big play here, you're looking like you're in dire straits, needing an onside. They'll swing it out to the flats. Ray Rice is going to not have the 1st down. 4th and 2. They'll burn a timeout. They'll try to get the right play call in, you know, gather, huddle. But, yeah, this is your game here, Ravens. 4th and 2. They'll try to run it. And Rice breaks a tackle. It can't get the 1st down. Game over for Ravens. And I will credit them for being able to, you know, put up 27 on us, but still not enough to beat us. So as we hit the end, final stats. Vince Young, 3 touchdowns and a pick, 255 yards, and a 70% completion percentage. So a really good day from Vince. For Jackson, a, you know, season high in carries. We gave him 25 this time around, but he responds with 95 yards and a touchdown. So, you know, one of those games where it was just a little bit more bore than usual. Hendrickson, 124 and a touchdown. Cammy and Walker, 66 yards and a touchdown. Sacks, Hali 2, Bates and Bullock with 1. Interceptions, Wilson, Jammer, and Michael Griffin also had a pick as well. So, good all-around day. Got to clean up some stuff with the special teams, but we're on to 5-0.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your draft update. The season is off to a dramatic start, and West Virginia will remember what happened 2 weeks ago for seasons to come. Bobby Cole threw 4 interceptions and fumbled twice as Tiny Valparaiso knocked off the number 4 Mountaineers 34-32 in overtime in a gargantuan upset. I have a feeling this loss will hurt Cole's draft stock. The rest of the month was pretty uneventful. UCLA won its first 4 games as it sits at the number 2 spot in the polls. Boston College is also off to a good start, going undefeated to start the season. I'll be back next month with another draft update.
That's kind of crazy. So he got upset by Valpo, number 14. So a little Michigan App State action there. I haven't scouted the top quarterbacks just because, like, when it comes to the top guys, you kind of pick and choose. Probably like Bobby Cole, and then we'll look at the draft story guys like Kevin Huff and everything. But we do have all the mid and lower level schools scouted. That was like our GM's thing. And then I've been looking at positions that we might need. Left tackle if we don't re-sign Dimitri Cannon. And also, because Devin Smith and Quentin Jammer's contracts are up, I thought it was important to also just take a look at cornerback. Here's a big moment for us. It's time to find out what Vince Young is going to want for his contract extension. It's our first time getting to chat with him. Currently, he's getting paid just shy of $10 million. So, he is asking for not that much, if we're being honest. I mean, this is less than what he's making right now. Like, that's not bad. Like, oh my goodness, man. Do we give him an extension just right now, right off the rip? Because here's the thing. Of course, this would be a 4-year extension. So, our options are, to pause it real quick. Our options are extend him now, regardless of what he does, good or bad, extend him now, and if we move on from him, we'll eat the penalty. It is what it is. It doesn't feel like it's going to be, like, the craziest penalty. Like, obviously, it would still hurt, but it could save us money now to do this contract and, have some sort of stability, because the alternative is let it ride all the way to the offseason and maybe franchise tag him, but the tag is going to be a lot for a QB tag. That's going to be a lot more than the 7 to 8 million that he's asking for right now. He's asking for what, 7.5 maybe. The franchise tag's probably going to be like 11, 12 million for a QB if I had to guess. So, I mean, we'd be kind of hurting ourselves by not betting on Vince Young to succeed, but it would also make it easier for us to move on from him if we wanted to, because we could tag him and then cut him or trade him with no loss. So, I think it's best to just give him the extension now, because also, if we wait till the off season and then sign him to a big extension, that would be, like a 5-year extension rather than what it would be right now, which is a 4-year. We get through this year, the bonus and the penalty we would have for getting rid of him would go down, so it would be manageable rather than, I just don't think it benefits us to just wait. Us signing this contract maybe doesn't mean that we're 100% still on Vince Young's side, because some people still think there is a reason to move on from him. I don't think this type of contract stops us from maybe still exploring our options, but I think we're putting ourselves in a really precarious situation if we go the route of just dragging this on and then tagging him. How many teams in real life get stung because they do that? They drag on the process. They get to the offseason. Oh, we gotta tag him. We're paying him a lot more. The player doesn't like being tagged. I don't think you want to anger our quarterback if he is going to be the quarterback for the next couple of seasons. I don't think it benefits us to drag this on. And if there's ever a position as well to say, hey, we need to bite the bullet here, eat a loss if we want to upgrade, you do it for quarterback. there's no other position where I'm like, oh, we might have to take a big cap penalty to move on from insert person. I think we just do the contract now, and we at least secure, at bare minimum, Vince Young, the quarterback for this team, and see where, the rest of the season, the playoffs, because I presume we're going to make the playoffs, see where everything takes us, and if we need to move on, then we'll move on. I'm fine giving him a contract, though. I don't think this is a crazy ask, and I'm happy to give him some incentives, too. And we got him for, what, $7 million a year? Is that? Like, he was getting paid just under 10. So, yeah, he's getting paid 6 now. Like, we just saved $3 million just extending him. Like, it's a team-friendly contract. I mean, just take a look. Dude, look at the quarterback market. I mean, Manning is getting 14, Brady 14, Breeze 12, Roethlisberger 11. To take a top-tier, like, number 1 overall pick quarterback like Alex Hurst, that's 10 to 11 million. Again, 10 to 11 million. Jamarcus Russell's still getting paid. But I mean, look at where the Raiders are paying 3 of the highest paid quarterbacks. Oh my goodness. Raiders, what? What? The Raiders have, that's 3 of the 10 highest paid quarterbacks are on the Raiders. That's sick. But I mean, look at where the contract lines up for like, it's so low. He's getting paid Kevin Cobb money, like Jason Campbell money, Matt Leinart and Trent Edwards a little bit more than them. Like, it's just too good of a contract. Like, that, it's so favorable for us. Like, look at his peers. Like, he's getting paid less than Jay Cutler, less than David Garrard, less than Matt Schaub, who is stinking it up in Houston right now. And then it's just rookies, 36-year-old Matt Hasselbeck. Like, regardless of what you think of Vince Young, this is objectively like a really good contract for us. It feels like a no-brainer. And like I said, the tag, if we wanted to tag him, it'd be like 12 million. So, like, it'd be like double. It feels like a no-brainer to give him that contract regardless of if he's the future guy or not. And last time I checked, we got the Seahawks pick, and they're not doing too hot. The Seahawks are 0-5. The Seahawks were a 10-win team last year who missed the playoffs, I believe. So them trading their first-round pick and, trying to maybe go all in a little bit, because it's frustrating to miss the playoffs with a winning record. We know that. We've done it before. This is not what you would have expected. So we could be picking pretty dang high, which would also be a lot of money to pay. So we're not going to pay Carlos Dansby. I'll tell you that for sure. He's our 4th best linebacker, and he walked on for like nothing. I don't plan on just giving him a couple of $1 million. It doesn't really make sense. We can find a number 2 middle linebacker for way cheaper. Somebody though who is a priority. I don't think it's a surprise. Michael Griffin's coming to the table, and I'm prepared to pay him because he is amazing. And he is a nice guy. Oh my goodness, he's getting paid 1.7, I think, right now, if I remember correctly. So this is a pay raise for him, but I know safeties in this game don't get big money, but man, you're telling me I could get him for 2.5 a year, like something like that? Like, you're telling me I could get him for just over 2 a year? Now, James Harrison, I'm not really sure I should give him a contract. Considering he's, 33 years old, but he's asking for a 1-year extension. And I've liked what I've gotten from Harrison so far. It'd be a 1-year extension. If I could get this. All right, yeah, we'll take that. I feel like these contracts are like really favorable for us right now. So we're not gonna need to step into this one. I just subbed in the backups. We're up 38-0 now. Because the backups are in, the Jags will probably start moving the ball pretty easily, but 38-0. Yeah, salute to you guys. You can take a seat on the bench. You don't need to play this one out. So we'll see if we do hold the shutout. Nope, we do not. Jaguars score a touchdown. We get the onside kick recovery. Chris Neal and company. Daniel Graham, Riley, they're all playing. I don't know why Pearson didn't take those carries, but it's whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, there's Pearson getting the ball now. Chris Neal. So Board Jackson, he could sit himself out there, rest up, and we'll take this win easily. So nice to get a nice blowout, easy game out of the way for us. 38-7 your final. Vince Young plays a very nice game where he goes for 260, a touchdown, 66 completion percentage. Board Jackson runs for 88 yards on 4 carry. Pearson, though, has his kind of big coming out party game. 66 yards, but 3 touchdowns on 14 carries. So he actually had a better game than Board Jackson. Had the touchdowns, had the better yards per carry. Interesting. Cammy and Walker, I don't even remember having this good of a game. Oh my goodness, we just force-fed him the ball, 208 yards and a touchdown for Cammy and Walker. Sack for James Harrison, pick for Freddie Bates, and moved to 6-0. My God, Cammy and Walker had 15 catches. The rest of our team combined had 6. Well, Quentin Jammer, he's 32 years old, and he wants a 1-year extension? I wasn't expecting that from Quentin Jammer. A 1-year extension for less money. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I was prepared to just maybe let Jammer go because I thought he'd ask for a lot. But he's asking for less money in a 1-year extension? I mean, if I can get him for less than 4, yeah. That's crazy. Hey, like, some of these players, I don't know if it's just because we're, like, a successful team, but, like, a 1-year extension, I'm fine with that. Like, if he, falls off hard and he's, like, not good going into his 33-year-old season, he's on a final year of his deal, we could cut him with not a lot of penalty, because, like, if we cut him now, we'd obviously eat a penalty, but next season or in the off-season, we can cut him in pretty easily. I'm gonna say, I don't think we need to hop into this game either. We're up 37-14 with the ball going into the 4th quarter. There is also a bit of an issue. It gets scary every time this happens. Boar Jackson got knocked out of the game with a leg injury. They said out for game. Obviously, we won't know the details, but that's obviously no good. So we'll have to see what that is ultimately going to do for us. But Chris Neal is running the ball now, so it's actually not even doing all that bad. But Chris Neal and Pearson kind of finishing things off. This has been a long drive, and a 20-yard field goal missed. Sick. Doesn't matter. We're gonna win. But yeah, obviously every time Board Jackson gets a injury that could be significant, it's a bit of a worry here. But we're gonna wrap things up. The Texans, they gave us a bit of a fight in the first game, but they're a 1-5 team at this point. They're not, they're not in position to do much of anything. So Matt Schaub has also been on a generationally garbage run. Like, Matt Schaub's been horrendously bad. He's basically the reason why the Texans are where they are. Believe it or not, it's probably one of his better games. He's been so bad. But Vince Young, he's been really good. How about a 300-yarder from Vince Young with an 80% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, no picks? How about also Chris Neal? 16 carries for 71 yards. Bohr Jackson, 16 carries, 63 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Pearson, 46 yards and a touchdown. So, Bohr went out. Neal stepped in, and I know most of his carries were garbage time, but he actually played pretty well. Cammy and Walker, dude, we are... Oh my goodness, another 15 catches, 190 yards and a touchdown. Keith Bullock with a sack, Wilson and Bullock with picks. So, we're on to 7-0. We are at the kind of the, soft point in the schedule. Jaguars, Texans, and then we play the Panthers. I don't know if the Panthers are really doing much this year, but the second half of the year is where it picks up. I'll show you just for reference. We have a bye week as well. So we'll have our bye week, Panthers. I have to imagine the Panthers are still bad. But then we get Colts, MVP Matt Ryan. I don't know how good the Bengals are, but Colts again, playoff team Browns, playoff team Bucks, playoff team Patriots, and I'd imagine the Broncos are probably good. Broncos are usually pretty solid. So just for reference again, Bucks are still 5-1. Ravens, hey, they're 4-2. Broncos 4-2. Patriots, they're the Patriots. Bengals are a 500 team. Panthers are actually 3-3. So they're not bad, but you could say the schedule's been mostly pretty calm for us. The Jaguars are actually a 4-3 team, and we smack them around. But the Falcons are actually doing bad. But yeah, we played the Steelers. We played the Texans twice. The Browns are bad. Okay, so some surprises here. The Bengals and Panthers are competent, but the Browns are bad. Okay, but playoff team, bad, playoff team, solid, not so good, playoff team, solid. So it's a much tougher second half of the season for us. And Bohr Jackson, do we have some info here? So Bohr is okay. Oh boy. So it is an injury report. We won't have a one-day thing. Okay. He's fine. Torn calf muscle. Not good, but he's out for 1 week and we're on a bye. The easier part of our schedule has proved to be just that. Very easy. So Bohr Jackson was actually a no-go for this game. His injury took a little bit longer than we had anticipated for him to recover from. But Alex Hurst just threw a touchdown here, and I guess it's a 14-point game now. I suppose we could hop in. With no Bohr Jackson, it has been all down to Pearson to take the majority of the carries, and he's handled it pretty fine. No real issues or complaints so far, as Vince Young on the carry. Young has had another very nice game, very clean game. He's got some touchdowns. He's got a rushing and I think 2 passing. I am correct. So if you wondered how would this offense fare with no Bohr Jackson start to finish, it's been all right. The run game obviously lacks maybe some explosiveness with Bohr, but overall we've been all right. But picked off now, and hold on a minute, picked off and taken all the way. Touchdown. I guess I spoke a little too soon. I said the offense is fine, and they have been fine. Just unfortunate pick 6 there, and that is one of those ones where I could definitely be a little bit more against Vince Young there. That's a crucial situation. We're trying to put the game away, and now you've made it a 1-score game. Still time, though, on both sides for Carolina to tie this one up, but also for us to make it right. And, with no Bohr Jackson, obviously the Carolina defense is out here focusing on trying to negate what Vince Young could do in the air. But I trust him here to go out in the air, outside, caught Cammy and Walker, who has been just absurd the last couple of weeks, and a first down. I am put in one of those situations, though, where Pearson's already touched the ball a lot, and I really don't like giving the ball to Chris Neal. I just don't trust it, Vince Young. That was a QB draw. I just kind of ran the wrong way there. I would have preferred if he either went middle or left. Just don't go right. Like I said, I would have, I would like to run the ball a little bit more. But Pearson can't, withstand the amount of carries. And Chris Neal, I just know is never a good idea to give him the ball. Like, I just don't trust him. He's not really ever been good. And as a third string running back, he's fine, but as a number 2, I don't love it. What I do love, though, is Cammy Walker for a first down. That is awesome. Cammy Walker, I mean, he always starts his seasons a little slow, but he'll start to heat up at midway point of the year, and then he's putting up those insane catch numbers. So Pearson's had a little bit of wear and tear, though, throughout this game. He's taken more carries than he ever has before, so we finally got him at enough fatigue to where I'm comfortable giving him a carry here. I try to maintain a certain threshold of fatigue, especially with players that aren't maybe it's not necessary to give him the ball. Like Boar Jackson, I'll sometimes wear down in a big game, but Pearson, he's already got like durability concerns, and he's never had this many carries, so I try not to put too much on his plate if he's running out of energy. We'll have 3.5 to go, though. Second down and 8. We're at the 43-yard line. Pearson is in, but he's in to block for a Young pass. Where Young throws it. Hendrickson plucked it. Now both running backs are in, and we will throw it here on third down and 8. Young, deep drop, got time, and throws to Surrency, and he can't bring it in. Had it in his hands, defender shoved him over, lost the ball, off the punt. Send it deep, and bounces right along the goal line. What I thought was going to be a touchback is actually backed up at the 3, and we get to see a very... I was hoping we got to hop into this one secretly, just because I want to watch Alex Hurst, the number 1 overall pick from a year ago, get in some action here. Alex Hurst and Boar Jackson were the story of an entire draft class. Unfortunately, Boar isn't active here, but Alex Hurst finally as the full-time starter for Carolina. I mean, Carolina was... Did they go 0-16 to get him? They either had, like... They had 2 wins or less in back-to-back years, I think. If I remember correctly. They were bad. They've already won more games than last year. They got 4 on the season. They're looking for number 5, so Alex Hurst has already helped kind of turn things around a little bit. I mean, to bring this Panthers team to a winning record after where the situation he walked into, already impressive. But can he keep it going? I mean, he's got Steve Smith. They spent their top pick on a running back. I don't know if he is getting a majority carries right now, but they got a first down here, and they avoid any issues potentially getting a safety. So, okay, yeah, the running back is not playing right now. Rosario is in. So they have D'Angelo Williams. Myron Wilson got hurt during the game. They also have Warwick Dunn, who's hurt. They have 3 running backs hurt. Oh my goodness, man. All right, Rosario on the carry. We have an injury now. D'Amico Ryan's out and pending x-rays. All right. That's no good. Just curious, what is their 4th string running back? 5th string now, Jeremy Johnson. Who in the world are they trotting out at running back? Oh my goodness. Jeremy Johnson is their fullback. And Dante Rosario is their tight end. They don't have a running back. Their only running back, Myron Wilson's hurt. I was confused. I'm like, Dante Rosario? I'm like, I don't remember him as a running back. I was like, that's not a running back. But yeah, I was correct. It's a tight end. I was like, I was confused. They'll throw for a completion. That's terrible. They have to rock their tight end or fullback at running back because they don't have any. That's so unfortunate. Alex Hurst, though, can he lead? Who is in there now? Because they have a 2-time. Who is that running back? Who was this? That wasn't Rosario. That wasn't the full. Is that like their backup quarterback? God Pennington. Oh no, this is what Alex Hurst has this team with a winning record. Chad Pennington just took a counter off tackle. Oh my goodness, what are we doing? Throw to the flats. If Alex Hurst wins this game, and oh, he fumbled. No, come on. We should have had that. Who messed that one up? We should have been able to pick up that ball. Dude, Alex Hurst, man, this is what he's got to deal with. This is the team he got drafted to. Poor guy. No running backs. His receiver fumbled. At least he's got Steve Smith, but minute and a half. He's already drove 37 yards down the field. Still needs a lot more. Outside, open man. Caught and knocked down at the Tennessee 34. Alex Hurst is stunning us right now because he can go on a 97-yard drive. I mean, it'd be ridiculous. A 97-yard game-tying drive. Hurst sacked. Not so fast, Alex Hurst. You lose 5. You got a minute 10 to play. Tom Bahali got in there, spreading out the field, making an adjustment, motioning somebody into the backfield. It ain't a running back. They got a receiver now in there. So they've had a receiver, a tight end, a fullback, and a backup quarterback all in the backfield at some point. As now it's a low ball caught. Give them 12. And no timeouts used quite yet. 27 yards away. They still have all 3 timeouts, but they're holding on to them. 50 seconds to go. Making an adjustment. As Hurst will motion a receiver at running back. Has another one at tight end. Will throw. He's going to go to the end zone. Over the head of the receiver. 4th and 3. So if you don't get the first down here, you will have all your timeouts to try to get a stop. But there's only 40 seconds to play, so it's not really going to matter much. Who is it at running back now? It's an offensive lineman. Just bring in an extra offensive lineman for the blocking. And it's incomplete. They threw to the fullback in the flats. That was such a ridiculous series. So they had a backup tight end, a fullback, a wide receiver, Chad Pennington, and a lineman all play running back on that drive. Thankfully, no board Jackson, no problem. Young did throw 2 interceptions. Not his best game, but 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he ran for 1 as well. Pearson, we gave him 22 carries. He had about 70 yards. I mean, but you see Chris Neal, like this dude, man. 6 carries for 1 yard. Camion Walker, his worst performance of the last 3 weeks, still 11 grabs, 146 yards. Carrier Holly, Clayton with a sack, Freddie Bates with a pick. And halfway through the season, it's the easier half of our schedule, but 8-0. And hey, last year, if it wasn't for that Colts kick return shenanigans in the first couple of weeks, I mean, we would have started last year like 8-0. I don't know. I don't even remember how far we got before we lost our second game, but we got pretty far. So, you know, we have a hot start, but speaking of the Colts, we run into them in our next game for the first time this year.
Try lining up across from Adrian Hopkins. The Bruins defensive tackle is 6'7", and get this, 378 pounds. You gotta be kidding, right? What a beast. Hopkins has led UCLA to an undefeated record so far, mostly because teams cannot run on them. I think they're giving up somewhere around 12 rushing yards per game. That's ridiculous. 12 rushing yards per game? Rutgers is up to number 7 in the polls, led by All-American candidate Nick Rain. He has 8 interceptions in his first 8 games. Not a bad average. Stay tuned to find out how the rest of the season goes.
I think I'd show you MVP at the first half of the season. Vince Young is in MVP talks. All I'll say is we got the third number 2 quarterback. I mean, right now it's a wide receiver. Damon Summers or Summers is winning. Matt Ryan's up there. Matt Ryan just puts up stats despite not winning anything, but McNabb on the Niners too. But Vince Young right now is in MVP talks. Always these Colts, man. It really is. It is a much lower scoring game than we are used to. The score is 9-7. We are leading due to a safety that we got. Our defense is helping us out, but I mean, yeah, it's Colts versus Titans, and it's going to be a battle here. Peyton Manning still with Joseph Adai. Reggie Wayne as third down and 2. That's a nice way to start the quarter. Bringing him down. We did steal one of the Colts players. That was B.B. Clayton, and it was B.B. Clayton making the play there. The punt is going to bounce out at the 4 or 5 yard line. That's good news is we do have the ball with the lead. The bad news is we got a long field ahead of us. Bohr Jackson in the backfield. It's not been the best day for Bohr against the Colts defense. He'll lose a yard. Once again, another game where teams are just selling out to stop the run. You expect that at this point, but Vince Young has had, not the craziest game, but now right back at him, a safety. All right, well, a rare game where both teams have picked up a safety now. I mean, the Colts are just a great team. Their defense is comparable to us. I mean, you've seen that they are the #1 scoring defense by a wide margin. I mean, we're 8 games into the season, and they have only allowed 100 points. Like, they're incredible right now. So, like, we just got to try to figure this one out, and I really don't want to lose to the Colts again, especially as Manning throws it outside. Reggie Wayne, first down, Titan territory to 39. But this team has just been such a pain. We finally beat them to start last season, and the kick return miracle happened. AFC Championship happened, and we feel right back to where we were as being kind of inferior to this Manning-led team. Almost an interception from D'Amico Ryans. I mean, I guess our career record against the Colts is, 1-6 at this point? Like, it's not been good. The first 2 years I can excuse maybe, but I mean, it feels like maybe it's in our heads a little bit how things went last year. They're going to get another first down and a gain of 15. They're in field goal range now, 6.5 to go. Now Manning lining up in the shotgun. He's got a tight end next to him, got Joseph Adai next to him. Still kind of the same cast of guys, Anthony Gonzalez left side. I mean, they haven't really made a whole lot of changes to these, notable players. They haven't needed to, though. Manning, gonna go Reggie Wayne's way, picked off! Intercepted! And it's Quentin Jammer to give us the ball back. Feels like we gotta ask, can the run game wake up a little bit? We've had some rough fourth quarters on the ground. It hasn't been as good as we are used to, but maybe Bohr Jackson can start to heat up a little bit here. 3-yard run. It's not like our run game is like garbage or anything. We are still second in the NFL in team rushing yards. It's not like we're struggling to run, but can we get some more consistent runs here? Bohr Jackson, there you go! Slipping through 12 yards. This is the type of spots that you want to be in, though, where Bohr Jackson, we haven't worked him too much up until the fourth quarter, and we're trying to ride him out here against this Colts team. Bohr! A fumble! And Bohr turns it over. Like, I don't even... Fumbling shouldn't be an issue here, but here we are. That's his 3rd fumble of the season. That's just no good, man. We can't be doing that. And Colts are going to lose a yard on their first down play, but they're set right back up. They threw the interception, gave it right back to him. I mean, with 2 of the better defenses in the league, we expected a defensive battle, but you don't count on Bohr fumbling. If a mistake is going to be made, it's not him that should be the one making it. A sack now on Manning. And it's really just going to come down to, those types of plays, the fumble, the interception, like who is going to set their offense up in a more advantageous spot to score. Right now, the Colts are set up in that spot. It's a 50-yard field goal from here, but 3rd down and 17. A real pivot point on this game. Can we back them up to make sure that field goal can't happen? Or can the Colts not only, maybe get into field goal range, but can they convert? Manning outside. It's caught. First down. Gain of 20. Ridiculous, man. That's what Peyton Manning will do. Gonna get some of those. Third. Just ridiculous. 13-yard line. 4 minutes to play. And now Manning will keep it in the air. Quick outside, knocked away. Quentin Jammer. It was a very quick ball to Reggie Wayne. Wasn't to be, though. Second down and 10. And Manning with the two tight end look is throwing for a short pass to the first tight end. And he's got it for a gain of 6. Got that one out under pressure, which was a nice job. But, I'm pretty sure Dallas Clark these days is gone. Jacob Tammey is gone. So it's a new tight end room. I guess that's kind of the notable thing there is just new tight ends for the team. But third down and 4. From the Tennessee 8-yard line. It's been all Manning in the air, and it's looking like it'll stay the same. A die out of the backfield into the slot. Manning, 2 yards out, off the hands of the receiver, incomplete. And they'll probably have to settle for 3. And it's a chip shot. 25-yard field goal for the lead. In just the second scoring opportunity for the Colts. Kick is... Oh, he missed it! He missed it from 25. Not often. Left hash, wide right from 25 yards out as Jackson. The backfield loses 2. At some point we will need to throw this ball, and that's going to be right about now. Vince Young, you've made some clutch moments happen before against the Colts specifically. Can you give us a game-winning drive to extend the undefeated streak? As Young, taking his time here, but finally snaps it. And throwing right down the middle. Hendrickson, open. And a gain of 25. Now 3 minutes to go. And the Colts, they're in the rough spot. Now we're going to be the one driving with the opportunity to take the lead. Play action and go into Cameron Walker. No, that wasn't Walker. I am mistaken. It's Ray Hendrickson again. And Hendrickson has it at the first down marker, 37-yard line, Indy. Ray Hendrickson's been such a big addition. I feel like, despite him being in the slot and just taking up the same, spot that Skaggs was in, he has taken over that number 2 role from Sturensey in terms of a go-to guy. As Bohr is going to get 6 yards on the first down carry. We took it down to the 2-minute warning. So it'll be second down and 4, and the favorable spot for us to try to run out this clock. Get the field goal. Hand off Bohr. Lot of room up the middle. Bohr, that's 10. Indy burned their first time out at the 1.5-minute mark. And we're going to be trying to get another first down to be able to successfully run out the clock. And a mistake from the Colts. Tried to jump the snap, and you just bulldozed our center to give us 5 yards. Try it again. It's just, we try to run this play, but now Colts can't burn a timeout. They got a penalty. First down and 5 instead. Sticking with the same idea. Bohr running, falling forward. Gain of 3. Colts burn their second timeout. So a first down here, though, we'll be able to run it all out and kick a field goal. Second down and 2. Just got to get these few yards here as we'll go. Bohr on the carry. Bohr, what are you doing? What was that? Loss of 3. All right, yeah, go crazy, Bohr. Try to do something there. It was a little too much, though. All right, if we don't get the first down, we could still run the clock all the way down to about 40 seconds to play. But can we get the 5 yards here? No reason to throw it here. Daniel Graham motions. He'll be out to block. And Bohr, it's about a yard. We'll take it, center it, and we'll be on to take a field goal. We let it run all the way down. Burn the timeout with 35 seconds to play. And the field goal. Similar distance. Kick. A different result. That one was shaky. But a 31-yarder is good. That was really close. Okay. We got the lead with 30 seconds to play. We've been here before, though. Can we close the deal? They're not going to return the kick, I don't think. Okay, we'll avoid a kick return shenanigan here, but the Colts have 30 seconds, no timeouts. I don't want to go down this road again of choking to this Colts team, that somehow, someway, they pull it out of nowhere. They have no timeouts, just don't allow anything big. Manning, outside, caught, and doesn't get out of bounds. He has 11, though, but not out of bounds. I clicked on adjustments by accident. They're going to run back and try to spike the ball here, I think, and I'm stuck in this camera angle for a second, but the Colts are going to burn a lot of time, potentially. 17, 16, 15, they snap it, as they got maybe one play. All right, I was going to say maybe they had one play to have in bounds, but instead that's incomplete. 12 seconds, so they are basically going to need a big shot, get out of bounds, maybe a penalty. Please no pass interference, guys. I'm begging ya. Manning is going to go out again. It's picked off. Tried to test the sidelines, and it's game over. We beat the Colts to move to 9-0. Who got that? It was Keith Bullock. Low scoring game, but it was enough to get the job done. Vince Young, 138, 10 of 18, had a pick, but like, what I will show you is Peyton Manning, not a whole lot better. Well, actually not better at all. Peyton Manning was much worse in this game. 4 picks, under 50%, so, you know, in this super defensive game, you know, Vince Young didn't make nearly as many mistakes. Boar Jackson also, probably his worst game ever. 25 carries, 57 yards, and a fumble. Pearson, though, 4.3 a carry. Pearson was actually pretty solid, and he got the touchdown. Hendrickson was the leading receiver today. And then sacks Keith Bullock, Tom Bahali, picks Quentin Jammer with 2, Wilson with 1, Bullock with 1. I don't know, should I be a little worried about the run game? Like, not that, like, we're not running it, you know, effectively at certain moments, but there is just, you know, we get into the fourth quarter, and when the teams sell out, it's like, man, it can get a little ugly. And Boar now has 3 fumbles, and, you know, he's played 8 games. You know, we're 9-0, but he's played 8 games, so he's 3 fumbles in 8 games. I don't know. I think we're gonna be fine. Maybe just a little bit of a rut right now for him. You know, this 3-win Falcons team is certainly something. Matt Ryan has won MVP, like, back-to-back years. This team just puts up numbers, and they got a pretty fun team. You know, Michael Turner, Harry Douglas, Laurent Robinson, Roddy White, Jason Witten. The issue is like, oh my god, who are they starting at center? A 59 overall. Oh my goodness. The issue is their defense has been pretty bad. They just are that, they're basically just kind of like the Bengals nowadays. They can't defend anybody, but they do score a decent amount of points. It's 20-17 right now. We are winning with the ball. So already they've put up more points than, you know, what the Colts did last week, but, you know, like this Falcons offense, it's a high-powered offense. As Vince Young, I'm going to have a keeper there. It'll be 4 yards on the play. Run game has been much improved compared to some of the struggles that we've had. It's been a pretty clean day on the ground. No fumbles that I know of. Pretty good yards per carry. Young to throw. He's going deep one-on-one. Camion Walker. First down. Really good throw. Camion Walker just giving him the opportunity to go up and snag that one. Defender couldn't do much about it. Let's go on the ground this time around. Boar Jackson going counter left. Jackson is hit hard. And nothing there. 2nd down and 10 instead. As Young under center, we're going to go drop back, throw this ball off play action. And Young throwing down the left side, and there's Quentin Surrency. Surrency's been very quiet in this video. I can't remember actually calling his name much at all. But he makes a nice grab there. You know, let's go, like, bust out some plays that we don't, you know, usually use. I've kind of put the rollout plays in the bin a little bit. Let's try it here. Rollout, throw, caught. And Hendrickson, they get 8 yards. Second down and 2. 8-yard line of Atlanta trying to move it to a 2-score game as Young, keeper, Young, got the first, got the end zone, touchdown Vince Young. And a really good drive from Vince. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. What the heck was that kick return? Oh my goodness. He only got to like midfield despite breaking like 4 tackles. Who the heck was doing all of that, man? Why is Matt Ryan wearing number 14? That looks so weird. Ew. It looks gross. Sacked. It's funny, like both the rookie quarterbacks from this game, Flacco and Matt Ryan, are both like not wearing the right numbers. Like that just looks weird. Alright, well, we'll take the sack there. Second down at 17. Ryan over the middle and almost picked off. Quentin Jammer on that one. Jammer's been having a nice couple of weeks. Also on that sack on first down, there was B.B. Clayton. So we got third down and 17 as Ryan trying to, keep his MVP run going here. But I doubt, even with all the statistics in the world, if he's going to, come out here and be 3-7, 3-8. It's not gonna really matter. That ball almost picked. 4th and 17. They will opt to punt. It is a pretty far ways away, so and trust their defense as the that's a terrible punt. Oh my goodness. You might as well have just went for it. Yeah, that is definitely a situation where if you were able to audible, that would have been a nice one to just immediately throw one out quickly to left side. Second down and 12, though. We'll throw it this time. Young, in the face of pressure, gets it out to Heath Miller. It's going to be just no gain on the play. Third down and 12. Young got Pearson in the backfield this time. We'll let him run this little route here as we motion him out into the slot. And we'll throw right down the middle, Heath Miller. Wide open. Heath Miller just juked somebody out. And a first down, gain of 21. I don't recall many times we've gone to Heath Miller on back-to-back plays, so that's pretty nice. Getting some variety in here, midfield, 4 minutes to go as Young, I formation. Short drop, and can't really get that throw off properly. It's an incomplete pass. Yeah, those short drops are really dangerous. Line up in the shotgun this time around. Bohr in, 3 wide, Miller in as well. As will go Young, immediately scrambles, and Vince Young is not able to shed a tackle, but he'll have 5 on the play. Third down now, Pearson back in. It's a healthy rotation, especially since, the times where I want running backs into block. I don't know if I want to use some of Bohr's fatigue here to be a blocker. But we'll have Pearson into block and a quick run from Young again. Young got the first down and more. How about another 17 on the play? I don't know, but Vince Young is playing really well. I know it's against the Falcon defense, so I don't know how much you're going to count for that, but he's playing really well right now as Bohr on the carry, goes outside. Bohr Jackson gets the edge! Bohr not able to find the end zone, but he gets all the way to the 5, gain of 23. Now we'll try to hammer it inside the tackles. As we'll move, okay, I like that. We're moving Heath Miller into a fullback spot. Bohr sheds the tackle and avoids a loss. He'll get 2. It was an injury timeout. I don't even know who really got hurt, if it was on our team or their team, but there was an injury timeout. Second down and goal. Young, we're going to throw. And Young, nope, he's going to run. Vince Young, another rushing touchdown. And we'll take a 3-score lead. Falcons have moved it all the way to the 26-yard line now as Ryan short, wide open. That's Harry Douglas. And a first down to the 16. No, not quite a first. They'll call it 2nd and inches. And hurrying it back to the line. Right in the red zone. Maybe just trying to add on to those numbers of his. As he will have a first down. And goal to go. An incompletion. 2nd down and goal. 7 yards out. And Matt Ryan sacked. And they'll have to hurry it back to the line. 3rd and goal from the 14. as D'Amico Ryans got in there. A minute to play. And just looking for some statistics maybe. Trying to pad out that MVP resume right into the air. And end zone touchdown. Harry Douglas. Got the onside kick though. Just to see if a miracle is possible. That's a high bouncing ball. And it's still on the ground. Finally picked up. And that was such a high bouncing ball. We got a penalty and an injury. My goodness, what the heck was that? Penalty, injury? Sure, we'll wrap it up there. All right, that'll be game. I did play out the last like 40 seconds just because I wanted to get a look at some backups, just to kind of, see what else we have here. Nothing crazy happened. I let Riley throw a couple of passes. He was all right. 3 of 5. But Vince Young, 16 of 22 and a touchdown. He also had 2 rushing touchdowns. Boar Jackson, 100 yards and a touchdown on pretty good efficiency. So nice bounce back from him. Surrency actually was the big receiver today, 98 yards. And Pearson caught a touchdown as well. Sacks, B.B. Clayton, D'Amico Ryans, no picks, but overall, pretty nice day. So we're on to the fourth quarter in this game against Cincinnati. Cincinnati not doing too well this season. We're up 24-6 with the ball, in position to score. I don't think we need to hop into this one. I'll see how this drive goes. Yeah, we immediately get inside the red zone, inside the 10. Looks like we're going to get a field goal. Yeah, I mean, we're up 27-6 with 6 minutes to play. We don't need to. I mean, this is a Bengals team that probably isn't going to be able to make a comeback here. But they are going to drive to our red zone, 3 minutes to play, touchdown taken off the board due to penalty, and then a no-good field goal, which, yeah, sure, take a field goal for some reason. Yeah, we'll be done with this. Young, a very odd game from him, very uncharacteristic. He was 15 of 32, but he threw for 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. So, a rare inefficient game. Boar Jackson, just shy of 4 yards a carry. Camion Walker, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Sack from Freddie Bates. And the Luke Locke pick was also joined by a Michael Griffin and Quentin Jammer pick. We are still undefeated every single week. We continue to win. We move closer and closer to like this rare air of getting 10-0, 11-0. Can we get to 12, 13? Can we go all the way? Here we go again. We're losing to the Colts. And our undefeated season is in real jeopardy. We're down 24-13. The Colts have the ball, and they're at our 40-yard line. Joseph Adai on the carry. And a 2nd and 5 turns to 3rd down and 5. But we made it this far with the undefeated record. We're able to handle the Colts in a very defensive game last time. This one, a little bit more offense being played. Still not by that much, but Peyton Manning's had a better day than the number of interceptions he threw against us last time around. He's having a cleaner game as we send the blitz in off his back foot. Floating in, Anthony Gonzalez. 1st down. And the pressure was in. Just a good job for Manning to get it out. Vince Young, on the other hand, has had a pretty poor game when it comes to protecting the ball. He's got a pair of interceptions. Not something he usually does, which is throw multiple picks in a game, but last 2 games haven't been all that pretty for him. It is what it is, and that one, speaking of interceptions, Michael Griffin should have had it, and we really could have used that. There is still this outside chance where, if the end of the season goes in the way of the Colts, then, they win this game, we drop another few, they could steal the division from us. It's not impossible. Incompletion. The Colts have 3 losses. Presumably, I feel like they need to win out after this game to get to 13-3. As much as, our end of season schedule does pick up a little bit with the game against the Patriots and, the Colts games, and we play the Broncos, and, as much as that is an issue, I don't anticipate us going and losing 12 or going 12-4, to close the season with like a 1-4 stretch. But we did a nice job to get a stop, and oddly enough, they're going to punt the ball here from the 34. No 51-yard field goal. I mean, after the last games that they've played against us, they've had some troubles kicking the ball, so maybe they're just going to rely on their defense, make us drive down the field here. It's also been another game where the Colts key in on the running attack, and we've tried to mix up some stuff, do some different things. Hasn't really worked all that well, but we'll go Bohr Jackson here, and it'll be no gain. But up until this point as well, this has been kind of the type of game where the people who are very much negative on Vince Young, non-Vince Young believers, this is the type of game that they'll maybe point to. But can Vince Young pull off a comeback here as a nice completion to Cammy and Walker down the field to the 42? We'll go 1st and 10 after a gain of 30 yards on the play. Still 6 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to make something happen. Walker is there. Actually, no, that's Sorensen, I believe. Oh, the catch. Taken all the way. 50 yards and a touchdown. Vince Young to Quentin Sorensen. Nice job on 2 plays. We get it all the way back to a 1-score game here. Will it be a 3-point game, though? Handoff. Bohr Jackson right up the middle. 2-point conversion is good. They're doing this nonsense. We have 96 approval. We don't need to listen to you, even though that is a pretty big hit. We don't need to listen, though. I can do my own thing. We're kicking it deep. We don't need it onside. I know my approval is going to tank if I lose this game, but we're starting at such a high point at 96. It's going to go down probably to like 86 right now. And what is it? It's at that 86. So if we lose this game, it'll probably drop below 80. But we're not getting fired off this game. Unless you're in that situation where you believe my inability to put away the Colts in some of the biggest games is going to be what is my downfall. But we got to win on them already this season. And Joseph Adai, tackle for a loss. Trying to get to that 16-0 mark. I mean, I've never done anything like that in this game. I've never gone undefeated in a season. Too much chaos happens for you to go undefeated. And the fact that we are at this point right now with the chance to make it happen is incredible. Peyton Manning is gotta throw it outside. Gonzalez can't hang on. Luke Locke there to jar it out. 3rd down and 12. And now feeling the pressure a little bit. We got him on a 3-point game. 3rd down, handoff, a die. Not going to have it. They were pretty content conceding there. Maybe they believe, hey, you're not going to get another 58-yard touchdown against this number 1 ranked scoring defense by a wide margin, too. Like, the Colts I think we're at game 11 for them as well. They've only allowed like 120 points in like 11 games. Like, they are out of control. So we are already well above their season average of what they allow. A minute ago, we were down by double digits. Now we have the ball and in a 1-score game. So we can go run the ball here. Bohr Jackson has got a nice lane, and we'll take about 7. Go 2nd down and 3. 2 tight end package here in the shotgun. As we will hand Bohr's way. Jackson loses 2. 3rd down and 5, and we call to Vince Young to throw it here. He drops back, and Young is going to go short. Walker breaks a tackle. Kevin Walker breaks another. And Kevin Walker for 20. There's sometimes where it's like, man, Kenyon Walker, he doesn't have a lot of rack opportunities, but the ones he does get, he's hard to bring down. We'll go Bohr's way, and that's a nice hole up the middle, and he's breaking a tackle, getting to the 1st down marker, gain of 13. So a new set of downs, in position to tie it from in the Indy 32. We'll throw here on 1st and 10. As Young, nice protection, throws it along the sidelines, and knocked away. 2nd down, as we'll go in the I formation. Move Walker. No one follows, so extra man unblocked out there potentially. We have an injury also to look at. Bohr is going to have a solid game, though. A couple of nice runs in this 4th quarter. Richard Emanuel, though, our starting center, our, all-pro center is out. Have to make do without him, though. We've really tried to help our O-line depth, and I think we have guys on the bench that we're confident in. So 3rd down and 4. Young, he'll try to scramble, and Young, first down. He's making a move, trying to at least, but gets swarmed, but too late to stop him. He's got the first. Now in the Colts red zone. And never mind, we're right back out of it. False start. Well, now 1st and 15, never ideal. It was a Logan Mankins false start. Would have thought it would be just the new center walking in, but we'll go with a drop back pass here. And over the middle, Hendrickson will get us 8 on the play. Clock approaching 3 minutes, 2nd and 7, 17-yard line. Board checks back in to take a carry here as Jackson is falling forward. He just somehow turns that into a 1st down and goal from the 9. The split shotgun look here. Jackson in, Lorenzo Neal in as well, as we'll go play fake and end zone. Oh no, picked up. Oh no. Oh boy. People are not gonna like that one. I'm not actually benching Vince Young. I'm just doing it for the approval. I'm doing it for the optics. We're putting Vince Young right back in. We're not. I'm doing it for the optics. I want my approval back. I shouldn't have lost my approval for, kicking it deep. Not over, though. We still have 2.5 minutes. I mean, Vince Young had been playing so good on the 4th quarter until that play. Like, everything was rolling, so unfortunate, but we just got to turn to the defense here as Joseph Adai is going to have a solid one. That'll be 6 yards. We'll take it to the 2-minute warning. The undefeated season is falling through our fingers right now. The Colts on the verge of pulling it off. Adai! It's 3rd and 1. Can the defense get the stop here? 3rd down and 1. Game on the line for us in the undefeated season. He's got to step forward, but he's not going to be able to get there. Nice job from 3 defenders to all get out there. 1 got stiff-armed. It's okay. We got 2 others. Vince Young has had a cycle of earlier times in this series where he'll dig us a hole and then dig us out of it. And, oh my goodness, that's a false start. All right, well, to set the stage once again, Vince Young has had situations where he's dug us a hole, then he's dug us out of it, and then I maybe give him more credit than what some people would like, because it's like, well, he got you in that position in the first place. Vince Young has dug us a situation here where we are down by 3. We very well could have the lead, or at the very least have a tie game, if it wasn't for the fact that he threw that interception. I'll throw the other 2 interceptions out the window and just say, if he didn't throw that last interception, we would be tied or winning this game. But he's thrown 3 in this game. He has dug us a hole that we might lose our undefeated season because of it. And now Vince Young with the opportunity here. Time to throw it. Walker can't hang on. It dropped everybody in coverage there. That was a lot of time, though. I still feel like, as well, 65 yards of field in front of us at 1.5 minutes. Like, we can run it here, especially if Board Jackson can get us some nice yards. Make it worthwhile. He does make it worthwhile with a 10-yarder. See, we'll take that. 10 yards, we'll take that inbounds. Don't need to rush yet. We got now, I don't know what field goal range is looking like for us. I'd say probably 20 yards for field goal range. As Young, he'll try to scramble, and that's really unfortunate. Was that our backup center? I don't know, maybe I seen it wrong. If it was our backup center, though, that let that block slip, and that's just really unfortunate there. We would have had Richard Emanuel, I would imagine. That would have been held up. As Young sacked David Stewart. Not a good job there. Robert Mathis just detonated him. And now we got 45 seconds, 3rd and 14. Now a little bit more of a sense of urgency here as Young is going to try to scramble. Young, no! fumble! Oh boy. Well, that's game. That was a rough one. That was a rough one. We've lost our undefeated season. It's all right. It's all right. Super Bowl is what we're chasing after. Undefeated season would have been nice. Of course, if there was any team that was going to beat us, it was going to be the Colts. He threw for 300 yards, which is, you know, he doesn't often throw for 300. Also ran for 55. Boar. It's, I don't know, man. Last two games have been pretty rough for Vince Young, but we're going to hope it's not a cold streak or anything, and it's just, you know, 2 off days, and we can close strong here. I mean, the loss isn't what worries me. It's like, hey, can we finish strong? We had a hot start to last season, lost a couple of games towards the end, lost the division because of it. The Colts stole it, and then, you know, now I'm worried, like, hey, is Vince Young on a cold streak? Well, that wouldn't be good. Also, it's the Colts, man. It's just the Colts. I'm just tired of these Colts. Also, we have Richard Emanuel injury report, so, dude, are we dead serious? Dude, torn quad. Out for the season. The second time he's sustained a season-ending injury. Dude, he's so good. But, man, the second season-ending injury in his career in 4 games into his rookie season, blows out his knee, plays a full second year, is incredible. And then this year, now, 12 games in, so he's going to miss. Not only the last 4 games, the last 4 games I'm not sweating. If it was like a month-long injury, it is what it is. But the fact that he's going to miss the playoffs is just brutal. Brother, look at the Colts, man. They literally have allowed 57 less points than everybody else. We have the number 3 scoring defense, and we're really close. It's us and the Buccaneers. But, like, dude, how have the Colts managed to lose 2 other games when they're outscoring their opponents by 140? For perspective, they have a better plus-minus than us and the Bucs. Like, it's ridiculous.
The college football regular season is drawing to a close, and a few players have used November as a springboard to increase their draft stock. Utah running back Ashton Wilder finished the season with 1,653 rushing yards, capping a career that puts him in 4th place all time. He's not the biggest or fastest back, but I have a feeling he can contribute in the NFL right away. Cincinnati's D'Angelo Marshall went over 2,000 yards last week, reaching that milestone for the 2nd year in a row. On the defensive side of the ball, linebacker Mario Martinez has had a great season for the Longhorns. He leads the team in tackles, sacks, and forced fumbles. I can't wait to see this kid line up on Sundays.
Now hold on a second. A lot has gone on in this one. All right. So we're smacking the Browns right now. Let's get that out of the way. 35-7. Going into this game, Boar Jackson got hurt going into the game. Like, he got hurt in practice. We're pending an injury report. So no Boar Jackson for this game has not mattered. Vince Young has also played out of his dang mind in this one as well. To the point where we're like, I don't know what's going on here. You'll see the stats in a bit, because we're not hopping into a game where we're up 35-7. But yeah, Vince Young, man, I don't even know what to make of it. We're gonna sub Riley in and put in some of the other backups. So yeah, you can see it's unfortunate. Boar got hurt. We're just going to hope it's not a major injury, though. That's going to be the thing here. We're going to let Riley ride things out and see what he can do with some reps with the main guys. I'm not going to fully sub in all the backups. I just kind of want to see, Riley get some play time here. And there's just 3 minutes to play, but I guess we got to worry about Bohr. He's never had like a major injury, but he's gotten knocked around a couple of times, missed some games here and there. Mostly he'll get knocked out of a game, but the Browns score a touchdown late, minute to play. We're still going to end up winning this one by 21 points. I don't even think Riley ended up throwing. But Vince Young, how about this? 5 touchdowns, 300 yards, 28 of 36. So he goes and has, the worst 2-game stretch that he has had in a little while. Then he comes out here and I think that's a career high. I don't think he's thrown 5 touchdowns before. But coming out here throwing 5 touchdowns, yeah, that's awesome. Pearson, nothing crazy. Chris Neal was terrible. Cammy and Walker, 17 catches for 170 yards and 2 touchdowns. Sorensen, 2 touchdowns. Hendrickson with a touchdown. I don't even know what to make of that. Locke got a pick. Michael Griffin got 2. We had no sacks as a team, but we moved to 12-1. But now it's like we're on a little bit of a roller coaster here because we destroyed the Bengals, but Young plays bad. We lose our undefeated streak. Vince Young plays terrible. Then Vince Young goes and sets a career high for touchdown passes and throws 5 touchdowns and doesn't even need to play the fourth quarter because of how good he was playing. All right. It's just going every which way. I know the Browns weren't a good team, so we're going to have to really get the test here against the Buccaneers. It's 1 seed in the NFC versus 1 seed in the AFC in our 14th game of the season. Also, Bohr Jackson. Oh, boy. An actual injury. Tricep strain out 1 week. Okay. We can manage. So that means this will be his 3rd missed game of the season because he missed one earlier. I believe it was with the Panther game or something like that. He missed this past one. He'll miss the game against the Bucs. So really unfortunate to miss a big game against the Bucs. Also, Colts lost. Who did the Colts lose to? Okay, well, the division is basically ours. What the heck did the Colts lose to? The Jags? What? Okay, sure. All right, well, yeah, I mean, 12 and yeah, we win the division because look at the divisional records. We're 5-1 in the division, 3-3. So we have essentially, yeah, we've locked up a first-round bye. Taking on the NFC's number 1 seed, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, at home, 17-10. We are on top, Buccaneers football. So we got a close 1-score game. The Buccaneers trying to tie it up here as Kellen Clemens, first play of the quarter, is a sack. So it's an interesting team. They were, first-round bye team last year. I believe it was 13 wins. Behind Josh Johnson, they go, let Josh Johnson walk in restricted free agency, receive a 1st and a 3rd from the Cowboys, replace him with a much, less good quarterback in Kellen Clemens, still producing similar results. We're going to have a pass interference here that is going to give him a 1st down, completely undo the sack, but, it is a little interesting, like, what happens if this, Buccaneers team got a good quarterback, like a really good one, wasn't rocking Kellen Clemens. They're already the number 1 seed in the NFC. Now imagine if they had a franchise quarterback, because they've got some pretty nice weapons here. I think Brandon Marshall's on this team. Todd Heap is the tight end. They go with a counter run, and I actually am a little bit curious who else is on this team, because I believe at the start they did do restricted free agency in year 1, where they got Brandon Marshall for like a 1st-round pick or something. Ernest Graham and Ahmad Bradshaw, Todd Heap. You got a Pro Bowl left tackle, Pro Bowl center, Davin Joseph at guard. I mean, Gaines Adams, Barrood. Cornerback room not too hot, but you got an 89 safety and a 90 safety. And then another safety over here is starting who's at a Pro Bowl, type of play. So it's a really talented team playing well. As it's a pass short, caught, not far though. 3rd down and 7, the situation for Kellen Clemens. I would be really terrified of this team though if they actually got a franchise type of quarterback, as they'll motion out the running back and clear it for Kellen Clemens. That's a nice grab. 1st down. I mean, with it being 1 seed versus 1 seed, could you say potential Super Bowl preview here? You'd have to imagine that is in the realms of possibilities. That throw is caught. Luke Locke was in coverage. And Locke, catches a lot of interceptions, but does allow a decent amount of yards as well. So he's kind of that, high variance corner on the team here. As they'll go handoff. Graham spins off a tackler. And Graham not going to get anything. And there's a penalty. So we'll make it 1st and 20 with the hold. Buccaneers set back. This is a team very much more defensive than offensive, so, probably never a good idea to just throw Kellen Clemens back there with a lackluster running back and in a 1st and 20 situation, but they will go play action. Off his back foot, caught! A lot of grabs, but you just putting it up there, and, I mean, hey, it keeps working. So, I guess, why stop? 2nd down and 1, though, from the 8. As motioning out wide as Clemens. Throwing. Time. And no! Touchdown! Buccaneers tie it up. And even though the 1 seed is almost completely locked up, we obviously want to win this one. As Brandon Marshall for the touchdown. We're kind of back to how we felt pre-Bohr Jackson, because Bohr is not playing in this one, where it's like, man, looks a little ugly when Bohr isn't in there and you don't have a viable, great starting running back. Pearson is still kind of coming along. He's had his moments. He's definitely a solid backup. But Vince Young's going to take off and run. He actually slides. I don't think I ever remember Vince Young sliding, but hey, do your thing. Protect yourself. I will say Pearson, though, definitely much better than Chris Neal. I think that's pretty obvious that he's a better player than Chris Neal, but, definitely not someone we're, eyeing to be someone we want starting and taking 20-plus carries as he loses a yard there. Make it 3rd down and 8 as Young will be in the shotgun. And with Pearson next to him, that's going to be a false... I feel like there's been more false starts. My goodness. All right, we'll take it, though. Makes the situation a lot easier. 3rd down and 3, we can kind of open up the playbook a little bit more as Young under center will drop. Will have time outside, and I don't think Pearson was aware of the sidelines. All right, well, now the Buccaneers have the ball in a position to where they can take the lead. That's a penalty on us. I was going to say, is another penalty. And that one's probably going to be a face mask, so fun. Move them ahead into Titan territory. And 5 minutes to play. We're definitely kind of outmatched when it comes to being able to control the game on the ground. Our only loss this season being to the #1 defense. Coincidentally enough, we could find ourselves having our 2nd loss of the season, and that's to the #2 defense. As I'm hitting the backfield. Nice job. That was Keith Bullock getting in there. Still, though, we don't gotta, stress too much, considering they would still need a 1st down roughly for field goal range. 1st down would make it a 50-yarder. 4.5 to play. As Clemens is thrown off his back foot again. Adrian Wilson. It was in his hands, and he couldn't hang on. Overthrows across the middle. Gotta be capitalized on. And Adrian Wilson, he doesn't drop a lot of picks. Like, Michael Griffin drops a lot of picks. But Adrian Wilson, not so much. 3rd down and 13. And Clemens, open! 1st down. That's just... I feel like that was a call I didn't agree with. That was a little too aggressive, I felt like. You don't need to send the house on 3rd and 13 and leave that much space in the middle of the field. I guess, though, we're really just not taking Kellen Clemens seriously. Jim Schwartz, definitely one of those coordinators where if he doesn't think that your quarterback is a serious human being, he'll just pressure you and pressure you and pressure you and force you to make throws under pressure off your back foot and everything. And to his credit, Clemens is making them. 10-yard run here as well. Right about the 4-minute mark as from the 13, they go in motion. Tight end moving to the right. They got a fullback in there as well. Counter right. And slips a tackle. Graham first down. And bring in 2 tight ends once more. Heavy up in the, run formations. But they'll throw it this time. And that is Keith Bullock getting in, pressuring, and swatting the pass. 2nd down and 10. As they go with a little bunch formation here. 3 receivers. They motion one out. Pretty similar, setup to what they had for the touchdown earlier, but that's not going to be anything. They lose 3. My goodness, Keith Bullock is flying. That was a tackle for loss for Bullock once again, so Bullock is putting the team on his back defensively. 3rd down and 13. Play action. Clemens to Marshall. Incomplete. Jammer was there. They'll settle for 3. And another short field goal situation to give them the lead. See if they knock this one through from just 32 yards out. Kick is off the upright. No good. Dude, it's Janikowski missing. Teams miss some short field goals on us. It's crazy. The field goal range is roughly 40 yards away for us, so can Vince Young lead us on a game-winning drive? Young is going to go dead middle. Oh, he got a little bit more on that one. A little bit more loft. That was a tough throw to make. I appreciate the ambition, but not happening. 3rd down and 9. Trying to avoid the 3 and out as Young is going to go out into the flats, and Pearson wouldn't have mattered if he caught it or not. It'll be 4th down. 37-yard line. So now the Buccaneers, they just missed a 32-yarder. Janikowski obviously got one heck of a boot. Accuracy may be a little sporadic, but they don't need to go far to get in Janikowski range. 2:45 to play. As off the edge, he got pressure, but there was an open man. Around midfield, 2:40 to go. They will try to run and shoot it through. I think that's D'Amico Ryans. Linebacking core is just so awesome, man. I love them so much. 3rd down and 11. And they're going to go play action. Off his back foot again. Picked up. Michael Griffin. You can't keep getting away with dangerous overthrown balls over the middle. Not on this DB unit, as Michael Griffin snags it. Once again, we ask, can Vince Young do this game-winning drive? We'll motion out Pearson into the slot, and Young throws quickly. Walker! Got it! Carrion Walker into Buccaneer territory. I'd say we have the distance to where a 1st down puts us in field goal range, but obviously you want to get closer than that. Prefer not to try one from 50 plus. We got to get there first as Young, keeper. Young shoots a tackle. Vince Young, 1st down. And what a run for Vince Young to turn what would have been maybe 2 yards into 11. We're letting that clock roll a little bit. 1:15 to go. Heavy package. Pearson on the carry. And Pearson would have liked them to just stay north and south. Buccaneers will use a timeout 1 yard. 2nd down and 9. Buccaneers after their first timeout will go Young. Keeper again. Vince Young got the 1st down. Once more. How about another 12-yard run? Another handoff up the middle. Pearson burst down, and it's goal to go. We burn the timeout with 3 seconds to play. Send the field goal unit on 22 yards. Chip shot field goal to lock up the 1 seed. Kick is good. We win the 13th game of the season. We beat the NFC's #1 seed. And with 2 games left, 2 games to spare, we have locked up the 1 seed. Vince Young, nice game from him. 2:41 2 touchdowns, ran it very well, had, 6 yards a carry, 50 yards. Was definitely the best rusher on the team. Camion Walker, big day. Of course, Bates, Lacey, Harrison with the sack. 2 picks for Michael Griffin. I said Cedric Griffin for a second. Wrong DB. Michael Griffin with 2 picks. Keith Bullock with the pick. Guys, what if I told you we maybe do have something to play for? This is ridiculous. Ain't no way this is a thing right now. We might have like a all-time week MVP race where stat pad Matt Ryan with a 4-win team is up there. Old Torrey Holt and old Donovan McNabb is there at the top, though. We could imagine the chaos, man. Vince Young MVP. We get a Vince Young MVP. We can make it happen. All right, Patriots fighting for their playoff lives are making it a tough one for us. It's a snowy game here in New England. 17-10 your score, where much like the Buccaneers game, it is close, but a sack. I feel like we start every quarter. Whenever we're on defense, I feel like every time the first play is just a sack. But Patriots are now at the 26-yard line after losing 5 yards. But they're trying to tie this one up. And a loss here, I feel like is... I guess it's not technically full elimination, but it would be just about elimination for the Patriots. So their backs are against the wall. They got, I think Randy Moss still not playing. Maybe he is. I actually don't know. I should probably check. But they've had injuries. They've had some troubles. Wes Welker's out there, though, still. Brady to throw it. And over the middle. That's short. And breaking a tackle, not 2. And that will be 4th down. Is Moss back from injury? That's probably a crucial one to look at. And no, he's still out with a dislocated toe. So yeah, no Randy Moss for them. They're gonna settle for a field goal. Yep, field goal try to make it a 17-13 game. Short kick and kick. Oh my goodness. What in the world? We have insane field goal luck this year. We also, after his 2-week injury, welcome back Boar Jackson to the lineup, which is nice. Get him geared up for the playoffs. I know it's not been as good of a year for Boar this season, but, a couple of injuries and, some troubles I feel like have sparked on this team offensively. You couldn't expect it to be, quite as dominant as it was in his rookie season. My only real, issue, if you want to call it an issue, which it may not even be, is just don't have as many explosive, chunk runs. It's a lot of, really nice, consistent, and that's an issue, too! It just fumbled the ball! Boar, what is going on? That's fumbled again. But that means he's fumbled already this game? You're telling me this is the second fumble of the game? Yeah, it is. Oh, Boar, what is the issue? Why are you fumbling all of a sudden? He wasn't a issue fumbling last year, and he had way more carries. I don't understand. All right, well, Brady brought down. Another loss of 5. That's going to go down as a sack, even though he just couldn't get the handoff through. But what's the issue with Boar? I'll have to figure that out with the coaches. Hey, I'm looking at the running back coach. What's going on, man? Throw down the middle. Lawrence Maroney, 1st down. It's it ain't me. I'm not making a fumble. That ain't play calling. Don't dictate fumbles. I've given him less of a workload, so it's not I'm wearing him down to the ground. I've given him way less carries this season. I gave him a backup running back to relieve the pressure and the dirty work. So I don't know what's going on. As Brady completion, it's just a yard. It's just frustrating, especially since his fumbles are bad fumbles. They're not oh, you can You know, like sometimes Vince Young will throw a pick and we're winning by like 20 points, and it's like, it is what it is. But like his fumbles are high leverage situations, big games. Like he fumbled against like the Colts, he's fumbled twice against the Patriots, he's fumbled earlier in the season in a close game, I think. It's just not been like ideal. As the handoff for the tie, New England in the end zone. Lawrence Maroney ties it up. I don't know. What do you think's the issue here? Because it's like the offensive line is good. I know Richard Emanuel is hurt, but he was here for most of the season. The offensive line is pretty good. Young. Oh, come on. Oh, it's a stupid sack. Oh, come on. All right, man. It's just 3rd and 16. I mean, I shouldn't be like stressing or anything too much, but like I feel like these are signs going into the playoffs. Like I know we got the 1 seed, we don't need to win this game. Cammy and Walker with the grab, that's actually close. 4th and inch, we're going for this. We're going for this. I don't need to think about it. 4th and inches, we got this. Like I was saying though, I feel like there are these signs where, you know, the run game isn't as good as he was last year. He's had some injuries. Let's go Vince Young keeper though. Young running through a man. Vince Young. Oh, he gets around and goes. Vince Young breaks one more. Touchdown. From 4th and 1 to a 57-yard touchdown run for Vince Young. Is that your MVP? Vince Young really just said, hey, the run game, you got fumbles from Bohr. It's been I talked about how it's been a little bit of a downturn in the ground game this year, I feel like, compared to last year. The excitement a little lower in that regard. Vince Young says, I'll do it myself. Toss it out. Lawrence Maroney, and he might have just, I mean, with 4 minutes to play, could be having a dagger in the hearts of the Patriots' playoff hopes here, because they got to go down the field and drive 80 yards for a touchdown if they're going to want to keep their playoff dreams alive. And, you know, to be able to knock out Brady, you know, that's already a big name out of the playoffs if we could do that. It leaves us with just, you know, the Bills, who are looking like the other first-round bye team, and Peyton Manning, obviously, even if he's the wild card. We know what Peyton Manning does to us and what this Colts team is able to do. And, you know, they've already handed us the only loss of the season, but yeah, of course I'd be scared if the Patriots made the playoffs at 9-7. Like, I think this is important for us to knock them out, especially since they would be a wild card team, and if we're the 1 seed, we play, you know, the lowest seeded winner. The Patriots go and win a playoff game, we'd have to play them immediately in the divisional round. That's a tough draw. Brady in the divisional round off a first-round bye. I don't want to do that. Just take them out now. Take them out now. 3:30 to go. Maroney tackled, and there goes Keith Bullock with another nice play. The other thing, though, what it could mean is if the 6th seed is like a not good team that ends up losing to the 3 seed, the Colts win, we'd have a divisional game against the Colts, which that's a tougher draw, but you know, it feels inevitable that we could end up running into them again. Maybe I'm, you know, betting too much on the Colts just winning their playoff game, but like their record is better than what will end up being maybe a 12-win team. Their record is better than that, which is crazy to say. But we're a 1-loss team right now. We could have finished the season 14-2, 15-1. The Colts are 14-2 good. Patriots are punting. All right. They trust themselves to get a stop. And the punt, will it bounce favorably? It's, come on. Oh, come on. What kind of bounce was that? At least it's like at the 7 and not like the 2. Well, we can go and grab a couple of first downs. We could cut the Patriots season potentially short here. We'll go Bohr. Loses a yard. My goodness, man. Let's go dive. I mean, it's kind of one of the go-to run plays we have, especially when we're struggling. So, see if we can run one right up the middle. I like the look that we have. Bohr actually breaks a tackle and gets 5. We'll give him 4. Patriot timeout. First down kind of completely changes everything here. And you know I'm going to let Vince Young have a chance to put the dagger in the Patriots' hearts here. Vince Young, 3rd down and 7. Game wouldn't be 100% over, but the chance of the Patriots winning would go down quite a large amount. Young, it's caught! First down, Ray Hendrickson. It's a really good grab for Hendrickson. He took a shot there. 3rd down and 12. Probably not going to get the first down here. It's all right. As Bohr runs through a man. Jackson! I actually got close. Don't tell me to go for it, please. That'd be stupid. Don't do it. I don't think they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it, aren't they? Oh my goodness, man. So stupid. Oh, why not, man? At this point, I don't care. I want, like, we got dangerously low on approval last season. I mean, as long as we don't snap it too soon, right? As long as we don't do any silly business here. So, Young, sweep, Young, first down, we're good. We got the approval. And the game is over. So we got our little approval boost. So we should be good there. We knocked the Patriots out, presumably, of the playoffs entirely. And Vince Young, 70% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns in the air, ran for 74 yards at a touchdown as well. So a good game from Vince Young. And Tamba Hali, Freddie Bates, James Harrison sack, Quentin Jammer pick. We have 1 game left on the season, and this definitely feels like a probably rest the starters. Or at the very least, like, starters play a half and then you pull them. I'm not really, like, you know, maybe this will come back to bite me, but, like, you know, if the Broncos win and then they're playing us to get into the playoffs, it's not like I'm trying to fight to keep the Broncos out of the playoffs. Did my approval go down? I thought I was at 86. Or maybe, I don't know, man. We're doing fine there. All right, ultimately, what I decided to do for the final game of the season was I played the starters for the first half, and we're up 21-0 at half. So, yeah, the starters can take a break here. Let's let Tristan Riley play out the game. Let's let Pearson play out. I don't want to, like, sub out everybody, because when you sub out, like, everybody, like, they start playing like garbage, because your backups are obviously, like, you know, nowhere near the level of your starter. So I'm taking out, like, the key guys. I'll take out, like, the important ones that I care to, like, rest up for the playoffs. But other than that, I'll kind of bench everybody else, and let's let this ride out. All right, got everything set up. So I mean, unless we blow the lead, which, yeah, it doesn't matter, 14-2, 15-1. It really doesn't matter. It's in the end of the game. And we'll have the first round bye. Vince Young actually played a really good first half. Bohr Jackson did as well. So good on both of them to have a really nice, strong finish. You know, I played the first half as if we were trying to win. And Tristan Riley throws a touchdown there. That's pretty cool on him. He's 5 of 6. So, you know, for the people who really wanted to see Riley get some action here, this is your opportunity. 28-0 your score. We'll head into the playoffs seemingly 15-1. Our only loss to the Colts, and the Colts being our biggest opponent in the playoffs. They're going to most likely have the second best record if they come out and win their game. We'll go to the fourth quarter. Quentin Jammer caught a second interception. I let Jammer play out. Let some of the other guys play out. Pearson getting the ball here a couple of times. 7-yard run. I want Riley to throw more. There you go. Surrency for 13. And red zone. A lot of Pearson carries. Chris Neal now checking in. Chris Neal loves stealing touchdowns. And Tristan Riley runs it in for a touchdown. It's not what he usually does, but yeah, even with the backups in. Yeah, Dansby got hurt. Well, unfortunate there, but even with a lot of backups in, we're still going to end up shutting out the Broncos, who, like, imagine that, man. Imagine needing to win a game to make the playoffs, and you come out like that. Like, that's embarrassing. Young threw 3 touchdowns, 200 yards in the first half. Riley, though, went 7 for 8, 94 yards and a touchdown. Boar Jackson ran for 92 yards in the first half. Pearson ran for 50. Kemi and Walker, big game. Walker had like I played Walker only in the first half. So he did all that in the first half. Yeah, we were crazy in the first half. Carrier with the sack, and then we had 2 picks from Quentin Jammer. 15-1 was the record for our Tennessee Titans. We'll have a first round bye. We'll see who we're playing in round 1. Also, we'll see Vince Young gets an MVP. I don't know how you guys are going to feel if Vince Young wins an MVP. Like, that's so crazy that's a possibility. So yeah, here we go. 15-1. I'll see what the full playoff picture looks like here for you guys. We'll keep track of course, who we're going to be playing in round 1. So, don't believe there's Monday Night Football. Here's what the playoffs look like. Colts actually lost, all right? So, Buccaneers got the 1 seed. Cowboys got the other first round bye. Lions, Rams win the division. Packers, 49ers win. Saints go 10 wins, miss the playoffs. Giants go 10 wins, miss the playoffs. Seahawks win 10 games and miss the playoffs. Unbelievable. 3 10-win teams missed the playoffs. The Seahawks were 0-5. I was sitting here thinking, I'm getting a top 5 pick. They closed the season 10-1 and missed the playoffs. Insane. In the AFC, Bills actually snagged the first round bye. They beat the Colts, and the Chargers lost. Colts got the top wild card spot. Bengals won the division, and the Patriots got in. Since we beat the Broncos, the Jaguars also lost. I thought maybe the Jaguars, because it was down to conference record. I didn't know I don't know actually what is the next tiebreaker. I guess it'd be common opponents, but I don't obviously know that off the top of my head. Patriots actually slide in at 8-8. That's kind of scary. I thought we got rid of them. All right, Brady's in the playoffs. Sick. That's the scariest outcome. I mean, we literally just played the Broncos. They weren't all that good. And the Jaguars, I don't think we're scared of them. We smacked them around. So that's the scariest outcome. They played the Chargers though, so yeah, I mean, like, because like the Bengals are the team, and no disrespect, Bengals, not really afraid of the Bengals. They play the Colts, and the Bills will be waiting. Chargers, Patriots will be a good one. All right, here we go. Here we go. Coach of the year, since we got that spoiled. I was Coach of the Year. I don't think that's a surprise. 15-1 will do that. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Abdul Ross. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jelani Okoye, the 300-pound running back. That's sick. Defensive Player of the Year, Lofa Tatupu. All right. Offensive Player of the Year, Torrey Holt. Your MVP is Vince Young. Oh, it took it away from me. I didn't click on it. Your MVP is Vince Young. Oh, that's crazy. Matt Ryan and his stat pad self fell out. McNabb came second. Torrey Holt came third. Oh my goodness. Vince Young is what MVP. So we get to the next week to see that our first playoff game will be up against the Patriots. I told you guys this. If the Patriots snuck into the playoffs, even if they're 8-8, they go and smack the Chargers. The Chargers scored 22 in the fourth quarter. The Patriots were potentially up 41-3. It was at least 31-3 going into the fourth quarter. They demolished a really good Charger team. Colts also won, so both the wild card teams took out the division winners. I said I wasn't threatened by the Bengals. Well, the Bengals kept it close, so it was a pretty low-scoring game as per usual with Colts cans, but man, I'm a little scared. Subbed in the backups. Imagine subbing in the backups. A playoff game. Brady throws 4 touchdowns. Oh boy. And yeah, Randy Moss is back. All of their 5 different pass catchers caught a touchdown. All right, man. What'd they do to LaDainian, actually? LaDainian was nuts this year. They destroyed LaDainian. Oh my goodness, man. Alright, well, we already beat the Patriots once this season. Let's hope we could do it again. It's not who I wanted to run into. There's a chance that we'll still have to run into Brady and Manning in the playoffs. If the Colts, because it's Colts Bills, and then us Patriots. So it feels like the worst outcome for us. Also, the Packers beat the Lions, Rams beat the Niners. So I know McNabb was an MVP candidate for the Niners. It's gonna be Bucks, Cowboys, Rams, Packers. Oh my goodness, guys. We're in the first quarter. It's a scoreless game, and Bohr Jackson is hurt. The back injury. You know he's probably not coming back in this one. Alright, let's just keep it moving. Much like last season with the playoffs, I want to hop in, a little bit into the third quarter, like maybe halfway into, we're a little over halfway. No Bohr Jackson has been a problem. Vince Young, though, he is dicing up a Belichick defense right now to a high level. Bohr was running it well, got hurt, we stopped running it well. Meanwhile, Tom Brady's also playing a okay game. He's got a rushing touchdown. Brady's got 2 touchdowns. Young's got 2 touchdowns. We're tied. 14-14. But we have the ball about to hit the red zone. And we're playing Vince Young ball once again with a Bohr Jackson injury. 3rd down and 5. Young will throw as he's going to go over the middle. Caught! Hendrickson! First down. From the 14-yard line now in New England. Pearson in the backfield. We will be dropping back to throw this ball and motion out Heath Miller into the slot. As can Vince Young find the end zone for a 3rd time today? Play action. They send the rush. Young swatted at the line. Oh, I think he had a chance there. That's just unfortunate. Instead, we'll go 2nd down and 10. And usually where I'd be comfortable in a set of downs running it, no, we're going to go to the air here. They're going to motion Hendricks, and I don't like that. I really don't like that since this play is kind of designed to go to him, and the route's kind of messed up here, but let's see if it still works. As Young, he'll try it. Hendrickson! Touchdown! One-handed grab! Never mind. You do you, Vince. You do you. You clearly know what you're doing here. 3rd touchdown pass for Vince Young. Now we call upon this top-ranked, well, not top-ranked, the Colts have the top-ranked defense, but one of the top-ranked defenses in the league. To get the job done here, Brady to the air with pressure, and he gets it out of the running back. Remember, no Lawrence Maroney, but the backup shedding 2 tackles. What a play to get 5 yards there. That should have been a loss. Give Brady an outlet like that when he's got Randy Moss and Wes Welker out wide. It's going to be a little dangerous here as we send the pressure. Brady gets it out low, caught, and he'll have nothing on the play. Not much for forward progress. Moves it to 3rd down and 5. Brady in the shotgun. And you got to get a body on Randy Moss. They'll go Welker's way, Wes Welker. 1st down. We didn't have to deal with the both of them. We didn't have to deal with Randy Moss. So, moving Wes Welker into a number 2 receiver role, you could see why that gets a little dangerous. And why the Patriots maybe struggled a little bit while Randy Moss was hurt. Now that he's back, though, you have one of the best receiving duos in the league, maybe the very best as that run. Gonna get them just a single yard on the play. Under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter. 3 receivers in the pattern. We got everybody pressed down close to the line. Creeping our nickel corner out there as well. Brady blitz in, gets it out. And, we're a blitz-heavy team. Blitzing Brady is really dangerous. And the amount of trust that we are putting in to still run our normal stuff while we're leaving Randy Moss and Wes Welker on, one-on-one coverage every single play especially, you know, Luke Locke, a rookie corner out there on Wes Welker. I know Quentin Jammer's been pretty good, but, like, still Randy Moss as the run in the backfield stopped. And once you got him in 3rd down and 2, we were able to get off the field there. So that's at least good. The run defense still doing their thing. If you force the Patriots to drop back and pass every play, eventually maybe that's going to happen. It'll maybe get a little scary there, but we're good for now. I think some of the biggest questions to be answered, though, was, you know, what is Vince Young going to do in the playoffs? Will he hold us back? And, oh no, right on cue! Oh, come on! Fumble! Oh, my goodness. I was literally just about to be like, no, he's doing amazing. He's got 3 touchdowns. He's playing an incredible game. And he still is. But come on. A fumble. And the Patriots have the ball in a great spot. Right. Patriots have it now right inside our 30-yard line. In position to tie it up. Run the ball. Not happening, though. You just can't run the ball on this team. Not with a backup running back especially. Keith Bulluck made the play. I mean, he's 34 years old on an expiring contract. Who knows? This might be Keith Bulluck's last chance to go and do something big here. As Brady throwing. There's Welker. 1st down close. 3rd down and 2 in the red zone. Say it's maybe, you know, 1.5 yards more than 2 yards here as they'll go the motion. Tight end. Goes across the formation. Brady pulls it, play action. Brady to the end zone. Oh, Randy Moss. I just got bust. Touchdown. Penalty. And we grabbed his face mask too. Oh, wait, did he actually? Was that Jammer who? We grabbed his face mask and he still got a one-handed grab. Oh my god. I ain't never seen that before. A one-handed grab while Quentin Jammer is grasping at the face mask. That was what I was worried about. There's no defense in the world that's gonna stop that. How will you respond, Vince? Your first blunder of the game in what had been almost a perfect game as a handoff. Pierce! We can't run it, man. 2nd down and 10. 7 minutes to play. If we go out to a 8-8 Patriot team at 15-1, throw it to Kevin Walker. That's just, I can't expect him to bring that in. Young from the shotgun, 3rd down and 10. He'll throw. Young. Time. A lot of time. Throws it in coverage. Incomplete. Like, nobody get open? Like, at all? Quentin Jammer just got absolutely humiliated by Randy Moss. Let's try not to do that again. Handoff outside. We're chasing him. We're hunting him. And he's down for a yard. 2nd down and 9. I'm worried about the passing attack for Brady as he'll get it swatted at the line. He wanted to go over the middle. Looked pretty covered. 3rd down. Could we force the 3 and out? Please. Like, Schwartz, I really would advocate here, if you want my non-defensive coordinator advice, please get another man on Randy Moss. There's Brady to throw. He's got time. Short Moss. Okay, it's shy of the line. I'll leave Randy Moss, you know, without some smothering double coverage if it means he's not going to get past the 1st down marker. Can we do the Calvin Johnson, Saints coverage? Can we do the punt team stuff right now? Can we do that type of coverage on him? Because my goodness, it's scaring the heck out of me. Punting it deep. And right into the end zone. It does feel like with our inability to run the ball, it took them a lot easier for the Patriots, knowing that we're a lot more one-dimensional. They could just tee off, and we're going to have to throw the ball most of the time. Vince Young gets it out quickly to Pearson. We wanted to beat the blitz. Pearson, though, couldn't make anybody miss. Gotta put our trust. Just gotta put our trust in this passing attack. Vince Young, 2nd and 13. Will throw quickly, and it completes. Just gotta trust it, man. We just gotta trust it. We just have to trust Vince Young to throw up the sidelines. Oh my goodness! Not only did Hendrickson run out of bounds, he dropped the ball anyway. And they'll try to rush in, not send any people out to block. Fair catch. There's a flag on New England. Did they hit the punter? Did they hit the punter? Personal foul. Clipping. Okay. Clipping is still helpful, though, 15 yards back. I thought they might have hit the punter to give us an automatic bailout first down, but still we'll take it because that flips field possession, all the way out there. New England having it at the 20-yard line, basically like a touchback. So that works out for us, but we need to figure this out, man. New England, 6 yards. I mean, it's just slowed down. We've kind of emptied our bag on offense because you don't anticipate, having your running back go out in the first quarter, and then your backup running back is having a disaster class. Brady to throw. Sacked! That is big! I think Tamba Hali just got in there. Thank you, Tamba Hali. He came in with one of his big splash plays. 3rd down and 9. Brady going 5 wide. I trust our personnel. I'm eyeing that right side, though. Brady is going to go down the middle. Broken up, Michael Griffin. He had it in his hands. Michael Griffin jarred it loose. And with the clipping penalty, that's 15 yards in our favor, where we're going to now be the ones set up in pretty decent field position here. Tight punt here, where pick up the blocks, and it's not a good punt, and there's a flag on New England. What in the world was that execution? All right, we have a decision here. Holding, so we can make it. No, I think we declined this. It was a bad punt. We could make a punt again from their 10, but we'll decline. They shanked the punt. We'll have it at the New England 48. We're going to try to see if we can run. We've been kind of putting in whoever at running back. I mean, Chris Neal has seen some snaps. I even threw Lorenzo Neal in there one time to block. As Pearson, that's a nice run. There you go. Pearson, 9 yards. It is one big play, Young. Play action. Roll out. Young goes to Hendrickson. First down. 14 yards. I want to give Vince Young another chance with running the ball. I know he fumbled the last one. I would be floored if he fumbled it again. Young, not much of a fumbler in his career. Young just kind of tumbled over. He'll take a yard, though. Daniel Graham chicken in the game at tight end. Play clock winding down. Young, keeper. Vince Young with the run. Young sheds a tackle. Young inside the 10. Make it a gain of 15. We have to roll one more play before the 2-minute warning. So we'll go Pearson on the ground here from the 8. 1st and goal. Pearson is upended. He'll have 3. We'll go to the 2-minute warning from the 5-yard line. You know what the deal is here with Vince Young inside the 5. We don't got Bohr to punch it in. So we turn to Vince Young from the 5. 2 minutes to play. Alone in the backfield, he'll take the carry. Young is just swarmed and brought down. We'll be at the 9-yard line. All right, we're going with a loaded backfield here. We have Lorenzo Neal and Heath Miller in the backfield. 3rd down and goal from the 9. We're going to let Vince Young throw. Lorenzo Neal into block. And end zone! No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I don't get it. Vince Young's played so good until the 4th quarter, which is so un-Vince Young-like. He usually turns it on in the 4th quarter, and then everybody's like, he's just the, 4th quarter clutch person, but he kind of stinks sometimes in the first 3 quarters. Now he's the god the first 3 quarters, and then you get to the 4th quarter, and he throws the pick in the end zone. And Brady now, off his back foot, Randy Moss! Right over Adrian Wilson! There's just 1:10 to play! And will the Patriots upset us? Patriots, Brady, dropping a throw, fumble! It's a fumble! And we got it! We got it! Is that gonna stand? Freddie Bates' recovery! Is that actually a fumble? It looked a little late. I think, oh no, I don't know if that's a fumble. That looked so late. They're reviewing. It's not a fumble. It's not a fumble. Freddie Bates. Almost. Strip sack fumble recovery. Patriots burn a timeout. Stop the clock. So close, that would have put us right in field goal range off the recovery. Still though, we can get off the field here. Brady to throw it. And go Welker, but he can't hang on. Adrian Wilson broke on the ball. 3rd and 16. Just get off the field here and we can maybe escape with at the worst case scenario here. Overtime. Brady gonna hand off, run the football. They're gonna play it safe. 3rd and 16. They took their chance. On 2nd down, the sack fumble kind of scared them, I bet. We'll burn a timeout, 55 seconds to play. Hunt is much better than the last one. And you've got to be kidding me. At the 1 yard line. You don't want to take a risk at a sack. We're at the 1 yard line. I'm going to try to get us a little bit of space here. We'll let Young run. Young running. Got it to the outside. Vince Young will have 10 and will buy us some space. So no safety risk here. If you manage to start the drive at the 1 yard line with under a minute to go and get a game-scoring, game-winning drive here, it's all forgiven, Vince. I think we can at least forgive it a little bit if you go and get it done here. Young, gotta get rid of it. He does, and it's out to Hendrickson. Hendrickson, first down. We'll burn our last timeout. We want field goal range. We're looking at 35 to 40 yards on the generous side. Up to Hendrickson. Nice ball. It's caught. We gotta hurry it up. And I shouldn't have done that because they're gonna do the stupid spike thing. Please just snap the ball. Don't do a spike. Please don't audible. Okay, thank you, Young. He's snapping the ball. He's throwing down the middle. Hendrickson again. It's got 36. Hurry it up. Hurry it up. Hurry it up. I think we just got to trot out the field goal unit. I think we just got to go for it now. There's only 15 seconds to go and clock running. It's a long kick. I don't think our kickers made a kick from this long distance before, but here we go. 53 yards as clock expiring, and it's going to be for the win to survive New England. Clock down to 3. Kick on its way. It's got the distance. It's good. It's good. We win it. And the roller coaster of Vince Young. He pulled it off again. How does this keep happening? It's such a roller coaster because when he dug us a hole, he dug us our grave and then climbed out of it to give us a game-winning drive. Where in that drive, he was perfect from the 1 yard line. Ran for, 10 yards to buy us space. Hendrickson. Good throw. Right into field goal range. What do you make of a player like this? 300 yards. Almost a 70% completion percentage. 3 touchdowns. With no run game to speak of because Bohr got hurt. and Pearson ran for 2 a carry. Young was fine on the ground. And Hendrickson, his biggest career game, 176 yards and 2 touchdowns. Cammy Walker had a touchdown as well. And then sacks, Tamba Ali. They actually didn't even credit Freddie Bates with his sack. That's nasty. They didn't even credit Freddie Bates with the sack. I know it wasn't a forced fumble, but you could credit him. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. I just wanted to see here, catch aloud from Quentin Jammer. I know Jammer wasn't like torched or anything, but well, he left 2 touchdowns. Never mind. That Randy Moss play was ridiculous. So what does this mean for a conference championship? It means we're going to be at home, of course. And we're taking on the Colts. Just for reference here, what this Colts team has been able to do. We have the #1 offense in the league scoring-wise. The Colts are a little bit further down. Not why the Colts are up here, though. Colts are the only team to hand us a loss this season. And it is because when you look at the points allowed metric here, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. 205 points in a season. Actually, is that like historic? Like, in terms of like, is that like all-time great? So I did a little bit of research here just because I was super curious about historically where this Colts team stacks up with just, on average, it would be 12.8 points a game. In the era of 16 games in a season, the Baltimore Ravens in 2000 allowed just over 10 points a game. So obviously, the 2000 Ravens is kind of the metric here for a 16-game season, but they're rivaled by the 86 Bears, which, you know, the 86 Bears was, you know, just as good as the 85 Bears. The 85 Bears also, the 2000 Titans, which overshadowed by the Ravens, and you get some other teams here, the 06 Ravens, the 05 Bears. This Colts defense is on par with the 85 Bears in points per game allowed. The 85 Bears allowed 12.4. This team has allowed 12.8 a game. Not to mention the playoffs, where if you want to expand this out a little bit, they allowed 7 points versus the Bills and 14 versus the Bengals. That would help their average. That would make their average go even lower. They've only allowed 21 points in 2 playoff games. I want to see, what did they allow? Like, who scored on this team? 3, 14, 6, 14, 20, 14, 14, 17, 12 from us, 3, 12. We scored 21 on them. Oh, the Panthers. Hey, look at the Panthers. Alex Hurst. Impressive. Alex Hurst put up 24 on them. 3, 16, 14, 7. They allowed 20 points in a game. Only twice, was it? 3 times. 3 times. That's insane. I know this Colts team went 11-5, which is just weird, but like they got a historic defense. It's just we know what we're up against. Boar Jackson also, no injury thing popped up. I think he's all right. Yeah, he's all right. So Boar Jackson should be fine unless something else pops up. And then for the Colts, a decent amount of injuries, but nobody important. Also, I thought I'd show you this as well, just real quick. If you want to go with historical numbers as well, this is one of the 10 greatest seasons in NFL history when it comes to sacking the quarterback. This Colts team would rank 7th all time. The team actually that's number one, the 84 Bears, dude. The 84, 85, and 86 Bears are all at the top of these statistics. The 87 Bears are also fourth. My goodness. For reference, though, what I will say, to kind of make this look even better, two of the teams that are top five are the 2022 Eagles and 2025 Broncos. That's with 17 games. So, if you take off that extra game, the Colts would have, at the very least, on an average basis, be ahead of the Broncos and probably on par with the Eagles. They're a top five sacking team in NFL history, basically. Makes me curious here. Who's been oh my goodness, Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis. I don't know if I need to look up this one. This has got to be the most sacks by a duo in NFL history. Are you kidding me? This seemed very unnecessary. I mean, really, man? Lorenzo Neal pulled his hamstring in practice. He'll miss the game. Sick. We don't have Lorenzo Neal. I know, and it's not like the biggest loss in the world, but it's not like we have a backup fullback just waiting around. I am not in love with how this has gone so far, because I am actually pretty satisfied with the offense. We're at that similar point in the third quarter. We're coming in just after the Colts found the end zone. It's 20-17. I just showed you that not many teams have even put up 20. We're like one of 3 teams to do it. But we need to go over 20 to win this game. Good news is Boar Jackson is here, so we have that on our side. Bad news is we could very likely have to score more points than any team has scored on this Colts team all season in order to beat them to go to a Super Bowl here. We're taking on a legendary, historic defense that got close to 70 sacks, 30 interceptions, and only allowed 12 points a game. We have already soared over that statistical, milestone. We've got over 12 points, and we're in the third quarter. Throw into Surrency! Jarred out. Facing the NFL's all-time single-season sack guy in Dwight Freeney, who got 25, and on the opposite side, it's like, oh well, Robert Mathis is there. Well, he's got 18 of his own. We're also playing Defensive Player of the Year in a world where Bob Sanders never got hurt. I don't even know who else is out there, but like those are the 3 that come to mind, obviously, and it's a pretty good start when that's when your 3 main guys. We'll go counter run. Boar Jackson is not getting far. The 3rd and 9. Oh yeah, that's another one I forgot. Remember when I said I'd be really scared if the Colts drafted Vinny DeFilippo? Well, they did draft him in that class, and yeah, he's really good. He's become a Pro Bowl linebacker. We have to score at least, what would feasibly be like 23 points, 2 field goals to win this game. Or a touchdown here. Throw in middle. Camion Walker. That's a good ball. Really good grab. Forward progress. First down. So with just a minute and a half in the third quarter, 45-yard line of Tennessee. Pearson checks into the backfield. And we will go play action. Young goes to Camion. Walker breaks a tackle. And Camion Walker. Big gain to the Indy 32. A little rough since it's already been a heavy workload for Boar. This is, obviously conference championship. He kind of emptied the clip here. 30 carries is not going to be out of the realms of possibility for him. So he's already got a heavy workload. Speaking of heavy workload, Camion Walker again to the 5. And Camion Walker, one heck of a drive. Boar will check back in. 1st and goal from the 5. To match the season high of the Colts allowing the season. Vinny DeFilippo with the pick. Colts defense. It's just so good. So good for a defense. Colts take over with the lead. 3rd quarter winding down. They'll go outside Joseph Adai. Joseph Adai! No way! Come on! It's gonna go! 92 yards gone. Joseph Adai made one guy miss. And they got 100 rushing yards. They got 92 on that one play. This was a game where You know, regardless of what you want to say about our offense and, you know, Vince Young or anything, this is a game where 20 points has to be enough to win because you don't get many chances to score 20 points on this team. So for our defense to allow 27, you know, hey, interception, that stinks. A 92-yard touchdown run, that is ridiculous. And now we have to go with 1 quarter left, basically. This will be one of the final plays of the third. 1 quarter left to try to pull off another comeback against the Colts like we did last year. We couldn't get it done in the end. This one, not as many points to come back from. We have a little bit more time, but it's a much different defense that we are facing. We'll say, though, don't count us out. We were down by, if I remember correctly, 19 points in the fourth quarter against the Colts last year in the AFC Championship. We took it to overtime. Now down by 10. Fourth quarter underway, Vince Young to the air. And Young will go down the middle and over the head of Hendrickson. 3rd down and 10. We cannot afford to go 3 and out. Young quickly to Surrency. Surrency can't hang on. Another play where Surrency, second time in this game that we've seen him not be able to bring that one in. Again, I'm not gonna, like, destroy him. That's a hard catch to make, but we need these. We got a punt. I'm not going for it at our own 20. I mean, 2 scores is bad, but not impossible. 3 scores against this team, I don't think we're getting a repeat of last year if it's a 3-score game. But the return, it's a good one past midfield. 48-yard line. We need a quick stop here, Manning. Can we get a turnover maybe? No, it's a caught into the red. Oh, my goodness. We need something, guys. Please, defense, please. This is not the game to have R and right. Like remember, we are the number 3 defense. I know it's not historically great. We have just a good defense, but we can't allow the Colts to go for 30. I mean, how many teams have scored 30 on us this year? I can't even recall. I think we probably have allowed 30, maybe. Maybe not, though. So, like, this is not the day to have a bad day. Like, that's the bigger concern here. If you would have told me we had 17 points going into the fourth quarter against this team, I'd be happy. I wouldn't have expected to be allowing 27. Manning off his back foot. It's caught inside the 10. Manning under center, hands it. And a die. It's outside. A die. Touchdown. It was close, but they gave it to him. And I might need to consider. I need to look. Is this worth challenging? I think it is. But there is no challenge available. There wasn't even a challenge available. It's not because I looked at the replay. There's just no challenge available. I don't know if he actually got in. A 1st down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Young with time. Young hits Walker. Caught 7 yards. You're asking what, like, the blueprint is here for us. 3rd down and 3 after an incomplete pass. I'd say it's score before the 4-minute mark. We'll go play action. There's a chance here on this play. Camion Walker got it! Walker to midfield. And Camion Walker, he showed up to play against this top-ranked defense. Here we're going into, deep into the bag here, you know. We don't know what we're running, so maybe they don't know what we're running. And Camion Walker, just hit in the back by Bob Sanders. Also, last year when we made the comeback, it took Vince Young throwing just shy of 50 times for it to happen. You know, one of his most productive games. So, I think we're going to be seeing similar numbers here. Surrency outside. Finally, he reels one in. Takes a hit, 1st down. At the 37, we're at about 5 minutes to play. So, we're going to try to see. Ideally, we want to take it to Walker. As Young. We'll throw middle, all right. We'll take it to Heath Miller for a 1st down. So we didn't take the shot last time. Call it again. Let's see if we take a shot to the end zone here. We're at the 4.5-minute mark. This is where kind of getting to that scary territory. I said score before 4 minutes. Young's going to try to run it. Young is getting hit hard. 6 yards on the play. 6 yards isn't bad, but I'd prefer... We need bigger. Maybe this play to kind of stay in line with the game plan here. Heath Miller over the middle. It's going to be basically a goal to go here at the 4-minute mark. Here, feasibly, we could settle for a field goal. We're not going to do that. Young's going to run. They have a spy. They had a spy. Just no one got open, though, either. I might rather just throw it away to stop the clock. We're at 3.5 to play. Young throwing. And time. Just not enough, though. Sacked. I mean, he had plenty of time. Just nothing looked great there. Like, there were some shots he could have took, but he's playing a little bit safer here. Young. We don't need safe, though. And Hendrickson put his hand up, called for the ball, and he threw it, and Bob Sanders picks it off in the end zone. That was what I meant by, when he took the sack, I was like, man, you could have maybe taken a shot. It was risky. Hendrickson put his hand up. It's on both of them there. You don't put your hand up when Bob Sanders is lurking. Also, though, don't throw that ball when Bob Sanders is lurking. Third down, they got a false start, which I guess helps us a little bit, but 2-minute warning, 3rd and 14. Go handoff, and a die is not going to get it. You know, I felt like my soul left my body a little bit when Joseph Adai broke off a 92-yard touchdown run. It's just brutal. I mean, we go Cammy and Walker outside. Walker... Hey, credit to Cammy and Walker. He is unbelievable. That's our one takeaway here. Cammy and Walker, it don't matter who's out there. It doesn't matter the historic levels of defense that you're playing. He's going to get his game off on you. And Young throwing it up. Walker! Again! They call it a fumble! Oh, come on! Like, really? One of those plays where it's like, you could feasibly call that an incomplete pass. Right? Is that not just an incompletion? Like, maybe it don't matter because it's like, yeah, we weren't going to make the comeback anyway, but like, really? Bob Sanders rips it out. This game. Thought this was the one, huh? Thought this was the one. But the Colts loaded up. Put together a defense that we just weren't... I mean... Like, I want to say, like, weren't equipped to, but, like, obviously the way things played out in the fourth quarter as it went on, like the second Young interception in the end zone, that was more so out of desperation, down by 3 scores with 3 minutes to play. The first pick, no excuses, but, I mean, you go and put up 350 yards and 2 touchdowns. Bohr didn't run it well because the Colts are just amazing. Cammy and Walker was unreal, 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. No sacks of the defense. We got 2 picks, Locke and Ryan got one, but Peyton Manning didn't even play all that well. It was Joseph Adai going for 181 and 3 touchdowns. No running back has done that to us this season, I'm pretty sure, but you get to the playoffs and that's what happens. And we let a team that had 67 sacks on the season only get us once. Bob Sanders was ridiculous. Tested him basically one time, picked off. The other time he went over, forced the fumble. Like, I said it so many times. It was like, I know what the record says. I know how many playoff or how many wins that the team had. It didn't matter. Like, dude, you have a defense like that. Like, I don't care if you had 11 wins. Like, this is a team that I said was like 14-2 good. I'm not gonna just be sitting in a spot though where I'm like, we went 15-1. Like, I'm not gonna like I'd say the Bills do, where it's like, we're always in the mix, we're always here. We'll just eventually it'll be our year, right? Because that's what the Bills have done. I feel like the Ravens at times have done it. The 49ers do it a lot, where it's just kind of like, we'll just kind of keep everything together, and eventually it'll happen. Eventually it'll be our year. This team is built to win against a lot of teams. Most teams. I don't know if we're built to beat the Colts though. And that's the problem. That's the issue. Like, and we can't count on the Colts having this type of defense every single year. This might just be a special year and an outlier for them, but I don't think we felt like a 15-1 team at times. I will say though, changes will be made. We're not just gonna roll into next season with the same stuff. Something needs to give here, and we have 2 first-round picks. We have some restricted free agency stuff to deal with. There's some players I'm kind of looking at where I'm like, man, I've let you slide for a little bit, but it's like, maybe we look here to upgrade. Let's look at the season, though. What do you make of this? Vince Young won MVP, throwing 27 touchdowns, 15 picks, 3,600 yards, in a 66 completion percentage, while also running for 500 yards and 7 touchdowns. So in total, he had 34 touchdowns, just shy of 4,200 yards. You do have to remember this is a different time period. Go look at some of Peyton Manning's MVP statistics. Like, I mean, it's not that far off. I mean, it's just not like how it is today with passing the football. But I mean, you look at some of the other stuff, it's a career high in touchdowns, a career high in yards, a career high in yards per attempt. Matched his career high in completion percentage, and he did it on more attempts. We put a little bit more on his plate, and it worked out for me. Won 15 games. What really, I don't want to say disappointed me. It's hard to say I'm disappointed by Boar Jackson, but Boar had I don't know what to make of it. His yards per carry went up by 0.1 yards. His yards per game overall went down. He missed a decent amount of time, because if you look at, some games here, he missed 2 weeks here, and then he missed week 14, week 15, and then he got knocked out of the Patriot game. So he missed, 4 games, and then got knocked out of a 5th game, and the 5th game was a playoff game. That's not ideal, obviously. I tried to take a little bit off the load here for carries. He had no 30 carry games. This is kind of more what I want. I mean, because if you do it for a 16 game average, he still would have soared past 300 carries with ease, but he just didn't have as much impact, I felt like. Pearson. I know the stats don't jump out at you as like anything amazing. 3.2 a carry is not that good, but for a backup running back, we had been rocking Chris Neal. This is what Chris Neal was doing for us. 2.8 was what he did last year. So going from 2.8 to 3.2 is a big step up. Also considering the fact that Pearson was, still learning, and he also got a lot of dirty work carries. There was a lot of times where he just kind of closed games, force feeding him the ball. Also, his most efficient rushing season. We take that. 4.2 a carry for Vince Young. That's really good. Also, he had 7 touchdown runs. So, I don't know. I know the stats don't look good for Pearson, but like, I think he served his purpose for a 3rd round pick. And it's, I think, a significant upgrade from Chris Neal. Receiving, Camion Walker. I mean, need I say more about Mr. Camion Walker and everything that he is for this team? His first and second season were basically identical. He levels up in his 3rd season. 1,800 yards, 13 touchdowns. How about 149 catches? That is insane. And doing that with only, we'll show you 10 drops with, 200 targets probably? 213 targets. It's ridiculous. He averaged 9 catches a game. A really big, pleasant surprise, Ray Hendrickson. I know on field he looks chunky and tanky, but he absolutely blew Quentin Surrency out of the water when it came to impressiveness. Quentin Surrency as a number 2 receiver, fine, 700 yards, 600 yards, then 500 yards. He's kind of steadily gone down. He's been all right, though. But Ray Hendrickson came in here and just took that role and took that number 2 option and made it his. 51 catches, 900 yards, 4 touchdowns, only 6 drops for a rookie, and a long of 70 where he had that big 70-yard touchdown against Baltimore. And he had some big plays, 34 yards, 38 yards, 33, 30. Like, he was somebody that I think really fit into this offense well. We needed somebody who can get some bigger plays because Cammy Walker, he's just kind of the funnel the offense through him, but 12 yards of catch isn't anything crazy. Quentin Surrency, not exactly the biggest play guy. He'll have some sometimes. He had, I think, one. Yeah, he had that one 58-yarder, but like not as many big plays, and his averages 14 is fine, but 17 yards per catch, almost 18 for Hendrickson. And also look at the efficiency. 78 targets, 51 catches. That's really good. Most of the time we're throwing to him, it's going his way. Surrency too, 71 and 45 catches. That's fine. But I really was ultimately pleasantly surprised with Ray Hendrickson. Defense, though. One of the top-ranked defenses in the league. Quentin Jammer leading your team in tackles, though, not ideal. Tackles for loss, James Harrison was awesome. This is exactly what we were hoping for, bringing him in. I mean, this is literally the production that Kyle Vanden Bosch gave us in year 1, that we had slowly been losing, and then James Harrison comes in and gives it to us. Tom Bahali, good stuff. Freddie Bates, awesome. I mean, 7 sacks for Freddie Bates. We just don't have a dominant sack getter. Like, we don't have a double-digit sack guy. We just don't have, like, a game-changer, game-wrecker. We just have a lot of good players. B.B. Clayton, I think worthwhile for the contract that we gave him. Coming off his season with the Colts, he goes and equals a sack total, ups the tackles for loss, and was fine. I still think there's, a lot of room there to grow. Jerry Carrier, seen, his snaps get taken a little bit, but it was also pretty okay. Not really a problem there. And then off the bench, Eric Lacy got a sack. A couple other guys, though. Interceptions. This is where we're really up, though. Michael Griffin, this was a good interception year for us. Michael Griffin, 7 picks, and with the amount that he dropped, I mean, it feels like he could have had more. His pass deflections did go down, but when you're looking at what he allowed, thrown at more times than he had ever been targeted this season, and yeah, 40% completion percentage, 1 touchdown allowed. That's incredible. Like, to go and, be responsible for 7 picks, 8 pass breakups on 72 targets and allow 1 touchdown all season. Quentin Jammer was tested a lot this year. I mean, my goodness. Quentin Jammer had one of his best years, maybe his very best year, though. 17 pass breakups, 7 picks, a forced fumble from a recovery, a touchdown. He was targeted 108 times. Only allowed 41 completion percentage, 470 yards, 2 touchdowns. Obviously, though, he got cooked by Randy Moss in that playoff game. But I'll give him a bit of grace. It's Randy Moss. That's just going to happen. But overall, he was pretty good. Luke Locke. A little bit of ups and downs this year, but I felt like he was really good for us overall for a rookie corner. 6 picks, 7 pass deflections, and he was targeted 92 times as a rookie outside corner. 53 completion percentages higher than what we have from our other players. 622 yards, probably the most on the team. Only 1 touchdown allowed, though, for a rookie corner. Starting on the outside, I'll take that, really. And then Bullock had 4 picks, Wilson with 5 picks, Bates with 2 picks. So, a lot of interceptions from us this year. It was a really big upgrade for us. Who was missing tackles out here? Luke Locke. Yeah, that's got to get better. You can't be missing tackles like that. D'Amico Ryans, though, missing tackles is not ideal. If you're wondering, like, well, man, why did Vince Young win MVP? That's crazy. Mark Bulger actually had a really good year. I mean, the Rams were a playoff team. you could argue maybe Mark Bulger deserved it. Trent Dilfer was the Seahawks quarterback at 39 years old, and he played well? What? What happened here? What? He hadn't played a full season as a starter in what in the world? I mean, since he won the Super Bowl in Baltimore like a decade ago. What? How in the world did this just happen? 39-year-old Trent Dilfer had a career year. And he played... Oh, he didn't even play the first 2 games. You know, so when the Seahawks started 0-5, Dilfer walked in eventually. What's in the world? Comeback player of the year, maybe? Like, it's crazy. Nab was an MVP candidate. You can maybe argue McNabb should have won. Derek Anderson was good on a bad team. And then Vince Young in passer rating was there. Matt Ryan could have won MVP if he was on a team that didn't have, like, 5 wins all season. Then rushing, Marshawn Lynch appeared, but I think, like, I was so scared of the Chargers just because of how nuts LaDainian Tomlinson was. 5.2 a carry is ridiculous. 1,500 yards to lead the league. And look at Jelani Okoye, the 330-pound running back. Top 5 in rushing. Rookie of the year. Sick. Go a little bit lower, though. There's where Bo Jackson settles in. Just missed a couple of games. You go to yards per game, though. It's actually Maurice Jones-Drew with 19. Maurice Jones-Drew was on pace to lead the league in yards, but Bort Jackson was 4th in yards per game, 3rd in touchdowns. Catches. Camion Walker, for the 2nd straight year, leads the league in receptions. And he comes 3rd in yards because of Torrey Holt, who won Offensive Player of the Year. Are we getting... Like, look at that. 2,300 yards for Torrey Holt in back-to-back seasons. For the defense, Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney, number 1 and number 2 in tackles for loss. Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis, number 1 and number 2 in sacks. Interceptions. Colts didn't have anybody too high, though. At least that. They didn't get too many interceptions. They were just too busy sacking the quarterback. But yeah, Quentin Jammer, nut season. Forced fumbles. A couple of guys up here, 4 and 5. Defensive touchdowns. No one had more than 1. Pressures. Robert Mathis actually had more hurries despite having less sacks. Crazy, man. A lot of points to go around. GM. We have struggled finding a good GM. Not been able to find one. And maybe I could work on this one, but, like, the thing is, this dude, like, has nothing to work with. Like, it's so bad. So, we're gonna fire him and hope we can try again and find a good one. We have to only save for this because it's the only thing left that this trainer has in the tree. When it comes to everybody else, though, Bishop Harris, man. I think I just don't know if it's going to be feasible for us, because you also have to remember, when you're a team like this, a lot of the good coordinators and good people have already been snatched up. So are we really going to find something better? We have carrying here. Carrying is something we'll have to wait for. But yeah, Bishop Harris, we'll get that probably with next season for improved carrying. Brian Schottenheimer, can I get improved break tackle carry? I can get improved carrying here. So that's definitely what we're going to do. Get him improved carrying. I think that's so important for us. Jim Schwartz, at some point, he could go and make a run for a head coaching job. I feel like somebody would hire him. I would have to imagine. We did blitz discipline, linebacker discipline, and then improved... Oh my goodness, man. He's a 99 overall D coordinator. He might leave, and if he leaves, spooky. It might get a little spooky for us. Adam Vinatieri, we're keeping him. They're just going to make the performance a little bit better. The kicking from year 1 of Vinatieri to year 2 was better. Year 3, we're going to hope it's another step up. Quarterback coach, no problems here, really. Pass game discipline. I guess we could do some discipline here, make Vince Young a bit more disciplined, and then make the performance go up. Because we don't need to develop stuff, but we'll take a look at what other quarterback possibilities pop up for us. Receiver coach, no issues here. Improved catching. I mean, we don't even need to do improved catching. I think we'll do speed training and get the performance up to 4. And we could do even a little bit extra. Strength training, discipline, routine. Yeah, we'll just go there. He's a 94. Maybe he'll leave. I have to imagine somebody's gonna want to leave. Mike Munchak, every skill almost. We'll get the analysis, but next season we'll give him his last skill and he'll be maxed out there. Our linebacker coach is a 99 overall, and you see how our linebackers play. Yeah, we don't have anything else to really do for him. Intangible development, he could be a defensive coordinator for somebody. DB coach, big step up to get the DBs playing how they played. And we're going to keep it going with the interception training. We'll do speed training. He's really good. You know, it's kind of when you get to that 90 plus overall is when it gets a little scary if they'll stay or not. He's a 99 now. And our GM, I mean, I'll give him the major insider and this. Like, I'll give him this. Like, if we're gonna be stuck with a low overall GM, I'd at least like one that has something. Like, this is bad. This is terrible. We like gotta try something else here. And then with my 64,000 points, I feel like I like doing maybe this. Going down on this tree, it's just drop the 40,000 here, increases the potential value for all attributes that report to this player or coach. I don't know by how much. Is it by 1, by 2, by a lot? 40,000. But we're not in the camp of like we don't need to do like film analysis. We don't need to like make our defense better right now. We maxed out the skill tree for the running backs. The offensive line's looking good. I could do some quarterback stuff, but like I'm fine. I'll just make our players more potential. Just up that. And that's a big one right there. 40,000 points. And then this one here for 50,000 in the next part of the tree adds one level to the highest available skill for every regular skill for every coach. I don't know how he's going to be worth. Permanently increases every skill level by 1. That's kind of crazy. So, like, you know, there's some stuff there. I don't really need to worry about this, I feel like. Increase all coach skill levels related to developing a player and attributes. I don't have quite enough, though. I'm, like, literally, like, 100 points off of that. So, I guess we'll have to wait a little bit, but I guess we'll go here for leadership and then just try to build out that tree. Be interesting. Receiver coach. He will quit. All right. Second time we've lost our wide receiver coach in the series. I guess maybe our trainer could quit. I don't know what he would do. Oh, well, our trainer left. What do trainers even level up to? What do they graduate to? Being a trainer doesn't help you be a head coach, does it? All right. Well, to the GM cycle we go. Actually, you know, considering what we've been dealt with, this dude is so much better than what we've gotten. He's got level 5, like, negotiating. He's a level 31. I'll look at the options just in case, because we don't have anyone fighting us for him. So we don't have to, like, worry about him going somewhere else. 342 for the other guy. This dude, Dave Perel, 333. Yeah, it looks like that's the first guy's gonna probably be the one we go with. Wide receiver coach. 344. I will take that. I mean, it's a big downgrade, But yeah, I mean it's slim. It's slim options when you're a contending team this late into the cycle. So you just don't get much to really choose from. Super Bowl results are in. The Cowboys made it to the Super Bowl behind Josh Johnson. But the Colts win the Super Bowl behind their defense, not allowing any of their opponents to score 20 plus in the playoffs. Josh Johnson threw 2 interceptions. Barber didn't run it well. So now the Colts got a Super Bowl. Fun. Wait, Tom Walker's... Never mind. Okay, 99. Trainers just grow... Oh, we have to fight a little bit, though. A lot of teams need a trainer. Okay. So, 39%. Man. Yeah, practice status. Just do spam practice status. You can determine all the practice stuff. It's all you. Practice and practice for tight end. And oh my goodness, they're still fighting us. Practice for the D line. Practice for that one. Oh my goodness, guys! How much? We're gonna run out of time here. Dude! What the heck? 46 at the buzzer. Oh my... What in the world, Dolphins? Ray Lewis has become the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals. And the Eagles have high... Oh, what in the world? So Andy Reid got fired, and he's now on the Raiders to be their head coach. That's big. And the Eagles replaced him with Rex Ryan? What? And they got Zach Thomas and Sam Madison as coordinators? Mike Nolan as the D So yeah, Andy Reid and Rex Ryan swap jobs. Andy Reid has brought in Ken Wisenhunt and Brian Dable. Andy Reid and Brian Dable on the same staff. Ken Wisenhunt. Oh my god. Oh, okay, we gotta watch out for the Raiders on offense, I guess. That better be a good offense. So we have the opportunity to franchise tag. Here are the impending free agents. Lorenzo Neal is still a player that... Oh my goodness, man. Lorenzo Neal's still here. Keith Bullock. And then a bunch of... Not even a bunch, actually. Not a lot. So only 9 players. I did a better job of kind of retaining a lot of value backups for cheap contracts. So Keith Bullock wanted about $6 million. I could tag him for 7. And I think that's probably the move. Tag him for $7 million. I know he's not going to be happy with that. Also, I want to look because I've noticed the overalls have gone up for some players. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Whoa. So that thing that I bought, the increase the potential of players. Oh boy. So Vince Young can go up to a 92 now? Wait, does this 4 could be a 98? That's crazy. Pearson could be a 94. Okay, so Lorenzo Neal could be higher at 41 years old. Camion Walker, sir. Oh my goodness, man. So the potential has gone up of all these players, though that doesn't mean that they're exactly going to hit it. But John Onken 97, Emmanuel 97. Oh boy, wow. Oh, Tamba Hali. Some of them are like it's not consistent. Some are small jumps, but some are like nuts. Like Freddie Bates was 94, so it's like a +1 for him, I believe. But for some of them, it's ridiculous. Like Luke Locke is a +4. But also Devin Smith, I think, is +0. Michael that's insane. Michael Griffin could finally have an overall representative of how good he plays. Ooh, ho, ho. Wow. Here's our pick as well. We got the 18th pick from the Seahawks. That is really interesting. So the overall of our players have gone up, and the potential overall has gone up. Vince Young, wow. Hey, Vince Young. He can. Oh my goodness! He can have 98 speed now! Oh. Wait, what does this mean for, like, Tristan Riley already had. Could he be, like, fast? Like, what does this even mean? 73 speed. Oh my goodness. Wait, what would have went up for Bohr? Could it injury? Injury maybe? Like what would have went up for him? Strength 86. Awareness max catching 96. Dude, his injury does have a chance to go up. It's also interesting how like it's random it feels like for a lot of players. All they want me to do is get a kicker. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. All right, well that opens things up a little bit as well for us. Also, actually, quickly, GM. Let's check what our GM offers us and our wide receiver coach. Wide receiver coach for performance, good. We can just work on him, develop him. Our new trainer, yes, slightly worse, but still good. We'll do fatigue recovery. That's important. And then our new GM had a good potential here. Yeah, trade negotiation is good. Contract negotiation is good. His scouting is better, but not amazing. And he doesn't have any of the insiders. But the contract and trade negotiations are really good. So that's at least, like, we can hold on to him because at least now we have a strength. We have something. Here we are with our quarterback Senior Bowl stuff. Junior Hogan from LSU looks to be good. Take a look at him, and then no one's Peyton Manning. You look like the same as all these other dudes, and you're just randomly comped to Peyton Manning. What college you from? Arkansas State? I'll take a look. Jonathan Ogden comp. If you get comped to a legend, man, it's raps like that. Oh, he's a monster. Benji Cato was also a draft story. Man, John Sullivan, what? Hawaii center with no weaknesses, mean streak, power, explosiveness. But he's a 65, so he's obviously something special potentially. What? Excuse me. I think this dude was a story too. Mario Martinez, no weaknesses, comparison, none. The most one-of-a-kind player ever. His biggest thing is ups. Yeah, I'm curious, obviously. That's insane. Brian Dawkins, too. Some of these comps this year, fun. The cornerbacks, it drops off hard. There's not a lot of good ones. We'll just snag all, like, the top guys, though.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. The national championship game was a thrilling contest as fans watched UCLA dominate an overmatched Rutgers squad. Adrian Hopkins was the player of the game, sacking Rutgers 4 times. During Senior All-Star Game practices this week, 2 players really helped their draft stock. Boston College tackle Tyler Hart performed flawlessly, showing superior strength and quickness in individual drills. James Hobson also had a great week, capping it off with a fumble return for a touchdown in the game on Saturday.
So one of the decisions we had to make, the recording kind of cut out for a moment there, was restricted free agency. I only did one of them. It was Quentin Surency. We put a second-round tender on him. So we have other ones to do, but if you know how restricted free agency works, then, you know, this explanation is kind of pointless, but we will have the opportunity to just put the tender on a player. If they go and, you know, sign a contract with another team, we will receive a draft pick in exchange for them. It's basically like kind of a sign and trade. Scenario guy here is one of the players. We don't need the tender scenario guy. We'd get a 5th round pick of a team 1 to sign him, but we'd also have to pay him a 1-year, $1 million contract. And he's just, eh, he's just, for continuity's sake, I'll place a level 1 tender on him. If somebody wants to spend a 5th round pick on signing scenario guy, they can. Jerry Carrier is another player. It's a really nice player. We'd get a 3rd round tender, and you can go all the way up to a 1st and a 3rd, but obviously no one's going to trade a 1st and a 3rd to try to sign him. So, it's one of those things where if you really, really want to keep the player by any means necessary, you put a higher tender on him, you pay him a little bit more. But, if you're willing to maybe take a trade for them, you put a lower tender. You just try to see what you can get, try to get away with paying them less. But if a team tries to swoop in, you'll have to match the contract. We'll sign them on a level 3 or round 3 tender. Pretty sure we have 2 other Dimitri Cannon. They just keep recommending that I don't tender these players. Dimitri Cannon, I think we'll slap level 2 on him.
NFL Network, and here's the buzz from the NFL Combine. Cincinnati running back D'Angelo Marshall looked pretty good in workouts this week, but his stock is dropping after word was leaked that he scored a 6 on the IQ test. His agent needs to start doing some damage control if he wants to save his top 10 status. Utah's Ashton Wilder was very disappointing, running a slow 40-yard dash and falling down twice in the 3-cone drill. Alan Crawford actually had a great week as he looked great in agility drills. Crawford not only ran the 2nd fastest 40 of the week at 4.33, but he also turned in 29 reps on the bench press. Pretty impressive stuff.
Brother, did you say a 6 on the IQ test? Bro, what? I couldn't even contain myself. 6? My goodness. All right, Devin Smith. We'll put a level 2 tender on him. I think I got cut off because of the draft story, but I, let it ride. Level 2 tender here on Devin Smith. I wonder if anybody will be sign and trade candidates here. I wonder if anybody will try and steal one of these players from us, but D'Angelo Marshall, can I see the awareness? 81 awareness is not bad. Ashton Wilder, I mean, he looks okay. Like, not a crazy player, but he looks alright. All of those players on average are $1 to $2 million contracts. Keep in mind as well, we have $9 million to spend. It's a little scary here, where I'm thinking somebody maybe needs to be dealt with here financially. Because the contracts are going up for these players. Like Boar Jackson, the further you get into his deal, the higher the money goes. Same thing with Cammy and Walker. They're getting paid pretty significant amounts. Heath Miller is a very big candidate here to free up some money. Daniel Graham as well is less, but could let him go. Logan Mankins, obviously we're staying. Richard Emanuel's staying there. Onken, incredible value contract. David Stewart, $4 million. It would not be advantageous penalty-wise to cut him. And then James Harrison as well. That's a pretty substantial amount of money we could save there. We wanted to get rid of him. Freddie Bates is safe. D'Amico Ryans is safe. Keith Bullock is the other one, where Keith Bullock is franchise tagged. $7 million is obviously a pretty big amount to save. Quentin Jammer, I think he's worth the contract we're paying him, so I don't need to do that. And then safeties, again, don't need to do that. I'm pretty happy with them. So, if any player would go here, I think Keith Bullock is a candidate to go. Unfortunately, he's getting older. And then I think another candidate to go would be James Harrison, even though he had a good year. He's old. Maybe try to get a little younger there, cheaper. Heath Miller would be a candidate. David Stewart, I don't know if we save enough to make that worthwhile. And then Daniel Graham for $1 million would be another cut candidate. But that one, it's just $1 million. We don't need to do that one like urgently. And then we also keep in mind as well, we have our draft picks to sign. So this is who we're losing as well. We're letting go into free agency. A couple of backups here. Chris Neal, of all the players, man, why did Chris Neal's potential and overall like plummet? Everyone else's potential and everything like went up with that ability, and Chris Neal just went to the dumpster. Yeah, he's gone. Lorenzo Neal still hasn't retired for some reason, and just the novelty of that makes me want to bring him back. It's a fullback, so it probably won't be that expensive of a contract. Oh, we have another restricted free agency decision. Ben Williams. We drafted him in the 7th round. Sure, if somebody wants to give us a 7th round pick for him, we'll take it. I'm pretty sure with these contracts, we can just kind of get out of them. Chris Neal, dude, you can go. You can go. We don't. We have surpassed the need of Chris Neal on this team. So let's look at the free agency preview real quick. We don't have a lot of money to work with, but looking at who's available, Jamarcus Russell, that's a big one right there. Marshawn Lynch is actually unrestricted, as is Reggie Bush, as is Noel Shine. Adrian Peterson's injured self. I'm pretty sure Adrian Peterson, like, dude, this is so crazy. You cannot stay healthy. He can't stay healthy, man. Look at the injuries from Adrian Peterson. Oh my goodness, what's his body looking like? Dude, this is him when he's healthy. Oh no, Adrian Peterson wrecked by injuries. We got Lorenzo Neal, obviously. Receiver Larry Fitzgerald and Torrey Holt is available after his legendary seasons. Quentin Sorensen, number 3 there. Tight ends, plenty of guys there. We have the top tackle available, Dimitri Cannon, but, restricted. Yeah, I mean, we got some big names here, some on our end. Mario Williams and Richard Seymour and O.C. Umanura. John Abraham as well. Second best D tackle, Jerry Carrier on the market. Carlos Dansby, I mean, it's not like a big loss. He didn't do much for us. So we don't really care there, but I mean, I'm scared because we'll potentially need to match some contracts or let some guys go.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. My mock draft is done, and I'm currently projecting Kevin Huff as my number 1 player to come off the board. He's produced in big situations, and he's got all the physical tools you look for in a franchise quarterback. Another player that figures to go in the top 5 is South Florida corner Kellen Green. He has the man-to-man cover skills to become the next Champ Bailey. If you're looking for a sleeper, keep an eye on tackle Benji Cato. He's an athletic lineman that can contribute right away in the NFL.
So taking a look at what we got here, Bobby Cole, Junior Hogan, yeah, the top 3 quarterbacks, all 1, 2, 3. We won't have a chance even if we wanted to unless we get a crazy trade up. Tyler Hart, monster. If the Texans actually draft a running back again, we might need to nuke the organization and investigate them for something. That'd be crazy. D'Angelo Marshall, still potential top 10 pick. Adrian Hopkins, I would love to have him, but maybe a little out of our range unless we can get a trade up. They have us at 18 taking a tackle. So these are kind of my top guys I'm putting on the trade block for financials. This would free up. If we were to get rid of Keith Bullock, James Harrison, and Heath Miller, this would be, 15-ish million with the penalties. I don't know what we're looking at. Keith Bullock does have offers. Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, the Bills don't you think that's a bit of an overpay? Look at the other 2 offers. These are reasonable offers. I know the Bills are a contending team, and I guess they want to maybe take one of our guys. Dude, I can't turn this down. A first-round pick for a 34-year-old line. I know Keith Bullock is incredible. He's amazing. I love having him on this team. But you have to be real here and understand that, 1, he's 34 years old. Even if he still plays at a high level for another 2 years, that's awesome to have. But we don't have a lot of money, and we have 5 restricted free agents who all could be getting contract offers. We have Freddie Bates and we have D'Amico Ryans. Do we need Keith Bullock that badly? Like, the thing is if it was like 4th round picks, I'm sitting here being like, I'll keep them for a 4th rounder. A first round pick. I think this is one of those things where it's like, this is a trade that kind of blows it out of the water. Yeah. All right. Keith Bullock has been traded. Wow. I didn't expect this already. Wow. We got a 1st round pick. We have 2 firsts this year, 2 firsts next year now. And we just cleared up a lot of money. Now, do we even have anything? Heath Miller? No. James Harrison? Maybe? No. It's Tristan Riley. I mean, what's the offers here? Are they big offers? No, all right. Just 4th round picks for Tristan Riley. We drafted him with a 4th round pick. We can get a 4th and a 6th back. Noticing, though, that that's a potential thing there. All right. I feel a little bit more confident here. We just, like, doubled our cap. We just yeah, 16 million. I think that was, like, a financial move we just needed to make. It just... unfortunate, but that was just too good of an offer to pass up. Who's signing Larry Fitzgerald, though? I'm really interested to see with some of these free agents. There's some really good names here. And with Larry Fitzgerald, come on, Panthers. Give Alex Hurst a weapon. Alex Hurst is getting Larry Fitzgerald. Thank goodness. Alex Hurst, I really want to see him succeed. Torrey Holt, after winning Offensive Player of the Year. He's 35 years old, though. Ravens Seahawks. Oh no, Torrey Holt's jumping across the division. That's gonna be disgusting for Rams fans. Ouch. Mario Williams. Division rival Texans have let Mario Williams walk. If I had a lot of money... oh, nah. Don't... No, please. 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 No. No. Come on, Washington, please. Please. Do not let this happen, Washington. Do not let this happen. Washington, I'm begging you, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding. Oh. Like, really? Really? The Colts just got Mario Williams? Like, you didn't need more? Like, you didn't just have the top 2 guys in sacks? Dude. Alright, Richard Seymour. Where'd the Colts get that money from? Where you just won the Super Bowl and you just stole Mario Williams. At Washington, you paid more for Richard Seymour, who's the same overall but older. Oh my goodness, man. This is really interesting. Marshawn Lynch has been carrying the Bills to playoff success here. He's going to the Ravens, though. Marshawn Lynch on the Ravens. Dimitri Cannon got a contract offer from the Ravens. All right. So here we go. This is a big one. Dimitri Cannon has got a 5-year, $20 million contract. If we decide to let him go, we will receive the Ravens' 2nd round draft pick. Or we could match it. I feel like we can let it go. Right? I mean, it's not a bad contract. But a 2nd round pick to just not re-sign somebody is, Dimitri Cannon, man. He's a nice player, but I don't know, man. I don't... He's a very nice player. Like, obviously a very good... I'd say he's like our 4th best lineman, though. Like, Mankins, Onken, and Emmanuel are better than him. So, like... And in terms of tackles, he's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I know 90 overall looks high, but he's the 15th best tackle. Also, I wanted to change my philosophy for the team. Because I have pass block specialist. I wanted to move to run block specialist for tackles just to try to make the outside running a little bit better. So where does that put him now? That's kind of going to be the thing here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He's literally the most middle of the pack tackle in the league. Like, this is, like, I know 88, 90 overall looks good, but, like, it's not that hard. Like, that's just a middle of the pack tackle in this game. Like, offensive line is, like, it's not hard to get good ones. Which is why I feel like I can let this go. Like, I think if you just ignore the overall for a moment here, if you got offered a second-round pick for the 16th best left tackle, like, you don't think we can work with that? Like, I think we let that go. We'll take a second-round pick. Ooh, Michael Huff is available. Really good safety, 88 overall. Ravens, where do you got this money from? You just took our tackle. You signed Marshawn Lynch. You're going after Michael Huff now. You're getting into a bidding where you're over the market value now, fighting with Washington. Washington is already overpaid for one person. Dude, guys, Michael Huff, oh my goodness, you were really going over the market here for Michael Huff. This is a lot of money. What in the world do you need Michael Huff this badly for? Guys, what is going on? $6 million for Michael Huff. What? I just clicked that by. Guys, keep in mind, Michael Griffin gets paid $2 million. Like, he just made him the second highest paid safety in the league, and the Ravens already have Ed Reed. This is trolling. The Ravens were just trolling Washington. You just made them pay the biggest non-Ed Reed contract by a mile. Michael Huff now makes double the 5th highest paid safety. This is a crazy free agency. Terrence Newman, another good player. Buccaneers are going to get him on a bargain. You know, Shepard. 87 overall. Nobody wants him. I don't plan on that. London Fletcher, man. I love London Fletcher so much. Chiefs are going to snag him. All right. Chris Cooley, love Chris Cooley so much. Get these Washington guys in here. We're not going to bid on Chris Cooley, obviously, for $4 million. He's be a lateral movement from him to Heath Miller, and we take a penalty. So he'll go to the Saints. Thomas Davis, another nice player. Thomas Davis is awesome. Ravens are here again. Dude, the Ravens, you better be good. Also, Panthers. No. Okay, Ravens are going to get Thomas Davis too. Maybe we got to watch out for the Ravens. They're scooping up everybody. Bart Scott. Ravens again. Dude. The Ravens, I don't know if this is a good approach because they're just going after everybody. Deshaun Jackson is a free agent. Man. And nobody wants Deshaun Jackson. Oh, man. If I wasn't... My wide receiver philosophy, though, is like possession, big body guys. If I was running a vertical offense, though, and I didn't have Ray Hendrickson as well, I'm a little bit on that. Rashard Mendenhall, nobody interested. That's a pretty big contract for Rashard Mendenhall. That's understandable. Leotis McKelvin, 84, young corner. A lot of interest here from a lot of teams. He is going to land Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay just made a conference championship, so, they're doing a good job adding players. Okay, so I guess it just kind of randomly happens. Devin Smith, Jerry Carrier, and Quentin Sorensen are back. So none of them got offered. All right. I'm being honest, I was prepared to let Quentin Sorensen go for a draft pick. With the emergence of Hendrickson, I was fully prepared to see Sorensen move. What would trade offers even be for him? Do we have offers? 3rd rounder. So I put a 2nd round tender on him. Seems like that was just too much for teams. They'd be willing to give us a 3rd though. I think we can hold on to it for now. And then Devin Smith, I also threw a second-round tender on Devin Smith. And the offers here would be probably similar, right? Third rounder from the Packers. I put a second-round tender on him. And the Steelers are offering me a second-round pick. Why is 2/5 deemed better than a second? That doesn't make sense. We could go and get a very high second-round pick from the Steelers. Not very high, but like a reasonably good second-round pick from the Steelers for Devin Smith. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, do you want to be proactive? And just say like, hey, we know we're not going to be able to like re-sign him. We have Luke Locke on a big contract. Quentin Jammer played incredible last season, and going into the season, I was prepared to let Quentin Jammer probably walk. Devin Smith is now on a restricted deal, 1 year, contract expiring. It's likely he's going to ask for a pretty fair contract, and this may be like a sell high moment for us because he had a really solid year in the nickel, but obviously when we played him on the outside, he wasn't anything really all that great. His potential is high, but he hasn't really jumped up in overall. Yeah, I think this is one where we make it happen. We're starting to sell. And we got approval for that. What did we get approval for? The GM really... You're telling me the players are happy we traded Devin Smith. Our players' happiness just went up +10 because we traded Devin Smith. And our stat. Okay, I guess we didn't like Devin Smith very much as a collective team. Like, just by the nature of trading him, everybody is happier. That is so nasty. Also, he got the flu. Maybe that's why he maybe gave the players the flu after getting that flu shot, and then being sick and not staying at home. He might have gave some of our team the flu. He might be anti-vax now. I don't know. So you know what? Valid. Get him out of here. All right, Reggie Bush. Surely somebody's got to be after him, right? Nobody wants Reggie Bush. Nobody wants Reggie Bush. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. What? I mean, it's a 5-year deal. We can't pay a 5-year deal for Reggie Bush. It's ridiculous to do that. Is Reggie Bush like Chris Johnson in this game a little bit like... Does he have like terrible vision and everything? Like, did they kind of do him dirty? Obviously, he's got the speed, but did they do him dirty? No, he still can have even better vision. He's got insane catching. His carrying isn't good, but they didn't do him dirty. Man. Like, the thing is, though, we don't use our running backs as receivers. Like, he's such a non-fit in that regard, unless we wanted to, like, start changing things up. But that's really interesting. He's not been a good runner of the football either, though. Like, he's never averaged 4 yards a carry. He's just been a good receiver, but that's still crazy. Reggie Bush, Adrian Peterson just sitting out there and nobody wants him. Reggie Bush, it's like, man, you're going to tell me nobody would pay like $4 million for him? We got our first individual workout, and I believe we're going to hopefully have more this year, because I think the last year we had like 6 because of how bad of our GM was. I think we should get 8 this time. 8's usually like the standard. Benji Cato is definitely one, though. We don't have his Senior Bowl stuff yet, but like, look at that. He is a monster, and he will be presumably, an upgrade, I think. So we'll take a look at him. There is a player I am very interested in. Mario Martinez seems so sick. One of those players where, like, I don't even know if I need to scout his potential, but I still will, just to see, like, if we're going to prioritize getting a Keith Bullock type replacement, how much do we prioritize getting a guy like Mario Martinez? Because he seems awesome. Well, okay. Whoa, we got one. We got one. Rick Foley out of Navy. Berdolito Shepard. Speed man coverage learning. Good man. Great speed. And his biggest knock is jumping, but we know his jumping is 86. His biggest knock is not that bad. Like, 86 jumping's not good for, like, what we want in, like, an outside corner, but, like, that's his worst attribute, basically, like, in terms of strengths and weaknesses. I'm gonna scout the tight end just to see if it's worth it.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. As the battle for the #1 pick escalates, scouts from all 32 teams visited college campuses over the past few weeks to get one last look at the draft picks. I was fortunate to attend the Texas Pro Day, where I was able to get a better look at linebacker Mario Martinez. I had questions about his speed before the workout, but he ran a good enough 40 to keep him in the first round. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was at the Texas A&M Kingsville Pro Day except for me and a scout from an NFC East team. What we saw out of Torrey Edwards made me a believer. Scouts are going to be sorry that they missed seeing his performance.
Hey, do you care to tell me who Torrey Edwards is? Who is Torrey Edwards? Okay, I gotta go find this dude. Oh, here he is. Torrey Edwards. Okay. So he's a wide receiver. This is... So we know nothing about him except his comp. How crazy is he? How crazy is Torrey Edwards? Do we know any... We don't know anything. This is one where the curiosity is going to get the better of me here. We don't need, like, a receiver that badly, but hey, if we think Torrey Edwards is, like, this demon that we have to take, Quentin Surrency becomes very expendable, I think. This dude's comp to Walter Jones, and he looks really interesting. He lacks focus, speed, and he's from a small school. He's from Ball State. Yeah, this draft has a lot of, like, mid-round sleepers.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. Every NFL team is putting the finishing touches on its draft board, and it's finding out the last few details on every player. The teams with the top 5 picks are bringing Kevin Huff for one last look and another round of interviews. Ashton Wilder is getting some last looks too. I've heard concerns about his speed and his size, but can you really discount what this kid did in college? He's the 4th leading rusher all time. I guess it's too early to tell how he'll do in the NFL.
Dude, I did not get that many. Did I only get like 5? Did it only give me 5 players? I don't think there's any more individual. Usually that draft story plays after individual workouts are done. Dang, all right. Unfortunate that we didn't get to look at more. So Jake Flowers, 90 potential. That's not bad. That's really not bad. For a guy who, again, probably more like a 3rd round pick. We'll take that. Then, when we scroll up, I seen the overall. If you remember, okay, the tight end as well. Oof. Good thing I scouted him because I was interested. 72 potential. Like, I know my thing isn't on blocking tight end, but 72 potential implies that you'll never even be a competent receiver. Like, you can't be that bad. But that wide receiver later, Torrey Edwards. Yeah. 6'3", 210, healthy player. Speed. Dude. What? Hey, Quentin Surrency might need to go. Torrey Edwards, 96 potential. That is like one of the highest potential players I've ever just outright scouted. Oh boy, wow. Is that like before our little like buff that we give players too? Oh boy. Mario Martinez, 91 potential. I'm very interested in Mario Martinez. Like very, very interested in Mario Martinez. And then up top over here we have Benji Cato, 94 potential. He's got just pure strength, pure run and pass block strength. The footwork's a little questionable for now, but like I'm sure with 94 potential, he should get a little bit better. And this is a very big like physical specimen type of upgrade over somebody like Dimitri Cannon, who was good, but like Benji Cato's better. I think like day one he'd be better, and in the future he'd be better. Also, if we pick him late first round, if we get that opportunity, imagine he'd also be potentially cheaper. We didn't get to scout other guys. I wanted to get a look at Adrian Hopkins, but I don't think we need to look at him too hard to know how good he is. Quick reminder, 18th pick, 30th pick, 3 seconds, 2/3. Not only that, we have assets to move. Quentin Cerency is movable. Heath Miller is movable. James Harrison is movable. Tristan Riley, if someone wants to buy in, is movable. We have movable assets and a lot of picks. We also have an extra first next year. I will trade that Bills first round pick next year to like make more moves if need be. This is going to be potentially a nuts draft class in terms of how much we do. This is a massive draft for us. I let a lot of people go. It's time for us to reload, restock, and reshape what we want this team to be. The number 1 overall pick goes to the Minnesota Vikings. After Adrian Peterson's career has completely crumbled, they are moving into a new era. And with the number 1 overall pick, Minnesota Vikings can't trade up, or we can't trade up at least, are selecting.
Right up through the pre-draft camps, I had Bobby Cole up there with Kevin Huff, but I think that Huff is just slightly better now. But Bobby Cole can play. At 6'1", 214 pounds, the senior from West Virginia is your typical starting quarterback. He's fast, quick, and smart. When he isn't beating you with his arm, he'll sure beat you with his legs. He's only 6'1", but he does a very good job of finding passing lanes and getting the ball to the open receiver. At the next level, he's going to have to work a little bit on deep ball accuracy, but from what I can see and from talking to other scouts, the rest of his game looks pretty sound.
The number 2 overall pick, though, not feasible for us to really trade for. Bobby Cole, really interesting. We didn't get to really look at him because he didn't do combine or anything like that, but number 2 overall pick, the Arizona Cardinals. Probably moving on from the Matt Leinart saga issues that they have had with him because he didn't turn out to be a good quarterback. They will be selecting
Kevin Huff is a left-handed quarterback out of the University of Miami and the top passer in this draft. He has good size at 6'5", and he has a good arm with good mechanics. There is some concern, though, about his arm because he had shoulder surgery in the offseason, but I don't think this kid has too much to prove. He was a winner in college, and he possesses all of the leadership qualities that you'd want in your starting quarterback. Huff is not very fast, but he's quick enough to get outside of the pocket and make some good throws on the run.
I will take note of that they said he's quick enough. He had like 60-something, high 60s in speed, so, that's what they kind of deem quick enough. Number 3 overall pick, the New York Jets. It is feasible for us to trade. They actually do want to trade down, but it would take first next year plus pick plus player probably. Tristan Riley in 2 seconds. Here's the deal, though. As much as I'd love to just try to make some crazy trade up, keep in mind we have $12 million. A top 5 pick off the bat costs like $8 million. Luke Locke's getting paid like $8 million. He was the number 3 overall pick last year. So while we could probably get a good deal trading to the number 3 pick, it would probably not be beneficial to us when our goal is to get younger and cheaper. This doesn't really fill the checklist of trying to get cheaper. Also, the person we would take here would probably be the Boston College tackle, who looks incredible, but it's just not smart for us because of the financial cost of this. It has nothing to do with the value. This is not too much to give up. It's about paying the guy. And we're not in the business of being able to give out another big contract while also filling out the roster with some other pieces, while also signing our other draft picks. So the Jets, if the Browns want to make a trade, we'll let it happen. The Jets are here at number 3, and the selection will be... Good one.
Adrian Hopkins is the next closest thing to putting a tank in the middle of the field. He stands at 6'7" and weighs a whopping 378 pounds. Hopkins left UCLA as perhaps the most dominating run stopper that college football has ever seen. There's no center or guard in college football, or maybe not even in the NFL, who will be able to push him out of the way. His stamina may be a concern in the NFL. He might not be anything more than a first and second down player unless he loses about 20 to 30 pounds. But if he loses that weight, oh, is he going to be a load to block.
A amazing player. Hopkins, I obviously would have wanted. Falcons, yeah, even if we wanted to trade here, this is not worthwhile. 2 firsts and Quentin Sorensen, and that's not happening. So the Falcons will be here at pick number 4. Can you get Matt Ryan, who's won an MVP, some help? Something?
Ashton Wilder is one of the most prolific running backs to ever make his way onto the college football field. Wilder finished his career at Utah as the number 4 all-time leading rusher in NCAA history, and there have been a lot of great backs that have played at that level. The 5'10" senior doesn't have blazing speed, but he's very shifty and effective between the tackles. He has tremendous vision as a runner, and he has great ability as a pass catcher and pass blocker out of the backfield. While Wilder will always be limited by his size and speed, he is, without a doubt, the best running back in this draft.
Texans at number 5. The mock draft had them picking a running back. You know, for like the sake of like hoping that we'll have a cakewalk in the division with our other 2 opponents, yeah, I hope they take a running back because it'd be stupid. They took a running back last year. They put AJ Bishop in the doghouse permanently. Took Joker Jones. Started Joker Jones, but they don't need another running back. They would want 3 first-round picks. Yeah, that's not happening. So the 5th pick, I'm going to hope, though, for their sake and for Texans fans' sake, they don't take another running back here.
D'Angelo Marshall is an explosive and experienced back. He's tough, and he's a bulldozer when it comes to running over defenders. At 5'9", 215 pounds, Marshall is very strong, and he's a very reliable ball carrier. He has great speed in the 4.4 range, a good burst, and an endless motor. They used to hand the ball off to this guy 30 to 40 times per game at Cincinnati, and he seemed to get better with every carry. Marshall broke the 2,000-yard barrier in each of the past 2 seasons, and he's expected to do big things in the NFL. The only question that scouts have is his mental capacity. He only scored a 6 on the IQ test, meaning that his IQ score is lower than his yards per carry average.
That's a nasty thing to say at the end there from Shooter. Sure, Houston. This organization needs to be investigated for what they have done. Raiders at 6. It's been a nightmare for the Raiders. But Andy Reid, Brian Dable, and crew, they're here. A trade would not be feasible for a fair price, or not a fair price, a good price for us. Let the Raiders pick at number 6. I am curious that Hart is still here. Tyler Hart should be picked. And I do remember that the Raiders tackle, I think like back-to-back years has been allowing 20 sacks. So Tyler Hart should be the pick here, especially for Andy Reid wanting to get a left tackle of the future.
When you look for qualities in a tackle, you usually want size, quickness, and intelligence. Tyler Hart from Boston College fits all of these. At 6'5", 338 pounds, he has the size to engulf defenders. He has good footwork and shows good quickness in the passing game. He has long arms that help maintain separation, and defenders have fits trying to get by him. Last year, when BC played Kansas, he was matched up one-on-one with James Hobson, the defensive end prospect, and he shut him down the whole game. I think this kid can come in and be one of the best tackles in the NFL.
You know, Andy Reid walks through your doors, and immediately that's a home run pick right there for the Raiders. So good for them to finally get on track here after we kind of scammed them. Imagine if they did draft Bo Jackson now and had Tyler Hart to go with them and Andy Reid. You know, maybe they wouldn't be in a difficult of a situation here. But the Miami Dolphins are up at number 7. They are looking to trade down. I don't know if I'm looking to trade up here, though, but we could do it. I'd only be able to really look to trade up if it was like not giving up a first. Like that would be interesting. 2 seconds and James Harrison. Or if it was like a first next year. But again, I'm not really rushing to trade up. The Eagles, though, they are. The Eagles have the number 7 pick in the draft now. Do you trade up? They go to DN. No draft story here. Dean Farr at a Duke. All right. I mean, we can't get everybody with a draft story. So, 8th pick. I always just gotta look. I always just look. Colby Gales? They're interested in Colby Gales? Tristan Riley, of course, but what do you mean you want Colby Gales? The 18th? Really? I mean, my goodness, man. What the heck? What is their fascination with Colby Gales? He's like our 3rd string end. Tristan Riley, James Harrison, and a 2nd rounder? Our worst 2nd rounder, too. I know some people maybe throw a fit if I trade a Tristan Riley, though. James Harrison would clear up about, with penalties, like $3 million. Tristan Riley would clear up nothing. He gets paid nothing. And then the only thing here would be like the money of it all. I mean, part of doing this would also just be to like get good value for Riley and Harrison to trade them. Colby Gales and Tristan Riley to move up. I want to keep my first though. We're up at number 8 now. I'm not taking Blake Clinton though. I should just take him because I want him. So here's how this all comes together here. We trade Keith Bullock for a 1st round pick. And it was a 1st and a 4th, was it? It was a 1st round pick, though. We then go and trade an old James Harrison, our backup quarterback, who's got endless potential, but our backup quarterback, and a 2nd round pick to go up and get the replacement. He will presumably be cheaper. He is also 12 years younger and will be on a long-term contract. Also could be just as good. Maybe even better, dare I say. I want Mario Martinez. We got Freddie Bates. We got D'Amico Ryans. The linebacker group is not going away. We're just getting younger.
Mario Martinez is a very good linebacker out of the University of Texas. A lot of scouts call this kid an overachiever, but I think otherwise. He's 6 feet tall, 239 pounds, and he has 4.5 speed. He's very good on the move, and he has very good reaction skills. He moves side to side very well, and he looks quicker than every other linebacker in the draft. Martinez does struggle to get off blocks, and he needs to get his upper body a little bit more chiseled to be more effective against blockers. He had a very prolific career at Texas, and I think he'll be a pretty good linebacker in the NFL, too.
Another thing about this that I think will help us here is I think we can kick D'Amico Ryans to outside linebacker because if you do remember, D'Amico Ryans was our worst pass coverage player as a whole. Martinez, I think, projects to be a better pass coverage guy, so I think we let Martinez be the middle and let Bates and Ryans be the outside for the more run-stopping stuff. I think that kind of makes a little bit more sense in our defense. Like, Freddie Bates, love him. D'Amico Ryans, love him. We don't have a linebacker that's really great in coverage. Keith Bullock was pretty solid in coverage, so I think that if we shift things around a little bit, it can maybe be a little bit more advantageous for us to have him play the middle while D'Amico Ryans plays the outside in our defense, just for a schematic fit. But the Ravens are at 9. The Ravens went on a spending spree. They picked up Marshawn Lynch. They want to trade this pick. But they picked up Marshawn Lynch. They picked up Dimitri Cannon as well. And they're looking to move down. Quentin Surency is still a big trade chip for us. I'm not going to make a move here.
Kid has a great overall prospect at defensive end. Hobson was ready to come out early last year, but he made an announcement at the last minute to wisely go back to school. Pay attention, kids. It's always good to go back to school. He really has great size. He's 6'5", 275 pounds, and he fits nicely into that great run-stopper role. One thing that the coaches rave about this kid is that he never stops working, both in games and in practice. He's very consistent from game to game, and it's rare to go stretches without seeing him in a play. He'll be a nice fit into this defensive scheme.
Denver ran to make that selection so fast that I couldn't even finish my sentence before they spurted. They made the trade and instantly made that selection. Hey, you know what? Valid. It's a good pick. He was somebody that, like, if I were picking around that area, I would have been looking at. Chiefs want to trade here. It's a little too pricey if I wanted to make that happen. So Chiefs looks like they will be selecting at number 10. They went quarterback last year, so will they maybe get him some help?
I like this kid out of Rutgers. He was an All-American his junior year, leading the nation in interceptions with 11. And while he had a great junior year, his stock really soared during his pro day. He looked very athletic during his workout and seemed like a natural leader in the secondary.
Bears at 11. So I feel like, if we're looking to make a selection here, like whatever our next one is, we pick at 18. So we're definitely eyeing tackle. Bears will let them pick out at 11. And they go Bobby Jones. So they go the other Bobby from West Virginia. No story here. Steelers at 12. And they want Daniel Graham. They want Heath Miller back. That'd be funny. Trade him Heath Miller back. They want more picks than anything. So the Steelers will actually decide to keep their pick. Number 12. Ooh, we go Junior quarter. Wait, we got Big Ben still. Big Ben is starting to be phased out of Pittsburgh. You know what? Honestly, valid, because like in real life, the Steelers held on to Big Ben way longer than they should have, just out of loyalty. Big Ben was so mega washed in his like final 2 years, man. Get him out of here. Panthers at 13. Alex Hurst brought this team outside of a top 10 pick, and I mean, when we played them, they rocked Chad Pennington at running back at one point. This team was so decimated by injuries. I would like to see them get help. They brought in Larry Fitzgerald, which is sick. I am rooting for the Panthers and Alex Hurst on the side, so let's see what they go with. Running back again? They picked running back last year, but he got hurt. I think that's a pretty bum pick, to be honest, fortunately, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. Ravens still on their spree of moves. They traded down with the Broncos, and they'd be willing to trade down not for a good price. I'm a little worried now. Like, we're kind of getting that point where maybe the tackle would go. No, they go cornerback. J.B. Coffey out of UTEP. Division rivals. Jaguars on the clock. We are so close to being on the board. This is a team where it's like they have struggled with wide receiver so many times, and it's like, man, I'm not trading you guys Quentin Sorensen and bailing you out of your wide receiver troubles. So, hey, pick a receiver. Pick one. Do it. Oh, they did. They picked a receiver. Bill Seeley out of Colorado. This team cannot figure out wide receiver, so maybe this will be the one for them. 16th pick, the Miami Dolphins. I don't think there's anything here. Yeah, no players down here. 16, they go with a wide receiver as well. Washington up now, one pick before us. And right now the plan has kind of come to... Their coach is Hugh Jackson. Washington, you hired Hugh Jackson as your head coach? I guess he hadn't in real life, like this isn't in real life, like he went, 1-31, so, maybe he can get a different outcome here, but a little scary. Just don't pick the guy I want, please. Thank you. Tom Forbes, Virginia Tech cornerback. So we went on a little dry spell of draft stories. They want us to take Blake Clinton. Heck no, I'm not taking Blake Clinton. Good for, oh, Torrey Edwards is actually all the way up here at 36 now. Wow. That changes things for us. That changes things a lot. I thought he would be like a late round sleeper. Dang, we might not get Torrey Edwards, even though it's gonna be hard to pass that up. I think we just make the smart pick now and kind of let everything else fall into place here. Benji Cato is an obvious one. We just need a tackle. We lost Dimitri Cannon, and we gained a second-round pick. We are now going to spend our bonus first that we got from the Seahawks to fill that void. We dodged paying Cannon $4 million a year as he was a middle-of-the-pack tackle.
Benji Cato is the ultimate technician when it comes to offensive line prospects. He's equally adept at plowing defenders out of the way of his ball carrier as he is anchoring the line in pass protection. He maintained a perfect 4.0 GPA throughout college, and he easily translates that classroom intelligence into football intelligence. He plays with a ferocious attitude and a motor that never seems to run out of fuel. The one thing that Cato isn't is an athletic specimen. He mightily struggles in space due to his pedestrian speed and lateral movement. This kid reminds me a lot of Mark Tauscher, and he should be able to be an immediate hole filler in the NFL.
I think you've seen where we've kind of gone with the offensive line. John Onken as well. Big, powerful, punch you in the face, mauler. Dimitri Cannon, respect to him. It's not really was his game as much as it is a guy like Benji Cato. So, I think it's a nice fit for us as well. I said, make the pick that we need that is like a slam dunk good player and then kind of figure out the rest because that wide receiver, man, I can't be surprised. Like he's insane, so I can't be like mad that he's up here, but we definitely need to figure out this one because Torrey Edwards is sick, man. Giants at 19. I feel like at any point he could go. And there you go. Star Summer, sick name. Don't know if he'll be a sick player, though. Saints go cornerback. Right end, they go Glenn Ingram. Niners, Crawford.
Alan Crawford was recruited to Kansas State as a running back, but he really found his calling as a safety once he got to Lawrence. At 5'11", 208, Crawford has good speed and big-time jumping ability. He does a good job of not biting on play fakes, and he looks like a natural at the position. He's the best safety in this draft, and he will certainly help this team in pass coverage.
Chargers at 23 go that D tackle. Oh, this is the Warren Sapp got you. He's really good. Lions at 24. Dead serious, man? Okay, they want to trade down, so this is our chance potentially. They want Heath Miller. 30th pick. Come on, give me a good player trade. Give me a good player trade. I don't see any here. Come on. 4th, 2nd. They want Heath Miller more than they want Surrency. That's weird. I mean, I do this for sure, but it's weird that they want Heath Miller more than they want Surrency. Like, they have Calvin Johnson, I know, but you can give him a co-star, maybe. We still have the best offer. And now the Browns have outbid us. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to happen, unfortunately. Man, they didn't want Surrency. They wanted Heath Miller, which is really odd. Bills have moved up. And let's see what the Bills got. Running back. Makes sense, actually. Yeah, they lost Marshawn Lynch, so they drafted the top running back they could find. Rams are a team. They lost Torrey Holt. This could be a spot for them where they could draft the receiver. Surrency interest is here. Oh, we can make this happen. We can make this happen. We can definitely do this. So it would be the 41st pick in Surrency, basically. Just a swap. We can do that, right? Take the second that we got from... So we basically turned Dimitri Cannon and Quentin Surrency into a better receiver, and we already drafted the tackle replacement. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how you guys would feel about that asset management, but you make it the 44th pick instead. If I just do that, can I make it a third? Is it possible? I don't think it's possible to make it a third. All right, 44th pick and Surrency. Got it. All right. So we traded Surrency and are going to use the trade for Surrency to parlay that into a unbelievable 96 potential wide receiver. I ain't seen a potential like this for a receiver very often. I mean, Cammy and Walker This is Cammy Walker levels here. Like, this is ridiculous. Cammy Walker has 94 potential, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is better. So, we got to make it happen.
Torrey Edwards is a smaller receiver that has blazing speed to go along with great hands. He went largely unnoticed this year, not getting invited to the Combine or to the Senior All-Star game. But what scouts saw in individual workouts definitely got their interest. Edwards is very quick, and he can make defenders miss with one cut. On the downside, he's not the toughest guy, so he'll take longer to come back from injuries. Edwards has all the tools to be an explosive NFL receiver. This was a solid pick, particularly if he toughens up.
We can handle that. Our wide receivers outside of Cammy and Walker don't catch the ball like a crazy amount, so it's not like he'll be taking many hits. The only thing maybe would be a risk is he seems like he'd be a sick return man, and I'd like to put him at return man. So I think that's worthwhile. Surrency was on a 1-year, $1 million contract. I wasn't keen on giving him an extension. I don't think there was going to be a player in this year's class or next year's class that wouldn't be like a top 5, top 10 pick that was going to be a better, worthwhile upgrade. Because at the end of the day, we don't need to spend a top pick. A first rounder, a late first rounder, that's fine to spend. But we didn't need to spend any more than that. Detroit takes that tight end. Okay, maybe they should have traded Heath Miller for us and accepted a trade there. But yeah, that's not good for them. Buccaneers at 29. They want to trade. I don't think we have anything because we traded all the assets that I said that I wanted to trade, which was Riley, it was Harrison, it was Surrency. We have Heath Miller still, but I don't think Heath Miller is going to command too much from teams. So the Browns jump us at 29 and take a running back. They really want us to take Blake Clinton. Like, we're not doing that. So we have another first-round pick. This is our first-round pick. We're finally at our original owned first-round pick. On top of that, we still have a second. Yeah, we still have the Ravens second. That's the Demetric Cannon second. We traded the Devin Smith second from the Steelers to move up for Surrency. So we ended up turning Devin Smith and Quentin Surrency into a better receiver without having to pay either one of them. And I don't know how much a late first rounder is going to ask for. I would imagine it's going to be a lot less than what Surrency would ask for in a contract extension alone, let alone him and Devin Smith. So we have 2/3, 4th, 5th, and the first next year from the Bills if we wanted to do something there. This is actually like an ideal trade down for us. So we don't need another first next year. I wanted just kind of some more mid-round stuff, 4th and 5th rounder, to move down 26 spots for nobody that I'm really dying to have here. We'll take that from the Lions. We got to 41st pick. Man. All right, I've kind of settled on what I want to do here. I just want to take the guy that I'm locked in on. And even though it's a little bit of a potential reach, pick-wise, 41, he's 76 on the board. It's just one of those, you got to lock up your guy. Rick Foley, this makes it really, really easy to move on from Devin Smith if this guy is here. We traded Devin Smith for the 44th pick. Well, how about with the 41st pick, we go and get his replacement. Basically, this is essentially just swapping Devin Smith for Rick Foley. And Rick Foley, I think, could be even better. So I'm putting my eggs in this basket, and let's see how it goes. Pick anytime soon? No, 94. It looks like we can maybe only get one of these players. Unless we make a trade up, or one of them falls, but I doubt they'd fall. Highly doubt they'd fall. So I think Nick Rain is the better player. But I think the need for a potential tight end could be stronger with Heath Miller being on his way out and Daniel Graham being old. He's not a blocker. He is not at all what we would want in our run game, but he's very much Heath Miller-esque pass catcher, slow hands, 22, he's 6'6", he's a big body, big target. And then Nick Rain. We don't need a safety at all. But man, is Nick Rain a beast. No weaknesses. When you see a no weakness player, it's just like I think we just take Nick Rain. He's the better player and hope the tight end falls. Trust me, I tried to trade up. I tried trading up with 3 different teams. There was a scramble in this third round to make a lot of trade ups. Didn't happen. We kept getting outbid, and the Browns end up trading up and taking the tight end that we wanted. So, very unfortunate. Trust me, I tried. I was really trying to get him, but yeah, not to be. It's all right. We're on here at pick 94, and if I seen correctly, yeah, this is crazy. I had no intentions of taking him in the second round. But at the bottom of the third, Jake Flowers with his 90 potential just sitting here? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm taking Jake Flowers, not even thinking twice about it. The 94th pick. He's 61 on the board, and we know he's good. It's an easy pick. It's literally, like, we have another third right here as well. That's crazy that he is available. Why? I didn't know one want him. Alright, we got the 96th pick now. We'll get to looking. Wait, maybe we just shot in the dark? 99 strength? I guess we could shot in the... Maybe... Okay, you know what? Maybe we don't play it safe. Maybe we shot in the dark a pick. 99 strength? Maybe I just go with some traits and, you know, somebody that I don't know a lot about. Man, 99 strength seems really enticing to me. This seems really enticing to me too. Size, small school, upside. He's 242. We can get him later. Actually, you know what? Throw out what I said. I want a shot in the dark pick. I know it's risky to just burn a third round pick on somebody you know nothing about Senior Bowl wise, you know nothing about potential wise, learning wise. He's got 99 strength with also pretty decent movement ability. Yeah, give him to me. For me, this is very much going to be like if you want the guy, take the guy. Doesn't matter on the board. I don't care that he's 240. We're going to just select Cedric Darcy in the 4th round. He looks really interesting, despite us not knowing a lot about him. Our trade down options in the 4th round, terrible. Like, literally, the offer was a 6th and a 7th round pick next year for our 4th rounder, so I am just going to select. And how about a quarterback to replace Tristan Riley as the backup? I don't think I forgot about the position. Roland Chapman. I mean, comp to Peyton Manning is pretty interesting. I doubt that's a reliable comp, but from Arkansas State, he seems like he could be interesting for us. So we're gonna take him here, and maybe he'll be good. I found another one, so I'm gonna double down here, just because why not? Let's take a second 99 strength player and just hope for the best. 5th round, I actually do have a guy here. How about Bradley Buckley, a running back comp to Jamal Lewis. Not overly fast, not overly crazy, but to fill in as a 3rd string running back. Yeah, we'll take that. I mean, I'm sure you can't be worse than Chris Neal. And with our final pick, almost the last pick of the draft, how about we go to James Madison for James Schenkelback, who is comp to Nnamdi Asomugha. That looks pretty cool to me. I like Nnamdi Asomugha. He's from James Madison. His name is James. Sure. That was a lot, man. That was a lot. This draft is very make or break for the future of this team. We go 3 first-round picks. We got rid of a linebacker, we picked a linebacker. We got rid of a tackle, we picked a tackle. We got rid of a receiver, we picked a receiver. We got rid of a corner, we picked a corner. We added a safety, a tackle, a D-tackle, an end, a backup quarterback, end, running back, tight end, cornerback. A lot of picks, a lot of fill, a lot of like holes to fill. And there's still a little bit more to be done. So here's our money situation. I made a little signing that I'll show off in a minute, but we got to get the deals done. Getting rid of Keith Bullock, Quentin Surrency, James Harrison. Um, yeah, getting rid of all those guys cleared up some money. Yeah, we took a little bit of penalty, but $20 million I think should be enough to sign this entire rookie class, even with 3 first-round picks. So Benji Cato was the 18th pick. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is Benji Cato is gonna be better than Dimitri Cannon. I'm pretty certain of that, and it's gonna be for half the price on the same amount of years. Dimitri Cannon won a 5-year, $20 million contract. Benji Cato wants a 5-year, $10 million contract. That's just good stuff there. That's just we take that. Quentin Surrency was on a $1.5 million contract on a 1-year deal for restricted free agency. I mean, he wants 2 plus a year. He wants 2 million a year. Yeah, we'll give that to you. 2 million a year. I mean, he's getting paid slightly more than Surrency, and Surrency was going to ask for a contract extension that was going to be a whole lot more than 2 mil a year, probably. I don't know what he would have asked for, but Devin Smith was going to ask for who knows how much. And again, he was on a $1.5 million contract for this upcoming season. Well, Foley, who I believe in to potentially be just as good, he's going to be on a just as cheap deal, and it's going to be for 4 years. And this is something that's really interesting. So, quarterback Noah Wyoming, it's on the trade block. He just randomly popped up here, like on the main bar, and I'm like, it's not bad. It's like to maybe throw a fifth and a sixth. I'll throw a fifth and a sixth if they take it. All right. Wow. It's a very random, spontaneous move, but an interesting one, I feel like, for a backup quarterback. And this is a dude who has he even played? Not really. He's been here for 3 years. He's got a cannon arm. 70 speed is honestly like pretty high for quarterbacks in this game. And he looks like he could be decent. Also, I think I should show you. We made a couple of free agency moves. We could make more if we wanted to, but the big guys got snatched up. We snatched up one of them. Well, I guess technically 2, because we brought back Lorenzo Neal. I wanted to bring him back. He's 41 years old, but it's funny. He's the best fullback in the league still. So let's keep it going. Lorenzo Neal, keep on doing your thing. Like, he's even better. But I was, looking at the luxury pickups and really interested. We brought in Reggie Bush. I think he was just sitting there, man. He was just sitting there. And I thought, why the heck not bring in Reggie Bush? And, I mean, Reggie Bush hasn't ran it well in his career so far for the Saints. They've only ever used him as a pass-catching back, where he's had 2 1,000-yard seasons, almost a third. We're not going to use him like that, but I think just maybe putting him in a system to where he can have a chance to do something as a runner, we'll see. And here's the thing, it's a 1-year deal. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And for Reggie Bush, it's like, hey, come on to this contending team. If Bohr Jackson wants to go and get injured again, if he wants to get knocked out of a game, we should be good. Jeremy Pearson is already a good running back, like potential-wise, and he can keep getting better. And Reggie Bush, hey, this is it'll be a fun backfield. There is a world where we're going to have Vince Young and Reggie Bush in the same backfield. That's fun. I think it was just a nice pickup. We also went and grabbed a D-end. We grabbed Tyrone Farr, just as like a high floor kind of fill-in type of guy. And then we picked up Will Witherspoon to be a number 2 linebacker. The rest is like rookies and everything. Finally, Mario Martinez has shown up for his rookie contract talk. So, yeah, it's a pricey deal. I knew that picking a guy top 10, like, as you can see, like, Benji Cato is getting $2 million a year for the 18th pick. When you get into the top 10, it's pricey. But how I see it is Keith Bullock was franchise tagged for $7 million. This right here is $7 million. I think that's fine. It's a lateral movement money-wise for a guy 12 years younger and maybe could be better. It is time for the final report. We got more rookies to go through this time around. It was a loaded draft class. Not everyone was going to hit. Durant Sparks was one of the ones that did not hit. He was a defensive end with 99 strength. He wasn't good. I moved him into D-tackle. Thought maybe it'd be a little bit better. He was about the same. He just doesn't have much to really offer aside from strength and block shed. That's literally it. But, you know, not every pick was going to hit. Walt Johnson, I think, is an undrafted player. Chris McClay. Chris McClay. I should not have Chris McClay on this team. I didn't even realize that until now. Yeah, he's an undrafted guy. Cole Reese, undrafted guy, we're probably going to cut. Ryan Sykes was the 99 strength defensive tackle. He is rosterable. Nothing crazy, but we get into some legit players a little slowly but surely. Cedric Darcy. I like Cedric Darcy. So, 95 finesse move at his max, 91 tackling, 90 hit power, 95 block shed, 96 pursuit, 93 play rec, 93 or 91 awareness. If you're wondering why his overall is not crazy potential wise, it's more just a schematic thing. He's just not fast. That's why he wasn't a highly sought after player, but yeah, this guy is going to be pretty good, and once we kind of figure him into the system that we want to figure out where we want to go with him, he fits right in as a undersized DN. We've been rocking James Harrison, Tamba Ali. How about 6'1", 250? He very much is in the mold of players that we have liked. So I think this is, while 86 potential now, just know that with a schematic adjustment, I think he'll be in the 90s for potential. And speaking of 90s for potential, we're closing in on that. How about Roland Chapman? I mean, he is maybe not Peyton Manning like his comp, but not that bad. 94 awareness, 92 throw accuracy. His power will never get better. Learning 88 could be 91. He looks like he'll be an awesome backup quarterback. But you can see we still got a number of players to go. 90 potential, Jake Flowers. We knew this one. We full scouted him, and we were able to steal him at the bottom of the 3rd round. He is going to be a backup right tackle for us for the time being, and maybe this is your right tackle next year if you want to move on from David Stewart. His run blocking is pretty nice. Pass block footwork is beautiful. Awareness can be nice. Strength pretty good. Good excel. Like, this is a really good player. To get him in the bottom of the 3rd round, we're happy with that. That's our swing tackle right there. The offensive line depth's looking amazing. Marcelo Jordan. This is an undrafted safety with 91 potential. He's got 88 man at his max, 91 zone at his max. He's 89 speed, 94 excel, 92 agility, so solid there. Strength won't be good, press won't be good, obviously, but he could have up to 97 tackling, 82 hit power, 75 block shed, 90 pursuit, 97 play rec, 88 awareness. This is an incredible safety. The issue is he is an undrafted player, so we're probably not going to be able to have him long-term unless we want to pay him a contract, but, we'll enjoy him while we can, I guess. Mario Martinez. I know the 91 potential is not, groundbreaking for a top 10 pick, but I don't really care about the potential with this one. He's a really good player, 86 overall right now. He can have as high as 96 tackling, 95 hit power, 89 block shed, 98 pursuit, 95 play rec, 95 awareness, 82 strength is going to stay where it is, 88 speed day 1, 90 acceleration day 1, 87 agility day 1. He'll never be an elite coverage guy. 83 zone, though, at his max is fine. 85 power, 82 finesse at his max, fine. Durable, tough, smart. This is a linebacker worthwhile. Like I'm happy to pay this guy. I am happy to make him a legit player for this team to replace Keith Bullock. We still got more players to go. 91 potential again, Nick Rain. I took him because I said I know he's going to be good. I know he's going to be good. And oh boy, Adrian Wilson, your job is in jeopardy eventually. If we wanted to move on from Adrian Wilson, because how about 99 potential zone coverage? 89 speed is all right. 95 excel is elite. 95 agility is elite. The strength is fine. Tackling 95 at his potential is elite. 95 hit power day one, elite. 95 pursuit, elite. 96 play rec, 96 awareness. He can also rush the passer a little bit. This is, I think, Adrian Wilson's replacement when that time eventually comes. We go to the next one. How about almost Mr. Irrelevant? James Schenkelback. I took him because he was a cornerback comp to Nnamdi Asomugha, and I'm like, he's from James Madison, and his name is James. He's 6'2", 187 with 93 potential. 94 man coverage at his max. 99 zone. 98 speed, 96 excel, 92 agility. He's weak. He is a 187 with 49 strength. He is an absolute just string bean. He's not going to do anything in press coverage, really. Even though he has 86 press, with that combination of strength and size, I don't think he's going to do much in terms of tackling either. He's got 49 tackling. So if we're okay with the fact that he'll never be able to tackle anybody and that he is weak as it gets, I mean, this is somebody we can throw on the outside, though. He won't be a nickel corner, but outside corner, 92 play rec, 93 awareness. That's a really good player. Like, this dude is already day one, he's almost as high of an overall as Devin Smith, and he's got the same potential as Devin Smith, and I like this skill set a lot better. And he ain't even the best corner we grabbed. We'll go Benji Cato up next. 94 potential for Benji Cato. We knew this when we scouted him. So this was one of our 3 first-round picks. 97 potential run block, 97 strength for run block, 85 footwork, 99 pass block. So he's going to be, if he hits those highs, a lead on both sides of running and passing. The strength is there, the impact block can be there, the awareness is going to be there, the strength is there. Speed, I mean, for a guy who, his thing is like he's not a good mover, he's not fast, it's not the worst. I can deal with 61 speed. Tough, injury-proof, stamina's alright, but yeah, Dimitri Cannon was a 90 overall. Benji Cato walks into the league day one as an 89. And he's going to be better. He's just going to be better. We go Rick Foley. This was a must-have player for me. I took him 30 spots higher than his average draft projection because I felt like this guy's going to be better than, I felt like he was going to be better than Devin Smith just based on what I've seen. Yeah, he's probably going to be better than Devin Smith. 95 man coverage, 94 zone coverage, 98 speed, 97 excel, 91 agility. A little bit stronger, a little bit better tackler. Pursuit up to 98, because why not? 96 play rec with 99 awareness. This dude is going to be unreal. And I think getting rid of Devin Smith is okay. And if the time comes where we got to move on from Quentin Jammer, we got 2 guys. So Luke Locke, Rick Foley, and James Schenkelback. I mean, what a way to change the secondary here. Because we also get Nick Rain. I mean, Nick Rain was like a 3rd round pick. Schenkelback was a 7th round pick. Foley was a 2nd round pick. And then at the top, we know Torrey Edwards has 96 potential. We scouted him. This is your Quentin Surrency replacement, and not just a replacement. He's probably going to be shooting real high for a spot to rival and take away some of Camion Walker's targets. 98 speed, 96 excel, 92 agility, 95 jump in day one, but he could have 97. How about 99 potential awareness, 99 potential catch, 95 potential route running, 97 potential spec catch, 93 catch in traffic, with a potential 98 release, 93 elusiveness. Carry, stiff arm, fine. Spin move, alright. Juke move, alright. His toughness is in the dumpster. If he gets hurt, he's cooked. But while he's healthy, we'll enjoy the heck out of what Torrey Edwards can give us. So how about, what is this? 8 90 plus potential players. First rounder, second rounder, first rounder, seventh rounder, the third rounder, first rounder, undrafted, third rounder. And this dude too, Darcy. Darcy's also going to be really good. I think Darcy's like I have more excitement for Darcy than I do Jake Flowers, than I do Jordan because he's on a 1-year deal, than I do for some of these guys. And we'll head into week 1. They're messing with us, man. We play the Colts in week 1. But let's wrap things up here. Let's go to the depth chart. Running back, it's going to be fun. We have Boar Jackson, and we know Boar Jackson's going to be good. We're going to try to make Boar have a breakout season this year. And when I say breakout, I mean like I'm shooting for the rushing title, and I'm shooting for my goal. I want to shoot for 1,600 yards with Boar Jackson. Like, I want the fumble number down. I know maybe breakout's not the best way to word it, but like I'm shooting for like 1,600 yards. I'm shooting for 4.5 a carry. Like I want a sizable step up. But if that all can't happen, we have Reggie Bush to relieve some stress, to also maybe catch some passes, and we still have Jeremy Pearson as well. Fullback Lorenzo Neal sticking around. Wide receiver Camion Walker is here. He's got 96 potential now with the little boost that we gave him. So he has the same potential as Torrey Edwards. And I think for how we format things, Hendrickson played the slot last year. I think we'll keep him in the slot this year. Have Edwards take over the spot Surrency had. And what I want to do as well is at 4th receiver, I want to put Reggie Bush at 4th receiver so we can get him involved. He's literally the same overall as our 4th and 5th receiver, basically. So I want to get Reggie Bush out there as like a relief receiver, maybe line him up in the slot, do some stuff here. Another thing that's interesting, Jarius Millard, who's just a random 3rd tight end on this team, he's got 88 potential, and not only that, he looks like he could be like really good. Like he looks like he could be super fast, high awareness, and can catch. I don't know where this potential came from, but he is a fascinating player that I am interested in seeing what he does if we give him a chance. I don't know. That's he's starting at such a low point though, so I don't know. Left tackle, we move from Dimitri Cannon to Benji Cato, but everywhere else, Mankin's the same, Richard Emanuel the same, John Onken the same, David Stewart the same. They all get like +2s in overalls though from our coaching thing. Tamba Hali will start at left end, of course. Right end, I'm going to start Darcy. I really think Darcy can be special. I'm going to just start him over Eric Lacy, who's more the high floor player. Again, like I think the potential is deceiving here. Like you've seen the stats, he looks nuts. Defensive tackle B.B. Clayton and Jerry Carrier will be there again. Freddie Bates at left outside linebacker. In the middle, Mario Martinez, our top 10 pick. D'Amico Ryans, I kicked him out to right outside linebacker. His overall took a small hit, but that's all right. Cornerback, we will have Quentin Jammer, who had a phenomenal season last year. Luke Locke will be back. And, I mean, we got 2 guys here, Foley and Schenkelback. For the slot, Foley makes sense. Schenkelback's not a good nickel corner. He's more so going to be the backup outside corner. And I move Scenario Guy to corner just so we can keep him on the team as a 5th string corner rather than, you know, a depth safety, which we don't need because we have Marcelo Jordan. And we have Nick Rain, who Nick Rain is already an 87 overall as a rookie. And Adrian Wilson, I fear for your job at some point because you're 32 years old and things are going to get a little spooky. Also, kick returner. We don't need to have Boar Jackson back there. Let's get the most out of Reggie Bush. Reggie can go and return kicks for us. I think that would be awesome. We're not going to have Boar do that. Let's also put Torrey back there. But let's let Reggie Bush return kicks, return punts. Let's let him just be a weapon for us. If we have him as a 1-year kind of mercenary player where it's like, we're not going to give him a long-term deal, most likely. I don't anticipate paying Reggie Bush unless he goes God mode. Let's get the most out of him. Kick returner, punt returner, backup receiver, backup running back. Just kind of utilize him everywhere. And that's the team. This was a weird one because you look at us being 15-1, but I don't know if it felt like we were in a position. I don't know if we were built to beat the Colts because we had a career 2-7 record versus them. and we have now lost 2 straight AFC championships to them. But our team is a little bit better top to bottom, and like when it came to where we made massive changes, we add a better running back, we upgrade at wide receiver. I think at the very least in year 1, it's a lateral movement and not a left tackle, but I think it will be an upgrade. D-line, losing James Harrison this year does stink, but I believe in Cedric Darcy to fill in that production adequately. And then at linebacker, losing Keith Bullock obviously stinks, but we got to future-proof the team a little bit as well. Mario Martinez, I have all the faith in the world. And I think the secondary is upgraded because Devin Smith was all right, but Rick Foley, James Shankelback, Marcelo Jordan, and Nick Rain, all cumulatively, I think can make that up. And we still also have the Keith Bullock first-round pick from the Bills. It was disappointing how things went this year. And I know some people maybe are still saying, man, you're still rocking with Vince Young? Really? He won an MVP, regardless of if he deserved it or not. He took us here. He's gotten us here. And the questions of, should we just move on? Should we just try something else? Maybe. Maybe I would be curious to see what the offense looks like with somebody else. But Vince Young has rare skills, and I'm at the point where I am kind of married to the idea that we can win a Super Bowl with Vince Young. I think it can happen. Maybe I'm holding us back a little bit by making that observation. I don't think so, though. Realistically, again, it was one of those situations where, like, who better at quarterback were we going to get unless we wanted to just turn over to Tristan Riley, a 4th-round pick who has all the potential in the world. But obviously, the potential is great and all, but you have to hit the potential. You have to get there first. And do you want to take that step backwards to maybe take a potential step forward? Or we could just rock with Vince Young, who won an MVP and helps our team out in a lot of ways. Like, there are things that Vince Young does that no other player does. It means a lot. So let me know what you thought of the offseason, especially what you think for this team. Did Vince Young this season make you believe more or less? Or the same? Are you still against him? Are you on his side now? Do you think I'm ridiculous for making this still a thing? I hope you guys are enjoying the series. I hope you guys continue to want to see more. And I will see you guys all in the next one.